Unfinished Tales of Númenor and Middle-earth gathers stories from across the vast timeline of that world, from its ancient beginnings to the conclusion of the Great War against Sauron. Within these pages, readers will discover Gandalf's own amusing tale of how he arranged for the dwarves to arrive at that famous gathering at Bag End, the moment the mysterious Sea Lord Ulmo revealed himself to Tuor on the shores of a forgotten land, and a detailed record of how the mounted warriors of Rohan organized their defenses. This collection preserves the sole surviving account from the lost island kingdom of Númenor before its tragic end, and it holds the most complete knowledge available on subjects like the Order of the Five Wizards, the Seeing Stones known as Palantiri, and the poignant legend of Amroth. Regarding the extensive background material in his earlier work, Tolkien once remarked that readers who preferred the tale purely as a heroic adventure might very rightly skip such additions, enjoying the sense of mysterious depth they provide. This volume, however, is expressly for those whose curiosity is only whetted by such glimpses, who wish to delve deeper into the histories, tongues, and lineages of this imagined realm. The editor has prepared these narratives, providing context and commentary, and has included an enlarged version of the map of the Westlands, along with the only cartographic depiction of Númenor ever drawn by Tolkien himself. The challenges facing someone entrusted with an author's unpublished works are considerable. One might choose to release nothing except for pieces that were nearly perfected before the writer's passing, given J.R.R. Tolkien's famously meticulous and self-critical nature. This would appear the prudent path. He would never have permitted these more fragmentary tales to be published in their current form without extensive further revision. Yet the sheer scale and depth of his creation grant even his abandoned drafts a unique significance. The decision to bring the Silmarillion to readers was, for me, never truly in doubt. Its manuscripts were in disarray, and my father's grand plans for its revision remained largely unrealized, yet its essence demanded to be shared. After much deliberation, I chose to present it not as a fragmented academic puzzle, but as a unified and flowing legend. The writings gathered here, however, stand on different ground. They are not a single tale, but an assemblage, varied in their style, their completeness, and the time of their making, all touching upon the ages of Númenor and Middle-earth. The reason for publishing them, though less compelling, springs from the same source as that for the Silmarillion. Consider the unforgettable scenes we would have missed. The dread figure of Melkor alongside Ungoliant gazing from the peak of Hiarmentir upon Yavanna's golden fields, and the tall wheat of the Valar, the long shadows of Fingolfin's host stretching in the first moonlight of the west. Beren concealed in wolf form beneath the very throne of Morgoth, or the sudden piercing light of a Silmaril in the deep dark of Neldoreth forest. For those who cherish such visions, the rough edges of these narratives are, I believe, richly compensated by other moments. We hear the unmistakable voice of Gandalf, perhaps for the final time, needling the proud Saruman at a meeting of the White Council, or recounting in Minas Tirith, after the War of the Ring, his amusing rationale for sending the dwarves to that now legendary gathering at Bag End. We witness the majestic emergence of Ulmo, Lord of Waters, from the sea at Vinyamar. We see Mablung of Doriath hiding like a vole in the wreckage of the bridge at Nargothrond, and we share in the grim, mud-choked demise of Isildur in the river Anduin. Many of these texts expand upon stories told more briefly elsewhere. Yet it must be acknowledged that a great deal within this book will hold little appeal for those readers of The Lord of the Rings who see the history of Middle-earth merely as the stage for the drama, not the drama itself. They have no burning curiosity about the military structure of the riders of Rohan, or the precise customs of the wild men of the Druadan forest, and are content to let such mysteries remain where they found them. My father would hardly have thought them mistaken. In a letter from March of 1955, before the publication of the final volume, he expressed his own doubts about appendices, writing that their compressed form would satisfy no one, not himself, nor the many readers who craved such details, nor those who properly preferred the book as a heroic romance, for whom unexplained vistas were part of its very magic. He questioned the growing tendency to treat his creation as an exhaustive puzzle, A vast game he found all too seductive, yet saw it as a strange tribute to the power of a story built upon such meticulously imagined foundations of geography and language that so many would clamour for pure information or lore. The following year he noted the diverse demands. Some wanted maps, others geological charts, many pleaded for Elvish grammars and word lists, some even asked for treatises on Elvish poetry, and meter scholars and fans alike come to these pages with their own burning questions. A musician might hope to find sheet music for an Elvish lament, while an archaeologist would pore over descriptions of ancient dwarven smithing techniques. A botanist seeks precise details on the golden marlawn or the pale nifredil flower, and a historian yearns for clearer charts of Gondor's complex feudal system. Others simply want the full story on the mysterious Wain Riders, the southern lands of Harad, or the fate of the two blue wizards who vanished into the east. Yet beyond this thirst for raw data, there exists a deeper value. It is found not merely in cataloguing facts, but in the vivid glimpse of a living world. There is a profound satisfaction in knowing that the Númenorian Captain Viantor sailed his great ship, the Entulesi, or Return, into the grey havens on a spring wind in the year 600 of the Second Age. It matters that Isildur laid his father Elendil to rest atop the beacon hill of Halifairion, or that the dark shape the hobbit saw in the fog near Bucklebury Ferry was indeed Camul, a chief ring-wraith from Dol Guldur. Even a seemingly dry footnote, like the note that King Tiranan of Gondor died without an heir, gains sudden peculiar life when linked to the silent, sinister cats of his queen, Berutiel. Pulling this material together was no simple task, and the structure of the book reflects that complexity. Every tale here is, in some way, unfinished, but unfinished can mean many things: a narrative that breaks off abruptly, a collection of fragments, or a core concept that was never fully fleshed out. The most telling example is the section on Galadriel and Celeborn. This isn't a story that just stops mid-sentence. It is a fundamental thread in the tapestry of Middle-earth that my father never wove into a final, definitive pattern. Including these drafts and notes forces a shift in perspective. We are no longer looking at a fixed history that the author merely translated, but watching the history itself evolve and change in the creator's mind. It's a bit like being shown the architect's early sketches after you've already toured the finished building. Suddenly you see where walls were moved and rooms were added. Once an author is no longer here to refine and publish his own work, every new scrap from his desk risks contradicting what we thought we knew. A new detail about, say, the origins of the Ents might not tell us more about the Ents themselves, so much as it reveals a new stage in how my father imagined them. I knew this would be the case from the start, so unlike with the Silmarillion, where a key goal was to create a cohesive whole, I have not smoothed over these inconsistencies. For this volume, where a name changes between drafts, I might standardize it to avoid confusion, but I have not altered the texts to make them fit neatly with the published books. Instead, I point out the conflicts and variations. Think of the Silmarillion as the official chronicle. Think of this book as a look into the workshop where that chronicle was hammered out, complete with discarded ideas and alternate versions. The content here is all story or description. I've left out purely philosophical essays. When a speculative question does arise in a narrative, I let it hang in the air, a mystery for the reader to ponder rather than attempting to solve it. After all, some mysteries are the point. I have adopted a straightforward organizational approach for convenience, dividing the texts into parts that align with the first 3 ages of the world. Some overlap is inevitable here, as seen with the legend of Amroth and its examination within the essay on Galadriel and Celeborn. The 4th section serves as an appendix, which might seem to need justification in a volume titled Unfinished Tales, given that its contents are broad, discursive essays containing little in the way of narrative. The portion concerning the Druidaean was originally included because of the brief tale The Faithful Stone, which forms a small segment of it. This inclusion in turn led me to add the sections on the Istari and the Palantiri, as these subjects, particularly the wizards, are topics about which many readers have shown keen interest, and this collection appeared a suitable place to present the available information. The editorial notes may appear rather dense in places, but where they cluster most heavily, as in The Disaster of the Gladden Fields, This density stems less from the editor and more from the author's own later compositional habit of developing multiple themes simultaneously through a network of interwoven annotations. I have consistently endeavored to distinguish clearly between editorial commentary and the original authorial text. Due to the wealth of original material appearing within the notes and appendices, I concluded it best not to confine the page references in the index solely to the main texts, but to have them encompass all sections of the book except the introduction. Throughout, I have assumed the reader possesses a reasonable familiarity with my father's published works, most notably The Lord of the Rings, as doing otherwise would have vastly expanded the editorial component, which some may already consider quite ample enough. However, I have included brief explanatory phrases with nearly all the primary entries in the index, hoping to spare the reader from constantly consulting other sources. Should my explanations prove insufficient or inadvertently unclear, I have found through regular use that Mr. Robert Foster's Complete Guide to Middle-earth provides an excellent reference work. Page references to the Silmarillion are to the hardcover edition. References to the Lord of the Rings are given by volume, book, and chapter. What follows are primarily bibliographical notes on the individual pieces. Part 1. Of Tuor and his arrival at Gondolin. My father stated on several occasions that the fall of Gondolin was the earliest of the First Age narratives to be written, and no evidence contradicts his memory. In a letter from 1964, he claimed to have composed it out of my head during a period of sick leave from the army in 1917, though at other times he gave the date as 1916 or spanning 1916 to 1917. Writing to me in 1944, he recalled, "I first began to write in army huts, crowded, filled with the noise of gramophones. Indeed, some lines of verse containing the 7 names of Gondolin are hastily scribbled on the reverse of a military document outlining the chain of responsibility in a battalion. The earliest manuscript survives today, filling 2 small school exercise books. It was drafted quickly in pencil, and then, for much of its length, overwritten in ink and heavily revised." Using this text as a base, my mother produced a neat copy, apparently in 1917, but this version too was later subjected to substantial revision, at a time I cannot pinpoint precisely, but likely between 1919 and 1920, while my father was in Oxford working on the staff of the still unfinished dictionary. In the spring of 1920, he received an invitation to present a paper to the essay club of his college, Exeter. He chose to read The Fall of Gondolin. The notes for his introductory remarks to this essay still exist. In them, he apologized for being unable to deliver a critical academic paper and continued, "Therefore, I must read something already written, and in desperation I have fallen back on this tale. It has, of course, never been presented before. For quite some time now, a full cycle of events set within a realm of my own elvish creation has taken shape, or perhaps has been deliberately built within my mind. A handful of these episodes have been hastily written down. This particular story is not the finest among them, yet it stands as the sole one to have undergone any revision, however inadequate that process has been, and is the only version I feel confident enough to share aloud. The story of Tuor and the exiles of Gondolin, which is how the early manuscripts label the fall of Gondolin, lay dormant for many years. At some point, likely between 1926 and 1930, my father produced a concise, condensed version meant to form a chapter of The Silmarillion, a title, by the way, that first surfaced in his letter to the Observer in February of 1938. This summary was later adjusted to align with evolving ideas elsewhere in his work. Much later, he embarked on a completely reimagined narrative titled Of Tuor and the Fall of Gondolin. It is highly probable this was written in 1951, a period when The Lord of the Rings was finished, but its publication remained uncertain. Profoundly transformed in its tone and context, yet preserving the core elements from the tale of his youth, this version would have provided a richly detailed account of the legend that is merely summarized in the published Silmarillion. Tragically, he progressed no further than the moment Tuor and his guide Voronway reached the final gate, with the city of Gondolin first coming into view across the plain of Tumladen. His reasons for stopping there remain a mystery. This is the text presented here. To prevent misunderstanding, I have renamed it of Tuor and his coming to Gondolin, as it does not recount the city's destruction. As is typical with my father's papers, there are variations in the text, particularly in one section detailing Tuor and Voronway's approach to and crossing of the River Sirion, where several competing drafts exist, necessitating some minor editorial decisions. Thus, we face the striking reality that the only complete account my father ever wrote of Tuor's time in Gondolin, covering his marriage to Idril Celebrindle, the birth of their son Eärendil, the betrayal by Maeglin, the city's devastating sack, and the perilous flight of the survivors. A story absolutely central to his vision of the First Age was the one composed in his younger years. Let's be honest, though, that wonderfully ambitious early draft is completely unfit for this volume. It's written in an intensely archaic style he favoured at the time and is packed with ideas that simply don't fit with the world of The Lord of the Rings or the published Silmarillion. It belongs firmly with the rest of that initial creative burst, the Book of Lost Tales, a massive and fascinating work for anyone studying the roots of Middle-earth, but one that would require its own lengthy and intricate presentation. The Tale of the Children of Húrin. The evolution of the legend of Turin Turambar is, in several ways, the most convoluted and intricate of all the narratives from the First Age. Similar to the tale of Tuor, its roots stretch back to the very beginning, surviving in an early prose story from the Lost Tales and in a lengthy unfinished poem using alliterative verse. But while the later, expanded version of Tuor's story never got very far, my father brought the later expanded version of Turin's saga much closer to completion. This work is named Narn Aihin Horin, and it is this narrative that forms the core of the present book. It's worth noting, however, that the state of this long Narn varies greatly. Some sections are nearly finished, while others remain in rougher form. The final portion of the narrative, covering Turin's return to Dor-lómin through to his death, saw minimal editorial changes. In contrast, the opening section, concluding with Turin's time in Doriath, demanded significant revision and careful selection, with some areas receiving slight compression due to the fragmentary and disjointed nature of the original texts. The core of the story, however, presented the greatest challenge. This middle section, encompassing Turin's life with the outlaws, his encounters with the petty dwarf Mim, the realm of Dor Cuorthol, the tragic slaying of Beleg, and his years in Nargothrond, was far from complete. The Narn here is at its most unfinished, sometimes dwindling to mere sketches of potential plot developments. My father was actively evolving this part when he set the work aside, and the condensed version intended for the Silmarillion was dependent on the Narn reaching its final form. When preparing the Silmarillion for publication, I was compelled to draw heavily from these very materials for this segment of Turin's tale, materials of remarkable complexity in their variations and interconnections. For the initial part of this central section, up to the beginning of Turin's stay in Mim's home on Amon Rud, I have constructed a narrative consistent in scale with the rest of the Narn from the existing sources, save for one notable gap. Yet from that point onward until Turin's arrival at Ivrin following the destruction of Nargothrond, I found it impractical to continue in the same manner. The lacunae in the Narn are simply too vast here and could only be bridged by the published text of the Silmarillion. However, I have included scattered fragments from this portion of the envisioned larger narrative in an appendix. In the third section of the Narn, a comparison with the Silmarillion will reveal numerous close parallels and even identical phrasing. Meanwhile, the first section contains two extended passages I chose to omit from the present text, as they are close variants of sections appearing elsewhere within the published The Silmarillion. This overlap and interconnection between the works can be explained from several angles. My father took pleasure in retelling stories on different scales, yet some parts simply did not require more extensive treatment in a larger version, making rephrasing unnecessary. Furthermore, during a fluid creative period when the final organization of distinct narratives was still distant, the same passage might be tentatively placed in either work. But there is another, deeper explanation. Legends, such as that of Turin Turambar, had been cast into a specific poetic form long before, in this case the Narn Aihin Horin by the poet Derival, and certain phrases, or even entire passages from it, particularly those of great rhetorical power, like Turin's final address to his sword, would be preserved verbatim by later chroniclers compiling condensed histories of the elder days, a category to which the Silmarillion belongs. Part 2. I, a description of the island of Númenor. Though primarily descriptive rather than narrative, I have included excerpts from my father's account of Númenor, particularly concerning the island's physical geography, as it elucidates and naturally complements the tale of Eldarion and Erendis. This account certainly existed by 1965 and was likely composed not long before that date. I have redrawn the map from a single hastily made sketch which appears to be the only one my father ever produced of Númenor. Only names and features present on the original have been transferred to the new version. The original sketch also indicates another harbour on the Bay of Andúni, located not far to the west of Andúni itself. The name is difficult to decipher, but is almost certainly Almeida, a name that does not, to my knowledge, appear in any other writings. The tale of Eldarion and Erendis is presented here in the most fragmentary state of any work in this collection. Its condition necessitated a significant degree of editorial reconstruction, which gave me pause about its inclusion. Yet its immense value as the sole narrative, distinct from dry chronicles or annals, to survive from the early ages of Númenor before its catastrophic downfall, coupled with its unique place in my father's writings, convinced me it must be part of these unfinished tales. To understand the editorial approach, one must know my father frequently composed using detailed plot outlines, paying fastidious attention to chronology, so these drafts often resemble entries in a historical ledger. For this story, no fewer than 5 such schemes exist, each varying in detail and occasionally contradicting the others in both broad strokes and minute points, however. These outlines consistently evolve toward pure narrative, often through inserted snippets of dialogue. The 5th and final draft for this tale so embraced storytelling that it spans roughly 60 manuscript pages. This shift from a clipped, present-tense chronicle into a flowing narrative was gradual, occurring as the outline was written. Consequently, I have rephrased much of the earlier portion to achieve a consistent style throughout, altering only the wording without changing meaning or adding foreign elements. The primary text followed is the latest scheme, titled The Shadow of the Shadow, the Tale of the Mariner's Wife, and the Tale of the Queen Shepherdess. The manuscript breaks off suddenly, and I cannot say with certainty why my father set it aside. A typescript of this material was finished in January 1965. There also exists a 2-page typescript, which I believe is the last of all these documents. It clearly marks the start of a polished version of the entire story and provides the text found later in this book, where the plot outlines are most sparse. It is called Indis I Kiriamo, the Mariner's Wife, a Tale of Ancient Númenore, which tells of the first rumour of the shadow. At the conclusion of the presented narrative, I have included the scant hints that remain about how the story might have continued. The document titled The Line of Elros, Kings of Númenor, is included next. While it is purely a dynastic record, it serves as a crucial source for the history of the Second Age, and much of the extant material from that period connects to the text and commentary in this volume. The manuscript is finely wrought, with the dates for the kings and queens of Númenor and their reigns heavily, and sometimes puzzlingly, corrected. I have attempted to present the final version. This text presents a few minor chronological riddles, but also helps clarify some seeming inconsistencies in the appendices to The Lord of the Rings. The genealogical table for the earlier generations of Elros's line is compiled from several closely related charts dating from the same period as the discussion of Númenorian succession laws. There are slight variations in some minor names. For instance, Vardilmi also appears as Vardilia and Yarvien as Yarvie. The forms used in my table are, I believe, the later ones. The final section, the history of Galadriel and Celeborn, differs from the others in this part of the book. Here, there is no single continuous text, but rather an explanatory essay that incorporates and examines various source citations. This approach was dictated by the very nature of the source material. As the essay itself reveals, any account of Galadriel's life is in essence a chronicle of my father's evolving ideas. The unfinished quality here does not stem from a single abandoned manuscript, but from the fluid state of the conception itself. I have chosen to focus strictly on presenting his unpublished writings on the matter, deliberately avoiding deeper analysis of the grand themes at play. To venture into those would demand an exploration of the entire complex relationship between the Valar and the Elves, beginning with the fateful summons to Valinor recounted in the Silmarillion, and many other topics on which he wrote extensively far beyond the bounds of this volume. Galadriel and Celeborn's story is inextricably linked with other great tales, the history of Lothlorien and its sylvan elves, the tragic romance of Amroth and Nimrodel, Celebrimbor's craft and the forging of the Rings of Power, the long war against Sauron, and the interventions from Númenor. It simply cannot be told in a vacuum. Consequently, this section of the book, along with its 5 appendices, gathers nearly all the unpublished materials pertaining to the Second Age of Middle-earth, with discussions that sometimes spill over into the Third. The Tale of Years in Appendix B of the Lord of the Rings notes. These were the dark years for men of Middle-earth, but the years of the glory of Númenor. Of events in Middle-earth the records are few and brief, and their dates are often uncertain. Yet even those scant surviving fragments from the dark years were transformed as my father's vision of them deepened and shifted over time. I have not tried to iron out the contradictions, but instead have highlighted them, putting the inconsistencies on display. These divergent versions shouldn't always be seen merely as puzzles of chronological composition to be solved. In these matters, my father, the author or inventor, often blurs seamlessly into the recorder of ancient, half-remembered traditions that were passed down in varied forms among different peoples across immense stretches of time. After all, when Frodo encountered Galadriel in Lorien, over 6,000 years had elapsed since she crossed the Blue Mountains from the ruins of Beleriand. Of this, 2 things are said, though, which is true only those wise could tell who now are gone. In his final years, my father devoted considerable writing to the origins and meanings of names within Middle-earth. These wide-ranging discursive essays contain numerous nuggets of history and legend, but because they are secondary to the primary linguistic purpose and mentioned almost in passing, they required careful extraction. This is why the corresponding part of the book is composed largely of brief quotations with additional material of a similar kind placed in the appendices. Part 3. I. The Disaster of the Gladden Fields. This is a late narrative, meaning simply that in the absence of a precise date, it belongs to the final phase of my father's writing on Middle-earth, alongside works like Cirion and Eol, the battles of the fords of Ison, the Drúdain, and the philological essays excerpted in the history of Galadriel and Celeborn, rather than to the period surrounding the publication of The Lord of the Rings. 2 versions exist. An initial rough typescript of the entire story, clearly the first draft and a cleaner. Revised typescript that incorporates many changes but breaks off abruptly at the moment. Elendil urges Isildur to flee. The editorial hand has had very little work to do here. Cirion and Eol and the friendship of Gondor and Rohan. I believe these fragments belong to the same period as the disaster of the Gladden Fields, when my father was deeply engrossed in the early histories of Gondor and Rohan. They were undoubtedly meant to become parts of a more substantial historical work, fleshing out in rich detail the summarized accounts given in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings. The source material is in its earliest form of composition, highly chaotic and filled with alternate versions, often trailing off into hurried notes that are sometimes difficult to decipher. The Erebor expedition, in a 1964 correspondence, my father noted. Numerous connections between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings were never fully detailed. Most were drafted or outlined but later removed to streamline the narrative. This includes Gandalf's various journeys of inquiry, his dealings with Aragorn and the realm of Gondor, and the full account of Gollum's wanderings before he hid in the mines of Moria. I once completed a full narrative of the true events preceding Gandalf's call on Bilbo and the famous unexpected party, told from Gandalf's own perspective. It was intended for a reflective conversation in Minas Tirith, but it was cut, surviving only in a condensed form in the appendices, though it omits the considerable troubles Gandalf faced with Thorin Oakenshield. Gandalf's version of these events is presented here. The intricate state of the manuscripts is detailed in the appendix to this narrative, which includes significant passages from a prior draft. IV. The Pursuit of the Ring. A considerable amount of writing deals with the events of the year 3018 in the Third Age, which are otherwise known from the chronicles and the testimonies given by Gandalf and others at the Council of Elrond. These writings are evidently the sketched-out materials referenced in the aforementioned letter. I have grouped them under the heading, The Pursuit of the Ring. The manuscripts themselves, in a state of considerable though not unusual disorder, are described adequately elsewhere, but the matter of their date may be addressed here. I believe all these texts, along with those of concerning Gandalf Saruman and the Shire presented as the third part of this section, originate from the same period. They were composed after the publication of The Lord of the Rings, as they reference page numbers from the printed books, yet they assign different dates to certain events than those found in the Tale of Years within the appendices. The clear explanation is that they were written after the first volume was published, but before the third volume containing the appendices had gone to press. The Battles at the Isen River Crossings. This analysis, accompanied by an appendix detailing the military structure of the Riders of Rohan and the history of Isengard, fits among other late works of rigorous historical examination. It posed relatively few textual challenges and is incomplete only in the most straightforward sense. Part 4. I, the Druidaean. Late in his life, my father disclosed much more about the wild men of the Druidaean forest in Anorion and the carved figures known as the Púcal men along the path to Dunharrow. The account provided here, which recounts the presence of the Druidaean in Beleriand during the First Age and includes the tale of the Faithful Stone, is extracted from a lengthy, meandering and unfinished essay focused mainly on the relationships between the languages of Middle-earth. As will become apparent, the Druidaean were to be integrated more deeply into the history of the earlier ages, but quite naturally there is no hint of this in the published Silmarillion. 2. The Order of Wizards, soon after The Lord of the Rings was accepted for publication, it was suggested that an index be included at the end of the third volume. It appears my father began this work in the summer of 1954, after the first 2 volumes had been sent to the printers. He wrote about this in a 1956 letter. An index of names was to be made, which through etymological notes would also furnish a fairly extensive Elvish vocabulary. I laboured on it for months, indexing the first 2 volumes. This was a primary reason for the delay of Volume 3 until it became apparent that the resulting size and cost would be prohibitive. In the end, no index appeared in The Lord of the Rings until the second edition in 1966, but my father's initial rough drafts have been kept. From this source, I developed the framework for my index to the Silmarillion, which includes translated names and concise explanations. It also influenced several translations and the phrasing of certain definitions found both there and in the index of this volume. Additionally, the essay on the Istari that begins this section originated from it, an entry that, due to its length, stands out as entirely uncharacteristic of the original index, though it perfectly illustrates my father's typical working method. For the other references in this part, I have included within the text itself any date indications that are available. The Seeing Stones in preparation for the second edition of The Lord of the Rings in 1966. My father made significant revisions to a passage in The Two Towers, specifically in the chapter The Palantir, along with several related adjustments in The Return of the King, during the chapter The Pyre of Denethor. These changes, however, were not actually incorporated into the published text until the second printing of the revised edition in 1967. The material in this section of the book is drawn from his various writings on the Palantiri that accompany this revision process. My role has simply been to compile these notes into a single, flowing essay, the map of Middle-earth. Initially, I planned to reproduce the familiar map from The Lord of the Rings in this book, merely adding new names to it. Upon further consideration, however, I decided it would be more effective to create a fresh copy of my original drawing. Seizing the chance to correct some of its smaller imperfections, the larger flaws, I admit, remained beyond my skill to fix. I have therefore redrawn it with considerable accuracy, but at a scale 1.5 times larger than the published dimensions of the old version. The area depicted is slightly reduced, resulting only in the loss of the havens of Umbar and the Cape of Feroshal. This change allowed for a different, larger font style and a significant improvement in overall clarity. All the major place names that appear in this book but not in The Lord of the Rings have been included, such as Lont Dare, the Old Pukul Wilderness, the Elfhaven, the Undeeps, and the Greylin River. I have also added a few locations that arguably should have been on the original map, like the rivers Harnen and Carnen, the Tower of Annúminas, and the regions of Eastfold and Westfold, along with the mountains of Angmar. The previous error of showing only Rhudaur has been rectified by adding the lost kingdoms of Gondolin and Arthedain. Furthermore, I have marked the small island of Himling off the far northwestern coast, which appears on one of my father's sketch maps and on my own first draft. Himling was the earlier form of Himring, the great hill where Maedhros, son of Fëanor, built his fortress in the tales of the First Age. While it is never explicitly stated, it seems clear that the peak of Himring remained above the waves after the drowning of ancient Beleriand. Some distance to the west lies a larger island named Tol Fuin, which likely represents the highest remnant of the forest once called Tor Nu Fuin. In most, though not all instances, I have favoured the Sindarin name where it is known, but I have usually provided the common translation as well, when it is frequently used. It is worth noting that the region labelled the Northern Waste on my original map was almost certainly intended to correspond to Forodwaith. I also found it useful to chart the complete route of the Great Road connecting Arna and Gondor, even though its precise path between Edoras and the Fords of Ison is somewhat speculative, as is the exact location of Lond Dare and Edhelland. In closing, I should stress that my careful replication of the style and details, aside from names and lettering, from the map I hastily drew 25 years ago, does not imply any particular admiration for its design or execution. I have often wished my father had replaced it with one of his own creation, yet as fate would have it, despite its quirks and shortcomings, this became the definitive map. My father himself consistently used it as a reference in his later work, even as he frequently pointed out its deficiencies. The maps my father sketched, which later formed the basis for my own, have become part of the recorded history behind the creation of The Lord of the Rings. For my part, I have chosen to leave my initial rendering as it is, as it still manages to capture the essence of his vision with reasonable accuracy. Part 1. The First Age concerning Tuor and his journey to Gondolin. Rhian, the wife of Huor, lived among the people of the house of Hador. When word of the great battle, the Nirnaeth Arnowediad, reached Dor Lomin, yet no tidings came of her husband, she was overcome with a restless grief and wandered into the wilderness alone. She would have been lost if not for the grey elves who found her and offered shelter. A community of these folk lived in the mountains west of Lake Mithrim, and there they brought her, before the end of that sorrowful year, she gave birth to a son. Rhian told the elves, "His name shall be Tuor, for that was the name his father chose before the war parted us. I ask you to raise him and keep him safe in your keeping, for I sense that great fortune for both elves and men will spring from him. But I must go now and seek my lord Hor." The elves were moved with pity for her. Yet Aniel, the sole survivor from his people who had gone to that terrible war, spoke to her gently. "Lady, it is now known that Hor fell beside his brother Húrin. I believe he rests within the great mound of the slain that the orcs have raised upon the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Rhian left the elven refuge. She travelled across the land of Mithrim until she reached the Hord Endengin, the great hill of the dead in the desolation of Anforglith. There she lay down upon the earth, and her spirit departed. The elves, however, took the infant son of Hor into their care. Tuor grew tall and strong among them, fair of face with the golden hair of his father's lineage. Nurtured by the elves, he gained wisdom and skill equal to any prince of the Edain before darkness fell upon the north. Yet, as the years wore on, life for the remaining folk of Hithlum, whether elf or man, grew increasingly harsh and dangerous, for Morgoth, in a characteristic twist of betrayal, had broken his promises to the Easterlings who served him. Denying them the fertile lands of Beleriand they desired, he drove these cruel men into Hithlum and commanded them to dwell there. Though their loyalty to the Dark Lord had turned to fear, they still served him and harboured a deep hatred for all elven kind. They looked with contempt upon the remnants of the House of Hador, mostly the elderly, women and children, oppressing them, seizing their lands and possessions, and forcing their women into marriage. Their children were often taken into bondage. Orcs roamed the land freely, hunting the last elves into the mountain strongholds and dragging many captives back to the mines of Angband to toil as Morgoth's slaves. It was a bleak existence, where a simple walk under the open sky felt like a stolen moment of defiance. Therefore Aniel led his dwindling people to the caves of Androth, where they lived a lean and guarded life. By the time Tuor turned 16, he was strong and skilled with the axe and bow of the grey elves. The stories of his people's suffering kindled a fiery anger in his heart, and he yearned to venture out and take vengeance upon the Orcs and Easterlings. But Aniel forbade it. "Your fate, I believe, lies far from here, Tuor, son of Hur," he said. "This land will not be free of Morgoth's shadow until the very towers of Thangorodrim are cast down. So we have decided to leave it at last and journey into the south, and you shall come with us." "Yet how can we hope to slip through the net our enemies have cast?" Tuor asked. "The movement of so many would not go unnoticed," Anael explained. "They would not travel openly across the land. If their luck held, they might find the hidden path known as Anon in Gilead, the gate of the Noldor, crafted long ago by that people in the time of Turgon." Hearing that name stirred something deep within Tuor, a feeling he could not name, and he pressed Anael for knowledge of this Turgon. Anael told him Turgon was a son of Fingolfin, now regarded as the High King of the Noldor since Fingon's fall. He remained the most feared of Morgoth's enemies, having escaped the disaster of the Nirnaeth thanks to the rearguard held by Hurin of Dor Lomin and Tuor's own father, Hor, at the passes of Sirion. "Then I must go to seek Turgon," declared Tuor. "Surely he would grant me aid for my father's sake." "That path is closed to you," Anael replied. "His fortress is hidden from the eyes of both elves and men, and none among us know its location. Perhaps some of the Noldor know the way, but they speak of it to no one. Yet if you desire to find their counsel, come with me as I ask. In the distant southern havens you may yet encounter wanderers from that hidden kingdom." So it was that the elves abandoned the caves of Androth, and Tuor went with them. Their foes, however, kept a close watch. The company had scarcely left the hills for the open plain when a great host of Orcs and Easterlings assailed them, scattering them into the deepening night. But Tuor's spirit was ignited by the fury of battle. He refused to flee, though just a youth. He wielded his axe as his father had before him, holding his ground for a long while and cutting down many who attacked him. In the end he was overpowered and captured, brought before Lorgan the Easterling. This Lorgan styled himself the chieftain of the Easterlings, claiming rule over all Dor Lomin as a fief under Morgoth, and he took Tuor as his slave. What followed was a hard and bitter life. Lorgan took a particular delight in mistreating Tuor, precisely because he was of the line of the former lords, seeking to break the feigned pride of the House of Hador. But Tuor chose wisdom over wrath, enduring every pain and insult with a watchful, stubborn patience. Over time, his circumstances eased slightly. At the very least, he was not starved like many of Lorgan's other wretched thralls. Lorgan fed his beasts of burden well while they were young and could labor, and Tuor proved both strong and skillful. After 3 years of servitude, an opportunity for escape finally presented itself. Tuor had now grown to his full height, taller and swifter than any Easterling. Sent with other slaves on a labor detail into the woods, he turned suddenly upon the guards, slew them with his axe, and vanished into the hills. The Easterlings hunted him with hounds, but to no avail. Nearly all of Lorgan's dogs were his friends. When they found him, they would only fawn upon him before obediently running home at his command. He thus found his way back to the deserted caves of Androth, and lived there alone. For 4 years he was a grim and solitary outlaw in his father's land. His name became one to fear as he ventured out often and slew many Easterlings he encountered. They placed a high bounty on his head, yet they dared not approach his hiding place even with large bands of men, for they still feared the elven folk and shunned the caves they had once inhabited. Yet, it is said, Tuor's travels were not driven by vengeance. He was forever searching for the gate of the Noldor that Anael had described. He never found it, for he knew not where to look, and the few elves who still lingered in the mountains had not heard of it. Tuor understood that while fortune had favoured him so far, the days of an outlaw are always numbered, few, and ultimately without hope. In his solitude, he would sometimes watch the migrating birds overhead, feeling a profound and unfamiliar envy for their unseen destination, a silent reminder that his own path remained shrouded. Tuor could not bear the thought of a life spent forever as a wild wanderer in the empty highlands. His spirit constantly pulled toward a greater purpose. It is said that in this the unseen hand of Ulmo was at work. The Lord of Waters gathered news from every corner of Beleriand, using each river flowing to the Great Sea as a swift messenger, and he maintained his ancient friendship with Círdan and the shipwrights at the mouths of Sirion. Ulmo's deepest plans were especially fixed upon the House of Hador in those days, for he intended that they should serve a mighty role in the aid of the exiled Noldor. He knew well of Tuor's lonely plight, for Anael and others had escaped the fall of Dor-Lómin and found refuge with Círdan far to the south. Thus, on a day in the early part of the year, 23 years after the Nirnaeth, Tuor sat by a spring near his cave door, gazing westward where the sun sank behind banks of cloud. A sudden, fierce resolve seized him. He would wait no longer. "I leave now this grey country of my lost kin," he declared aloud, "and I go to seek my fate. But where shall I go? Long have I searched for the gate and found it not." Taking up the harp he always carried, skilled in its use, he sang an elven song of the north to lift his own heart. Heedless of the danger, his clear voice might bring in the wild lands. As he sang, the spring at his feet began to bubble and swell, overflowing until a swift rill rushed noisily down the stony slope. Seeing this as a sign, Tuor rose at once and followed the newborn stream. It led him down from the high hills of Mithrim and out onto the northern plains of Dor-Lómin. For 3 days he journeyed westward as the stream grew into a brook until he could make out the long, grey lines of the Ed Lómin marching north and south, barring the distant coastlands he had never reached in all his travels. The land grew broken and stony again as it climbed toward those hills, and the stream plunged into a deep cloven bed. At dim dusk on the 3rd day, Tuor faced a sheer wall of rock. In it was an opening like a great arch, and the stream flowed into it and vanished. His heart sank into bitterness. "So my hope has mocked me," he said. "The sign has led only to a dark hole in the heart of my enemy's land." Grey with despair, he sat on the high bank through a fireless, bitter night, for it was still the month of Sulim, with no hint of spring in that northern waste, and a shrill wind cut from the east. But as the first pale light touched the distant mists of Mithrim, Tuor heard voices. Looking down, he saw with astonishment 2 elves wading in the shallow water. They climbed steps cut into the bank, and Tuor stood and called to them. Instantly they drew bright swords and sprang toward him. He saw then they were clad in grey cloaks over mail, and he marvelled, for they were fairer and more formidable than any elves he had known, their eyes holding a piercing light. He stood tall and did not reach for a weapon, greeting them instead in the elven tongue. They sheathed their swords and spoke with courtesy. One said, "We are Gelmir and Arminas of the people of Finarfin. Are you not one of the Idaean who dwelt here in elder days, before the Nirnaeth?" Tuor's golden hair drew a knowing glance from the elf. "You bear the mark of Hador's line," he observed. "Your heritage is plain to see. I am Tuor, son of Hor, of the house of Hador," Tuor replied. "Yet here I am a stranger, without kin. And I wish to leave these lands behind. If you seek the southern havens," said Gelmir, "your path has already been chosen for you." "I believed as much," Tuor answered. "I followed a spring from the hills to this uncertain river. Now it vanishes into shadow, and I am lost. Shadow often leads to light," Gelmir offered. "Still, a man prefers the sun while he can walk beneath it," Tuor countered. "But since you are of the Noldor, tell me, where might I find their gate? My foster father Anael spoke of it long ago." The elves smiled. "Your search is over. You stand before it now." They gestured toward the stone arch where the water disappeared. "Come, darkness will give way to light. We can set you upon the road, though our own errand calls us back the way we came." Gelmir added, Do not fear. A great fate is written upon you, one that will carry you far from these shores, even beyond Middle-earth, I suspect." So Tuor followed them down into the cold stream, passing under the arch into utter blackness. Then Gelmir uncovered a lamp, one of the famed works of the Noldor, crafted long ago in Valinor. No wind or water could extinguish its flame, and it cast a steady blue light from a crystal heart. By its glow, Tuor saw the river plunge down a smooth decline into a vast tunnel, with ancient steps carved beside it, descending into depths the light could not reach. At the bottom of the rapids they stood in an echoing dome where the water roared over a falls before rushing under another arch. Here the Noldor paused to bid him farewell. "We must return with haste," said Gelmir. "Peril grows in Beleriand. Does this mean the hour has come for Turgon to reveal himself?" Tuor asked. The elves stared at him, astonished. "What concern is Turgon to men?" asked Arminas. "What do you know of him?" "Little," admitted Tuor, "only that my father helped him escape the Nirnaeth, and that in his hidden city rests the hope of your people. Yet his name stirs something in me, a longing I cannot explain. Were it my choice, I would seek him rather than tread this dark road, unless perhaps this secret way leads to his door." "Who can say?" Arminas replied. "The paths to Turgon are hidden. I do not know them, and if I did, I would not speak of them to any man." But Gelmir spoke again. "Yet I have heard your house is favoured by the Lord of Waters. If his guidance leads you to Turgon, then you will find him, no matter which way you turn. Follow the course the water has shown you. Do not fear. You will not walk long in darkness. Farewell, and remember, our meeting was no accident. The dweller in the deep still shapes the fortunes of this land. Anar Kaluva Tieliana." He heard them say, and then the Noldor turned away, climbing back up the long stairway. Tuor remained where he was, motionless, until the glow of their lamp vanished entirely, leaving him in a profound darkness, deeper than any night, with only the thunder of the waterfall for company. Gathering his resolve, he pressed his left hand against the cold rock wall and began to inch forward. His movements were tentative at first, but as he grew accustomed to the utter blackness and found no obstacles in his path, his pace quickened. It felt like an age past, a time marked by growing weariness and a stubborn refusal to pause in that lightless tunnel, when at last he glimpsed a distant point of light. Hurrying toward it, he reached a tall, narrow cleft and followed the clamorous stream between its leaning walls, emerging at last into a golden evening. He found himself in a deep ravine with sheer, towering sides, running straight toward the west. Before him, the setting sun, descending through a cloudless sky, poured its light into the chasm, setting the stone walls ablaze with yellow fire. The river waters, breaking and foaming over countless gleaming stones, glittered like molten gold. In this deep place, Tuor's heart lifted with hope and delight. He discovered a path beneath the southern wall, along a long, narrow strand. When night fell and the river rushed on unseen, save for the glint of high stars mirrored in its dark pools, he rested and slept without fear, for he sensed the power of Ulmo running in those waters. With the new day, he continued his journey without haste. The sun rose behind him and set before his face, and where the water foamed among boulders or plunged over sudden falls, morning and evening rainbows were woven across the spray. He named the ravine Cirith Niniac, the rainbow cleft. For 3 days he travelled thus, drinking the cold water but feeling no hunger, though he saw many fish that shone with gold and silver or gleamed with the very colours of the rainbows above. On the 4th day the channel widened, its walls growing lower and less steep, but the river ran deeper and swifter, fed by streams tumbling from the high hills, now marching on either side. There Tuor sat for a long while, watching the water swirl and listening to its endless song, until night returned and cold, white stars shone in the dark lane of sky above. Then he lifted his voice and plucked the strings of his harp. Above the river's noise, the sound of his song and the harp's sweet thrill echoed against the stone, multiplied, and rang out through the night-clad hills until all the empty land was filled with music under the stars. Unknowingly, Tuor had come to the echoing mountains of Lamath, near the firth of Drengist, where long ago Feanor had landed from the sea, and the voices of his host had swelled to a mighty clamour on the northern coasts before the moon's first rising. A sudden wonder filled Tuor, and he ceased his song. Slowly, the music died away in the hills, leaving a deep silence. Then, within that silence, he heard a strange cry in the air above. He puzzled over it, thinking first it was a fey voice, then the wail of some small creature in the waste. Hearing it again, he decided it must be some unknown night-flying bird. The sound was mournful, yet it called to him, stirring a desire to follow, though he knew not where it led. The next morning he heard the cry once more overhead. Looking up, he saw three great white birds beating their way up the ravine against the westerly wind, their strong wings shining in the newly risen sun. As they passed over him, they wailed aloud. Thus, for the first time he beheld the great gulls, beloved of the Teleri, and felt an unexpected pang of longing for a horizon he had never seen. Tor climbed the cliff to his left, seeking a clearer view of the gull's path. At the summit, a powerful wind from the west struck him, whipping his hair back. He breathed deeply of the fresh air, feeling his spirits lift as if he had tasted fine wine. Though he did not yet know, this wind came straight from the great sea. Pressing on high above the river, he watched the ravine walls narrow until they formed a tight channel roaring with water. Looking down, he witnessed a startling sight. A surging tidal flood clashed against the river's current, throwing up a wall of water crowned with flying foam that nearly reached the cliffs. The river was forced back as the incoming tide roared through, submerging the channel and sending boulders tumbling like thunder. The call of the seabirds had saved him from being caught in that sudden, fierce rise, a danger made greater by the season and the strong sea wind. Now wary of the water's fury, Tuor turned south. He never reached the long shores of Drengist Firth, instead wandering for days across a treeless, rugged land scoured by the relentless western wind. Every plant and bush leaned persistently eastward, bent by that prevailing gale. In this manner he entered the borders of Nevrost, the ancient dwelling place of Turgon. Unprepared for the sight, for the coastal cliffs stood higher than the inland slopes. He suddenly found himself at the very edge of the land, staring out at the vast, shoreless expanse of Belega, the great sea. At that moment the sun sank beyond the world's rim in a blaze of fire. Tuor stood alone on the cliff, arms outstretched, his heart flooded with a profound yearning. He is remembered as the first of men to ever look upon the great sea, and few, save the elves, have ever felt its call so deeply. He lingered many days in Nevrost, finding the land pleasant, sheltered by mountains to the north and east, and warmed by the sea's proximity. It was gentler than the harsh plains of Hithlum. Long accustomed to a solitary hunter's life, he found ample food, for spring was awakening the land. The air was filled with the cries of countless birds, those crowding the shores, and those teeming in the marshes of Linowen at the heart of the hollow land. Yet in all that solitude no voice of elf or man was heard. He approached the borders of the great lake, but its waters remained inaccessible, guarded by wide mires and trackless forests of reeds. Soon he turned back toward the coast, drawn irresistibly by the sea, unwilling to stay long where he could not hear the crash of its waves along the shorelands. Tuor began to find signs of the Noldor of old. South of Drengist, among the tall, sea-carved cliffs, lay many sheltered coves and inlets with beaches of white sand between dark, glistening rocks. Leading down to these places, he often discovered winding stairs cut into the living stone, and at the water's edge ruined quays of massive blocks hewn from the cliffs where elven ships had once been moored. Here Tor remained for a long time, watching the ever-changing sea as the slow year moved through spring and summer. Darkness deepened over Beleriand, and the autumn of Nargothrond's doom drew near. Perhaps the birds sensed the grim winter to come, for those that usually migrated south gathered early to leave, and others that dwelt in the north fled their homes for the shores of Nevrost one day. While Tuor rested by the shore, a rushing sound filled the air, and he looked up to see 7 magnificent swans flying south in a sharp formation. As they passed overhead, they circled and descended, landing with a great splash upon the water. Tuor had always loved swans, remembering them from the misty pools of Mithrim, and the swan was the symbol of Anael and his fosterkin. He stood to welcome them, calling out in wonder at their size and majesty greater than any he had known. Yet they beat their wings and cried out harshly, as if angered by his presence and eager to drive him from the beach. With a thunder of feathers they lifted into the air once more, circling above him, so that the wind from their wings whistled past his face. Then, climbing high, they vanished toward the south. Tuor shouted into the wind, "Another sign that I have waited too long." Without delay, he scaled the cliff and saw the swans still wheeling far above. When he turned south to follow, they sped away swiftly. For 7 full days he journeyed along the coast, awakened each dawn by the rush of wings overhead, and each day the swans led him onward. As he travelled, the cliffs grew lower, their tops blanketed in flowering grass, while to the east the woods faded to gold with the turning season. Ahead, a line of great hills rose to block his path, stretching westward until they culminated in a towering peak, a dark cloud-crowned sentinel standing above a broad green cape that reached far into the sea. These were the westernmost heights of Ered Wethrin, the northern fence of Beleriand, and the mountain was Mount Taras, the first landmark a sailor would glimpse from the open ocean when approaching these mortal shores long ago. Upon its long slopes Turgon had dwelled in the halls of Vinyamar, the oldest stonework the Noldor had raised in their exile. It stood still, empty yet enduring upon wide terraces that faced the sea. The years had not broken it, and the servants of Morgoth had left it untouched. But wind and rain and frost had carved its surfaces, and upon its walls and roof a thick growth of grey-green plants clung stubbornly, thriving on the salt air, even in the barren stone. Tuor found the remains of an ancient road, and moved among green mounds and tilted stones until, as daylight faded, he reached the old hall and its wind-swept courtyards. No shadow of fear lingered there, but a deep awe settled over him as he thought of those who had lived there and vanished. None knew where that proud, deathless, yet doomed people from beyond the sea. He turned and gazed out, as their eyes once had, across the shimmering, restless water to the horizon's edge. When he looked back, the swans had settled on the highest terrace before the western door, beating their wings as though beckoning him inside. Climbing the broad stairs, now half lost in thrift and campion, he passed beneath the massive lintel and stepped into the shadows of Turgon's house, entering at last a hall of towering pillars. If the structure had seemed grand from outside, from within, it felt vast and wondrous, and Tuor moved softly, unwilling to disturb the silence. He could see little save a high seat upon a dais at the eastern end, and though he stepped as lightly as he could, the sound of his feet on the paved floor rang like footsteps of doom, and echoes fled ahead of him down the pillared aisles. Standing in the shadowed hall before the massive throne, Tuor saw it was carved from a single rock and marked with unknown runes. The setting sun aligned with a high western window, and a sudden beam of light pierced the gloom, striking the wall before him and gleaming as if on polished steel. To his wonder he saw then that upon the wall behind the throne were arrayed a warrior's gear, a hauberk, a helm, a sheathed long sword, and a shield. The mail coat shone with an untarnished silver sheen, the sunbeams setting it alight with flecks of gold. The shield was of a shape unfamiliar to him, long and tapered, its field a deep blue bearing the emblem of a single white swan's wing. A strange resolve filled him, and his voice echoed like a clarion call in the vaulted space. By this token I claim these arms and accept whatever fate they carry. He lifted the shield, finding it surprisingly light and easy to handle. It was crafted of wood, yet overlaid by elven skill with metal plates, strong yet thin as a leaf, which had guarded it from decay. Donning the hauberk, setting the helm upon his head, and girding himself with the sword in its black sheath with silver clasps, he stepped from Turgon's hall onto the high terraces of Taras, bathed in the sunset's crimson glow. No one witnessed him there, a figure gleaming in silver and gold as he looked west, unaware that in that moment he appeared as one of the great powers of the West, destined to sire a line of kings across the sea. Yet, in taking up those arms, a transformation came over Tuor, son of Huor. His spirit swelled with newfound purpose, As he descended from the doors, the 7 swans bowed their long necks to the stone at his feet, each plucking a great feather from its wing and offering it to him. He placed the 7 feathers in his helm's crest, and at once the swans rose and flew north into the sunset, never to be seen by him again. An irresistible pull drew his steps toward the sea. He descended by ancient stairs to a broad shore north of Tarasnis. The sun was sinking into a great black cloud rising from the darkening sea's rim. The air grew cold, whispering with the promise of a storm. Tuor stood upon the sand as the sun burned like a dull ember behind the threatening sky. It seemed to him a vast wave swelled in the distance and rolled toward the land, but a captivated awe held him motionless. The wave approached, crowned with a mist of shadow, then suddenly curled and broke, rushing forward in long arms of foam. And where it broke, standing dark against the rising storm, was a living form of immense height and majesty. Tuor bowed low, for he seemed to behold a mighty sovereign. The figure wore a tall silver crown, his long hair falling like glimmering foam in the dusk, casting back a grey mantle that hung about him like sea mist. He was revealed in a gleaming coat that fitted like the mail of some vast fish, and a kirtle of deep green that flashed with sea fire as he strode slowly landward. Thus did the dweller of the deep, Ulmo, Lord of Waters, reveal himself to Tuor of the house of Hador at Vinyamar. He set no foot upon the shore, but stood knee-deep in the shadowy sea, and when he spoke, the profound sound of his voice, seeming to rise from the world's foundations, struck such awe into Tuor that he cast himself down upon the sand. "Arise, Tuor, son of Huor," said Ulmo. "Do not fear my anger, though my call has gone unanswered for so long. You set out at last, yet lingered on the road. You should have stood here in the spring, but now a bitter winter approaches from the enemy's land. You must learn haste, and the fair path I laid for you is now altered. My guidance has been ignored, and a great malice slithers into the valley of Sirion. Already a host of adversaries stands between you and your purpose." "What is my purpose, Lord?" asked Tuor. "That which your heart has always desired," replied Ulmo, "to find Turgon and gaze upon the hidden city. You are clad to be my herald, even in the armor I ordained for you long ago. Yet now you must travel under shadow, through great danger. Enfold yourself in this cloak, and do not cast it off until your journey is complete." Then it seemed to Tuor that Ulmo parted his grey mantle and threw to him a fold of it. As it settled about him, it became a vast cloak in which he could shroud himself entirely. "Thus you shall walk beneath my shadow," said Ulmo. "But linger no longer, for in the lands of the sun and in the fires of the enemy it will not hold. Will you undertake my charge?" "I will, Lord," said Tuor. "Then I will place words in your mouth to speak to Turgon," said Ulmo. "But first I will instruct you. You shall hear matters no other man has heard, not even the greatest of the elves." And Ulmo told Tuor of Valinor and its dimming, the exile of the Noldor, the doom of Mandos, and the concealing of the blessed realm. "Yet see," he said, "in the armor of fate, as mortals name it, there is always a crack in the walls of doom, a breach, until the final making which you call the end. This shall be while I last, a hidden voice that contradicts, a light where darkness was ordained. Therefore, though in these dark days I may seem to defy the will of my brethren, the lords of the West, this is the part appointed to me before the world was made. But doom is potent, and the shadow of the enemy grows long. I am diminished until in Middle-earth I am now little more than a secret murmur. The westward flowing waters fail, their sources are tainted, and my power retreats from the land, for both elves and men grow blind and deaf to me, overwhelmed by the strength of the enemy. Now the curse of Mandos hastens to its end. All the works of the Noldor shall perish, and every hope they construct will turn to dust. One last hope remains, one they have not foreseen and are not ready for. That hope rests in you, for so I have chosen. Then shall Turgon not withstand Morgoth, as all the elves still hope," said Tuor. "And what would you have of me, Lord, if I now reach Turgon, though I am willing to follow my father's path and stand by that king in his hour? What use shall I be? A lone mortal man among so many and so mighty of the high people of the West. If I choose to send you Tuor, son of Hor, then do not believe your single sword is unworthy of the task. The courage of the Edain the elves will remember as time stretches on, amazed that they gave their brief lives so freely. Yet I send you not for your courage alone, but to bring into the world a hope beyond your vision, a light meant to split the gloom. As Ulmo spoke these words, the grumble of the storm swelled to a mighty roar. The wind howled, the sky turned black, and the Lord of Water's mantle streamed outward like a cloud in flight. "Go now," commanded Ulmo, "before the sea consumes you." For Osse obeys the will of Mandos, and he is wrathful, being a servant of the doom. "As you command," said Tuor, "but if I evade this doom, what shall I say to Turgon?" "If you come to him," answered Ulmo, "then the words will rise in your thoughts, and your mouth will speak as I intend. Speak without fear. Then follow the courage of your own heart. Keep my cloak close, for it will shield you. I will send a guide to you from the wrath of Osse, a guide who will be the final mariner of the final ship to ever seek the west until the star ascends." Now return to the land. A peal of thunder shook the air, and a flash of lightning illuminated the sea. There stood Ulmo among the waves like a shimmering tower of silver wreathed in dancing flame. Against the howling wind, Tuor cried out, "I will go, my lord, yet my heart aches now for the sea itself." In answer, Ulmo raised a mighty horn and sounded a single profound note that made the storm's roar seem but a whisper. That note enveloped Tuor, filling him completely, and in that moment the shores of Middle-earth fell away. He beheld a vast vision of all the waters of the world, from the hidden veins of the land to the river mouths, from every shore and bay out into the fathomless deep. He saw the great sea in its restless expanse, teeming with strange life, down into lightless abysses where voices echoed, terrible to mortal ears. With the swift sight of the Valar, he surveyed its endless plains, now lying calm under the sun, now glittering under the crescent moon, now heaving in mountains of angry water that broke upon the shadowy isles. At the very edge of sight, beyond all counting of distance, he glimpsed a solitary peak. It soared into a radiant cloud, and at its base a line of distant surf glimmered faintly, just as he strained to hear the sound of those far-off waves and to see that remote light more clearly. The great note ceased. He stood once more beneath the storm's thunder as forked lightning tore the sky. Ulmo was gone, and the sea raged in tumult, the wild waves of Osse assaulting the coasts of Neverast. Tuor fled from the sea's fury, struggling against the wind that slammed him into the cliffs, until with great effort he reached the high terraces. The gale was so fierce it forced him to his knees. Seeking shelter, he returned to the dark, empty hall and sat through the long night in the stone seat of Turgon. The very pillars trembled from the storm's violence, and the wind seemed to Tuor to carry a chorus of wails and wild cries. Weary, he slept fitfully, his dreams troubled and fleeting. Only one remained upon waking, a vision of an island dominated by a steep mountain. Behind it the sun set, casting shadows into the sky, while above its peak a single dazzling star shone brilliantly. After this dream, Tuor fell into a deep and untroubled sleep, for the tempest had spent itself driving the black clouds eastward before the night was done. He awoke in the grey dawn, left the high seat, and walked down the dim hall. It was now filled with seabirds driven inland by the storm. He stepped outside as the last stars faded in the west before the coming day. The night's great waves had ridden high upon the land, their crests surging above the cliffs. Weed and shingle drift were flung even upon the terraces before the doors. Looking down from the lowest terrace, Tuor saw among the stones and sea-wrack an elf clad in a sea-sodden grey cloak. The figure sat silently, gazing past the ruined beaches at the long ridges of the waves. All was still, save for the roar of the surf below. As Tuor looked upon this silent, grey form, the words of Ulmo returned to him. A name, untaught, came to his lips, and he called aloud, "Welcome, Voronwo, I have been waiting for you." The elf turned and looked up. Tuor met the piercing glance of his sea-grey eyes and knew at once that he was of the noble line of the Noldor. A mixture of awe and dread filled Voronwez's eyes as he beheld Tuor standing tall upon the ancient wall, his great cloak hanging like a shadow from which the glimmer of elven mail shone upon his chest. For a long moment they remained thus, each studying the other's face, until the elf rose and offered a deep bow. "Who are you, my lord?" he inquired. "I have toiled for long years upon the pitiless sea. Tell me, have momentous events come to pass since I last walked upon the land? Is the shadow cast down? Have the hidden people at last emerged?" "The shadow only grows longer," Tuor replied, "and the hidden remain hidden." Voronway regarded him in silent contemplation. "Yet I ask again, who are you?" he pressed. "My kin departed this shore many years past, and none have dwelled here since now. I see that, despite your raiment, you are not of them as I first believed, but are of the race of men." "I am," Tuor confirmed. "And are you not the final mariner of the last ship that sailed from Círdan's havens, seeking the west?" "I am," the elf answered. "I am Voronway, son of Aranway. But how you come to know my name and my fate is a mystery to me. I know because the Lord of Waters spoke to me yestereve, Tuor said. He told me he had saved you from the wrath of Osse and sent you here to be my guide. Then with a gasp of fear and wonder, Voronway exclaimed, 'You have held speech with Ulmo the Mighty. Then your worth and your doom must be great indeed. But to where, Lord, should I guide you? For surely you are a king among men, and many must heed your command.' "I am no king," Tuor countered. "I am an escaped thrall and a solitary outlaw in a desolate land. Yet I bear an errand to Turgon, the hidden king. Do you know by what path I might find him? Many in these dark days are outlaw and thrall who were not born to it," Voronway answered. "By right I deem you a lord of men. But were you the highest of all your people, you would have no claim to seek Turgon, and your quest would be in vain. Even were I to lead you to his very gates, you could not enter. I do not ask you to lead me further than the gate," said Tuor. "There doom shall contend with the council of Ulmo. If Turgon will not receive me, then my errand ends, and doom shall prevail. But as for my right, I am Tuor, son of Hor, and kin to Hurin, names Turgon will not forget. Moreover, I come by the command of Ulmo himself. Will Turgon have forgotten what was spoken to him of old? Remember that the last hope of the Noldor comes from the sea? Or again, when peril is nigh, one shall come from Nivras to warn thee. I am he who was to come, and I am clad in the gear prepared for me." Tuor himself marvelled at these words, for Ulmo's message to Turgon upon his departure from Nivrast had been unknown to him, a secret kept by the hidden people alone. Voronway was all the more astonished, but he turned away, gazing out toward the sea with a heavy sigh. "Alas," he murmured, "I had wished never to return. In the deeps of the ocean I often vowed that if ever my feet touched land again, I would dwell at peace, far from the shadow in the north, perhaps by Círdan's havens, or maybe in the fair fields of Nantathron, where the spring is sweeter than the heart's deepest longing." He paused, a flicker of grim humor touching his voice. "And here I am, dragged back into the very heart of peril by a man who talks with gods. Some rest this is to be." His expression sobered as he turned back. "But if evil has waxed while I wandered, and the final danger now draws near my people, then I must go to them." He met Tuor's gaze. "I will lead you to the hidden gates, for the wise do not refuse the counsels of Ulmo. Then we shall go together, as we are counselled," said Tuor. "But do not grieve, Voronway. My heart tells me your long road will lead you far from the shadow, and your hope will one day return to the sea, and yours as well," Voronway replied. "But now we must leave it and make haste." "Indeed," Tuor agreed. "Yet where will you lead me, and how far is the journey? Should we not first consider how we will fare in the wilderness, or, if the way is long, how we will endure a winter without shelter?" But Voronway would give no clear answer concerning the road ahead. The endurance of men was all he said. "I am of the Noldor, and it would take a hunger beyond measure and a winter of bitter cold to overcome the kin of those who cross the grinding ice. Yet, do you believe we could toil for endless days upon the barren salt flats of the ocean? Have you never heard of the waybread of the elves? I still carry what every sailor reserves for his final hour. He drew back his cloak to reveal a sealed pouch fastened to his belt. Nothing, not water nor storm, can touch its contents while the seal holds. We must save it for true desperation. Surely an outlaw and a hunter can find other sustenance before the seasons turn truly grim. Perhaps, Tuor replied, but not every land offers safe hunting, no matter how plentiful the game, and hunters have a way of lingering when they should move on, as they prepared to leave. Tuor gathered his small bow and arrows alongside the gear taken from the hall. His spear, however, inscribed with his name in the runes of the north, he left resting against the wall as a sign of his departure. Voronway carried only a short sword. Before full daylight they quit the ancient house of Turgon. Voronway guided them west of Taras's steep slopes and across the broad cape where the old road from Nevrast to Brithombar now lay as little more than a green trace between grass-covered banks. Entering Beleriand and the northern parts of the Falas, they turned east toward the dark fringe of Erid Wethran, concealing themselves there to rest until dusk. Though the old havens of the Falathrim, Brithombar and Eglarest remained distant, orcs now infested them, and the whole land crawled with Morgoth's spies. He dreaded the ships of Círdan that still sometimes raided the coasts, joining with sorties from Nargothrond, shrouded in their cloaks like shadows beneath the hills. The two spoke at length. Tuor pressed for tales of Turgon, but Voronway offered little, choosing instead to describe the settlements upon the Isle of Balar and the Lisgard, the reed-filled land at the mouths of Sirion. The numbers of the Eldar grow there now, he said, for more of both kin flee continually from the dread of Morgoth, worn down by endless war, yet I did not abandon my people by choice. After the Bragalak and the breaking of the siege of Angband, doubt first crept into Turgon's heart that Morgoth might prove too mighty. That year he sent forth the first of his folk to pass the gates from within, only a few. On a secret task, they journeyed down Sirion to the shores near the mouths and built ships there. It gained them little, save to reach the great Isle of Balar and found lonely dwellings far from Morgoth's reach. For the Noldor lack the craft to build vessels that can long withstand the waves of the great sea, but later, when Turgon learned of the ravaging of the Falas and the sack of the ancient havens of the shipwrights that lie yonder before us, when word came that Círdan had saved a remnant of his people and sailed south to the Bay of Balar, then he sent messengers anew. That was not long past. Yet in memory it feels the longest span of my life. I was among those sent young even for the Eldar. I was born here in Middle-earth in the land of Nevrast. My mother was of the grey elves of the Falas, kin to Círdan himself. There was much mingling of the peoples in Nevrast in the early days of Turgon's rule, and I carry the sea heart of my mother's folk. So I was chosen, for our errand was to seek Círdan's aid in shipbuilding, that some message and plea for help might yet reach the lords of the West before all was lost. But I lingered on the journey. I had seen too little of Middle-earth's wide lands, and we came to Nantathran in the springtime. It is a land of heart's delight, Tuor, as you will discover if your journey ever leads you south along the roads that follow Sirion. There the longing for the sea finds its remedy, except for those bound by a fate that will not let them go. In that place, Ulmo's power yields to the gentler touch of Yavanna, and the earth itself has awakened a beauty so profound it surpasses anything imagined by those who dwell among the harsh northern hills. Where the Narog meets Sirion, the rivers slow their rush, spreading wide and calm through vibrant meadows. The banks are a forest of blooming flag lilies, and the grass is sown with flowers like jewels, like tiny bells, like flickering flames of red and gold, a whole galaxy of coloured stars scattered across a green sky. But nothing compares to the willows of Nantathran. Their leaves pale green or silver when the wind stirs, their endless rustling a melody that casts a spell. Days and nights could slip by unnoticed while I stood there, knee-deep in the grass, simply listening. In that land I fell under an enchantment, and the sea's call faded from my heart. I wandered, giving names to blossoms I had never seen, or lay dreaming to the chorus of birds and the steady hum of bees and flies. I might have stayed there forever in pure joy, turning my back on all my people, be it the ships of the Teleri or the swords of the Noldor, but my own fate, or perhaps the will of the Lord of Waters himself, who held great power in that region, would not allow it. It then occurred to me to build a raft from willow branches and drift upon the shining surface of Sirion. I did just that, and that is how I was taken. For one day, while I was in the middle of the river, a sudden gust of wind seized me and carried me away from the land of willows, all the way down to the sea. Thus I was the last messenger to reach Círdan of the 7 ships he built at Turgon's request. All but one were already finished. They set sail into the west, one after another, and not a single one has ever come back, nor has any word of them reached our ears. Yet the salt air stirred the blood of my mother's kin within me once more, and I came to rejoice in the waves, learning the craft of ships as if the knowledge had always been in my mind. So when the final ship, the greatest of them, was prepared, I was desperate to depart, thinking to myself, if the tales of the Noldor are true, then the west holds meadows that make the land of willows seem ordinary. There nothing withers, and spring has no end. Perhaps even I, Voronway, may reach that place, and if not, to wander upon the waters is still far better than facing the shadow in the north. I felt no fear, for the vessels of the Teleri are not made to drown. But the great sea is a terrible thing, Tuor, son of Hor. It bears a grudge against the Noldor, for it serves the doom of the Valar. It holds fates worse than sinking into the abyss. A gnawing loathing, a crushing loneliness, and a creeping madness, the terror of howling wind and chaos, and then a silence so deep it swallows all hope as every living shape vanishes. It washes against many a strange and evil shore, and is infested with islands of peril and dread. I will not shadow your heart, son of Middle-earth, with the full account of my toil. 7 years upon the great sea, driven from the north into the south, but never reaching the west, for that way is barred to us. In the end, wrapped in black despair and weary of the whole world, we turned and fled from a doom that had spared us only to make its final blow more cruel. Just as I glimpsed a distant mountain and cried out, "Look, there is Taras, the land of my birth," the wind awoke. Great clouds, heavy with thunder, rolled in from the west. Then the waves hunted us like living things filled with malice, and lightning struck us. When we were reduced to a helpless, broken hull, the seas fell upon us in a fury. But as you see, I was spared, for it seemed to me that a wave arrived, greater yet calmer than all the others. It lifted me from the ship, bore me high upon its crest, and rolling to the land. It cast me upon the turf before draining away, pouring back over the cliff in a mighty waterfall. I had only been sitting there for an hour when you found me. Still stunned from the sea, even now the terror of it lingers, along with the aching absence of all my companions who journeyed with me for so long, far beyond the sight of any mortal shore. Voronway let out a sigh, his words falling softly as if spoken only to himself. Yet the stars were brilliantly clear at the edge of the world whenever the clouds shrouding the west would part. Whether we saw only more distant clouds or caught, as some believed, a true glimpse of the Pelori Mountains guarding the lost shores of our ancient home, I cannot say. They stand impossibly far now, and I think no one from mortal lands will ever reach them again. He fell silent then, for night had fully come, the stars gleaming sharp and pale in the cold air. Soon after, Tuor and Voronway rose and turned away from the sea, beginning their long trek in the dark. Little is told of that journey, for almost shadow was upon Tuor, and no eye marked their passage through wood or stone, across field or marsh, from sunset to sunrise. They moved with constant caution, avoiding the night-prowling hunters of Morgoth, and leaving behind the known roads of elves and men. Voronway led the way, and Tuor followed without needless questions, though he noted with curiosity their steady eastward course along the feet of the rising mountains, never turning south. A surprise, for like nearly all elves and men, he believed Turgon's realm lay far from the northern conflicts. Their progress was slow in the trackless wilds, whether by twilight or under cover of night, and a cruel winter descended swiftly from Morgoth's domain. Though somewhat sheltered by the hills, they faced biting winds, and soon deep snow cloaked the heights and swirled through the passes, settling upon the woods of Nuath before their withered leaves had fully fallen. Thus, though they had set out before the middle of Narquilier, the month of Hisime arrived with a piercing frost just as they neared the sources of the Narog River. There, at dawn's first grey light after a weary night, they halted, Voronoi looked around in dismay, his heart filled with grief and dread. Where once the beautiful pool of Ivrin had rested in its great stone basin, shaped by cascading waters, and the hollow beneath the hills had been clothed in trees, now lay a defiled and ruined land. Trees were scorched or torn from the earth. The stone borders of the pool were shattered, so that the waters of Ivrin spread aimlessly, creating a vast, lifeless marsh amid the wreckage. All was a frozen chaos of mire, and a stench of decay hung over the ground like a foul mist. Alas! Has the shadow reached even here? Voronoi cried. This place was once far from the threat of Angband, yet the reach of Morgoth grows longer. It is just as Ulmo told me, said Tuor. The springs are poisoned, and his power withdraws from these waters. Still, Voronoi replied, a malice has been here, with strength beyond that of orcs. Fear clings to this ground. He searched the edges of the mire, until suddenly he stood still and called out once more, yes, a great evil. He motioned to Tuor, who came and saw a track like a massive furrow leading away southward, and on either side, sometimes blurred, sometimes preserved sharp and clear by the frost, the prints of enormous clawed feet. Look, said Voronoi, his face pale with dread and revulsion. Here, not long ago, passed the great worm of Angband, most terrible of all the enemy's creatures. Already our errand to Turgon is late. We must make haste. Even as he spoke these words, a cry echoed through the woods. They stood motionless as grey stones, listening. The voice was fair, though laden with sorrow, and it seemed to call repeatedly upon a name, like one searching for another who is lost. As they waited, a figure emerged from the trees, a tall man, armed and clad in black, with a long sword drawn. They marvelled, for the blade of the sword was black as well, yet its edges gleamed with a bright, cold light. Grief was etched upon his features, and seeing the desolation of Ivrin, he cried out in anguish, Ivrin, Faelivrin, Gwyndor and Beleg, here I once found healing. Now the cup of peace is shattered forever. He then hastened northward, driven as if by urgent pursuit, and they heard his calls. Faelivrin Findulas fading into the forest. Unaware that Nargothrond had fallen, they did not recognize him as Turin, son of Hurin, the Black Sword. So for a fleeting moment and never again did the journeys of these kinsmen, Turin and Tuor, briefly intersect. After the Black Sword departed, Tuor and Voronoi pressed on through the dawn, the weight of his sorrow making the defiled pools of Ivrin unbearable to linger beside. Soon, however, they sought shelter, for the very air seemed thick with dread. Their rest was fitful, and as the day darkened, a great snow began to fall, followed by a biting frost. Thus began the long, fell winter, whose icy grip would choke the north for 5 grim months, tormented by cold, and fearing their tracks would betray them to hunting foes, or that snow-hidden perils would ensnare them. Their progress grew agonizingly slow over 9 days. Voronoi guided them northward across the 3 headwaters of the Teiglin, then turned cautiously east, leaving the mountains behind. They passed the Glithui and reached the Malduin stream, now a ribbon of black ice. Tuor then spoke to Voronoi, his voice strained. This cold is deadly. Death nears me, if not you. Their plight was dire. Foraging had yielded nothing for days. Their waybread was nearly gone, and exhaustion gnawed at them. A grim fate, to be caught between the doom of the Valar and the malice of the enemy. Voronoi replied, Did I escape the sea's maw only to perish beneath the snow? How much farther must we go? Tuor demanded. Your secrecy ends now, Voronoi. Lead me truly, and to what end? If I spend my last strength, I would know its purpose. I have guided you as directly as safety allowed, Voronoi answered. Know this, Turgon yet dwells in the northern lands of the Eldar, though few believe it. We draw near, yet many leagues remain, even for a bird's flight. Sirion still bars our way, and great peril likely lies between, for we must soon reach the old highway that ran from King Finrod's Minas to Nargothrond. There the enemy's servants keep watch. I once thought myself the hardiest of men, said Tuor, a trace of grim humour touching his words, having endured many a mount in winter, but then I had a cave and a fire at my back. Now I doubt my strength to push much further through this wretched freeze on an empty stomach. Yet let us go on while hope remains. We have no other choice, Voronoi stated flatly, unless it is to lie down here and seek the final sleep of the snow. So they labored through that bitter day, judging the winter a greater threat than any foe. As they travelled, the snow lessened, for they were moving south again into the Vale of Sirion, with the mountains of Dolomin now far behind. In the deepening dusk, they came to the highway at the foot of a wooded slope. Suddenly voices reached them. Peering cautiously from the trees, they saw a red glow below, a company of orcs camped in the road's centre, huddled around a large fire. "Death to the orc hosts," Tuor muttered. "Now the sword must leave the sheath. I would risk death to claim that fire's mastery. Even orc meat would be a prize." "No," Voronoi insisted. "On this quest, only stealth will serve. You must forsake the fire, or you forsake Turgon. This band is not the only one out here in the wilderness. Can your mortal eyes not see the distant fires of other patrols to the north and south? Any commotion will draw a whole army down upon us. Listen to me, Tuor. The law of the Hidden Kingdom forbids anyone from approaching its gates with enemies at their back. That is a law I will not break, not even for Ulmo's command, nor to avoid death itself. Rouse these orcs, and I will abandon you here." "Then leave them be," Tuor replied, his voice tight. "But I pray I live to see a day when I don't have to slink away from a few orcs like a frightened cur." "Come now," Voronoi urged. "No more debate, or they will catch our scent. Follow me." He moved silently through the trees, heading south with the wind until they were positioned halfway between that orc fire and the next one along the road. There he stood, motionless for a long time, listening intently. "I hear nothing moving on the road itself," he whispered, "but who knows what might be waiting in the shadows?" He stared ahead into the deepening gloom and gave an involuntary shudder. "The very air feels tainted," he muttered. "It is a bitter thought. Our goal lies just ahead, our only hope for life, and yet death guards every step of the way." "Death surrounds us already," said Tuor, weariness lining his words. "I have strength left only for the most direct path. Here I must cross, or I perish here. I will trust in Ulmo's mantle, and it will shelter you as well. This time I lead." With that he slipped to the very edge of the road. Drawing Voronoi close, he wrapped them both in the folds of the grey cloak belonging to the Lord of Waters and stepped forward. All was quiet. A cold wind sighed along the ancient pavement, then fell abruptly silent. In that sudden stillness, Tuor sensed a shift in the air, as if the foul breath from Morgoth's land had paused and a faint breeze, carrying a memory of the sea, whispered from the west. Like a grey mist upon the wind, they drifted across the stony road and vanished into a thicket on the far side. At once, a savage cry erupted nearby, answered by others up and down the road's edge. A harsh horn blast shattered the quiet, followed by the sound of running feet. But Tuor pressed on. His time in captivity had taught him enough of the orc's tongue to understand those shouts. The watchers had caught their scent and heard their movement, but they had not been seen. The hunt was up. Desperately, he stumbled and crawled forward with Voronoi beside him, climbing a long slope, choked with whin and whortleberry, dotted with clumps of rowan and stunted birch. At the ridge's crest they paused, listening to the shouts behind them and the crashing of orcs through the undergrowth below. Beside them stood a great boulder, its head jutting from a tangle of heath and thorny brambles. Beneath it was a hollow, the kind of lair a hunted animal might seek, hoping to evade pursuit, or, at the very least, to put its back to stone and sell its life dearly. Tuor pulled Voronoi down into that dark shelter, and side by side under the grey cloak they lay, panting like exhausted foxes. Neither spoke a word, every sense was fixed on listening. The cries of the hunters grew fainter, for the orcs did not push deep into the wild lands on either side, preferring to sweep up and down the road itself. They cared little for stray fugitives, but they greatly feared spies and the scouts of armed foes. Morgoth had set this guard on the highway not to catch Tuor and Voronoi, of whom he yet knew nothing, nor any coming from the west, but to watch for the black sword, lest he escape and pursue the captives of Nargothrond, perhaps bringing aid from Doriath. The night wore on, and a brooding silence settled once more over the empty lands, exhausted and spent. Tuor slept beneath Ulmo's cloak. Voronweh, however, crept out and stood as still as stone, his elvish eyes piercing the shadows, watching. At daybreak he woke Tuor, who, crawling out, saw that the weather had indeed relented for a time. The black clouds had rolled back. A red dawn broke, and in the eastern fire he could make out the distant peaks of strange mountains glinting on the horizon. Then Voronweh said in a hushed voice, "Allay, look! The land is opening before us." Tuor gazed upon the encircling peaks, the mountains that guarded the hidden realm of Turgon. Below them, in the shadowed east, lay the fair valley of Sirion, a river celebrated in countless songs. Beyond it, a mist-shrouded grey land rose from the water's edge toward the broken hills beneath the mountains. Voronweh gestured toward that dim country. "There lies Dimbar. Would that we were there, for our enemies seldom dared to walk its paths, or so it was when Ulmo's power ran strong in these waters. Now all may be changed, save the river's own peril. It runs deep and swift, a danger even to the Eldar to cross. Yet I have guided you well, for see there, a little to the south, gleams the ford of Brithiac. It marks where the old east road from Taras in the west once made the passage. None dare use it now, except in direst need, neither elf, man, nor orc, for that road leads toward Dungortheb and the haunted land between the Gorgoroth and the girdle of Melian. The path has long since faded into wilderness, dwindling to a faint track among weeds and grasping thorns, following Voronweh's pointing hand. Tuor saw far off a glimmer like open water under the brief dawn light beyond. It loomed a darkness where the great forest of Brethil climbed southward into distant highlands. They picked their way cautiously down the valley side until they reached an ancient road descending from a waymeet on the borders of Brethil, where it crossed the old highway from Nargothrond. Here Tuor saw they were close to Sirion. The river's deep banks fell away, its waters choked by a great waste of stones, spreading into broad shallows full of the fretful murmur of many streams. A little farther on, the river gathered itself again, carving a new bed as it flowed toward the forest and vanished at last into a deep mist. Tuor's eyes could not pierce, for there, though he knew it not, began the north march of Doriath, within the shadow of Melian's girdle. Eagerly Tuor would have hastened to the ford, but Voronweh held him back. "We may not cross the Brithiach in open day, nor while any doubt of pursuit remains. Then shall we sit here until we rot," Tuor retorted. "Such doubt will remain as long as Morgoth's realm endures. We must go forward under the protection Ulmo has granted us." Voronweh hesitated, looking back westward. The track behind was deserted, and all was quiet save for the rush of the water. He looked up at a grey and empty sky where not even a bird moved. Then suddenly his face brightened with joy, and he cried out, "It is well, the Brithiac is guarded still by the enemies of our enemy. The orcs will not follow us here, and under this cloak we may pass now without further fear." "What new thing have you seen?" asked Tuor. "Short is the sight of mortal men," Voronweh answered, a hint of wry amusement in his tone. "I see the eagles of the Chrysogrim. They are coming this way. Watch." Tuor stood gazing upward, and soon he saw three shapes high in the air, beating strong wings down from the distant cloud-wreathed mountain peaks. They descended in great, slow circles, then stooped suddenly toward the wayfarers. But before Voronweh could call out, they turned in a wide, rushing sweep and flew northward along the line of the river. "Now let us go," said Voronweh. "If any orc is nearby, he will lie cowering with his nose to the ground until the eagles have gone far away." Swiftly they hastened down a long slope and passed over the Brithiac, walking often dry-footed on shelves of shingle or wading in shoals no more than knee-deep. The water was clear and bitterly cold, with ice upon the shallow pools where wandering streams had lost their way among the stones. Yet never, not even in the fell winter of Nargothrond's fall, could the deadly breath of the north freeze the main flood of Sirion. As they crossed, Tuor felt a strange sudden lift in his spirit, a fleeting sense of hope, as if the very air had lightened with the eagles passing on the far side of the crossing. They entered a deep, stony ravine, the ancient bed of a vanished river. It cut a path northward from the mountains of the Icoriath, its floor littered with stones long ago torn from the Brithiach and carried toward Sirion. "We have found it against all odds," Voronwu exclaimed. "This is the dry river, and our road lies within it." They turned into the gully, and as the land climbed steeply, its walls rose high on either side. Tuor stumbled in the fading light over the rough, stone-strewn ground. "If this is a road," he muttered, "it is a cruel one for tired men. Yet it is the path to Turgon." Voronwe replied, "Then I marvel all the more," said Tuor, "that its entrance lies open and unguarded. I expected a great gate and a strong guard." "You will see that soon enough," Voronwe answered. "This is merely the approach. I call it a road, yet for over 300 years none have travelled it save a few secret messengers. All the skill of the Noldor has been spent to hide it since the hidden people went within. Does it seem open to you without a guide from that kingdom? Would you have known it, or would you have thought it merely the work of wilderness weather and water? And have you forgotten the eagles? They are the people of Thorondor, who once dwelt even on Thangorodrim before Morgoth's power grew, and now make their home in the mountains of Turgon since the fall of Fingolfin. They alone, besides the Noldor, know the hidden kingdom and guard the skies above it. No servant of the enemy has yet dared to fly those high airs, and the eagles bring much news to the king of all that stirs in the outer lands. Had we been orcs, we would have been seized and cast from a great height onto the pitiless rocks below. I do not doubt it," Tuor said, "but it occurs to me to wonder whether news of our approach might now reach Turgon faster than we do. Whether that is good or ill, only you can say." "Neither good nor ill," Voronwe responded. "We cannot pass the guarded gate unnoticed. Whether we are expected or not, should we reach it. The guards will need no report to see we are not orcs. But to gain passage, we will need a plea far greater than that. You do not yet guess, Tuor, the peril we will then face. Do not blame me as one unwarned for what may befall. May the power of the Lord of Waters be shown indeed. It is in that hope alone I have agreed to guide you. If it fails, we will die more surely here than by all the perils of the wild and winter." But Tuor said, "Forebode no more. Death in the wild is certain. Death at the gate remains doubtful to me, despite all your words. Lead on." For many miles they toiled over the stones of the dry river until they could go no farther, and evening brought deep darkness into the cleft. They climbed out onto the east bank, entering the tumbled hills that lay at the feet of the mountains. Looking up, Tuor saw these peaks towered in a manner unlike any mountains he had known. Their sides were sheer walls, piled one above the other like the precipices of a many-tiered fortress. The day had failed, and all the lands were grey and shrouded in mist, the vale of Sirion lost in shadow. Then Voronwe led him to a shallow cave in a hillside overlooking the lonely slopes of Dimbar. They crept inside and lay hidden, eating their last crumbs of food. They were cold and weary, but slept not. Thus, in the dusk of the 18th day of Hisi May, the 37th of their journey, Tuor and Voronwe came to the towers of the Echoriath and the threshold of Turgon, and by the power of Ulmo escaped both the doom and the malice. As the first pale light of dawn seeped through the mists of Dimbar, they retreated into the dry river's stony bed. The watercourse soon bent eastward, carving a path that wound its way up toward the mountain walls. Ahead, a massive cliff face rose abruptly from a slope choked with a dense, snarled thicket of thorn trees. The river channel vanished into this shadowy undergrowth, where the gloom was as deep as midnight. They paused, for the thorny branches formed a low, interwoven ceiling over the gully, forcing Tuor and Voronwe to crawl beneath it like animals slinking to their den. After a laborious climb to the cliff's base, they discovered an opening, a tunnel mouth worn smooth by ancient waters flowing from the mountain's heart. They entered into utter blackness. Voronwe moved ahead with certainty, and Tuor followed, a hand on his companion's shoulder, stooping under the low ceiling. For a time they inched forward blindly until the ground beneath them leveled out. Clear of rubble, they stopped to catch their breath, listening intently. The air was fresh and cool, hinting at a vast space around them. Yet a profound silence hung in the void, unbroken even by dripping water. Tuor sensed a new unease in Voronoi and whispered, "Have we reached the guarded gate, or have we somehow slipped past it unnoticed?" "Not yet," Voronoi murmured back. "But it is strange that we have come so far unchallenged. I fear an ambush in this darkness." Their hushed words stirred the sleeping echoes of the cavern. Whispers multiplied, skittering along the unseen walls and roof like a chorus of stealthy hissing voices. As the echoes faded, a clear voice spoke from the heart of the darkness, first in the lofty language of the Noldor, which was unknown to Tuor, and then in the familiar tongue of Beleriand, though spoken with a strange archaic accent. "Halt," it commanded. "Move not an inch. Whether you come as friend or foe, a single step will mean your death." "We are friends," Voronoi declared. "Then you will obey," the voice replied. The echoes of their exchange faded into silence. Voronoi and Tuor stood motionless. To Tuor, long minutes seemed to crawl by, and a cold dread settled in his heart, a fear deeper than any he had known on his long journey. Then came the sound of footsteps, growing into a rhythmic tramping that echoed like the march of giants in the hollow chamber. Suddenly, an elven lantern was unveiled, its piercing beam fixed squarely on Voronoi. Tuor could see nothing else but that blinding star in the dark, and he knew that while caught in its light, he was frozen, unable to advance or flee. For a moment, they were pinned there, exposed. "Show your faces," the voice ordered. Voronoi threw back his hood. His features, sharp and noble, were illuminated, as if carved from pale stone, and Tuor was struck anew by his companion's ethereal beauty. Then Voronoi spoke with ringing pride. "Do you not recognize me? I am Voronwell, son of Aranwell, of the house of Fingolfin. Have I been forgotten in my own homeland after so brief an absence? My wanderings have carried me beyond the very memory of Middle-earth, yet I recall your voice, Elam-Makil." "Then Voronwell will also recall the laws of this land," the voice answered sternly. "He who leaves by command may return by right, but he forfeits that right if he leads a stranger here. By this act, he is now subject to arrest and must be taken before the king for judgment. As for the stranger, he shall be slain or imprisoned at the discretion of the gate guard. Bring him forward for my assessment." Voronoi guided Tuor toward the light. As they approached, many Noldor warriors, clad in gleaming mail and armed with drawn swords, emerged from the shadows and encircled them completely. Elam-Makil, the captain of the guard who held the shining lamp, studied them for a long, silent moment. His gaze was heavy with disbelief. "This is a bitter surprise, Voronoi," he said at last, his voice low. "We were once close friends. Why force me into this impossible choice, where the law I am sworn to uphold stands against the loyalty I owe to our friendship? Had you brought here an unbidden lord of the Noldor, that alone would be a grave matter. But you have revealed the secret path to a mortal man. His eyes betray his kind. By our oldest laws, one of alien blood who learns our ways cannot be allowed to depart. My duty would demand his life, even if he is dear to you. In the vast world beyond these walls, Elam-Makil, a traveller may encounter the unforeseen and be given burdens he never sought." Voronoi replied, his tone steady. "A man does not return from such journeys unchanged. What I have done, I did under an authority far greater than the edicts of the guard. Only the king himself is fit to judge me, and the one who walks beside me." Then Tuor spoke, and the fear that had clung to him fell away. "I travel with Voronoi, son of Aranwell, because he was chosen as my guide by the Lord of Waters himself. He was saved from the fury of the sea and the doom of the Valar for this very purpose. I carry a message from Ulmo to the son of Fingolfin, and to him alone will I deliver it." At these words, Elam-Makil stared at Tuor in astonishment. "Who are you?" he demanded. "And from where have you journeyed?" "I am Tuor, son of Hor of the house of Hador and kin to Húrin." Tuor answered, "These names I have heard are not forgotten in the hidden kingdom. I have come from Nevrast through countless dangers to find it." "From Nevrast," said Elam-Makil, his skepticism clear. "It is said that place has been empty since our people departed long ago." And said, truly Tuor confirmed, "The halls of Vinyamar stand desolate and cold. Yet it is from there I begin. Take me now to the one who raised those great halls in elder days. On matters of such weight, the judgment is not mine to give." Elamachil replied after a pause, "So I will lead you into the light where more may be seen, and I will place you before the warden of the great gate." He issued a quiet command. Tall guards surrounded Tuor and Voronway, 2 ahead and 3 behind, and their captain led them from the cavern of the outer guard. They moved into what seemed a straight, smooth passage, walking for a great while on level stone until a faint grey light glimmered in the distance. At last they reached a vast arch flanked by massive pillars carved from the living rock, between which hung a great portcullis of crossed wooden beams, intricately carved and studded with iron. At Elamachil's touch, it rose without a sound, and they passed through. Tuor then beheld a ravine of such scale and majesty it dwarfed any memory of the wild northern mountains he had known. Even Cirith Niniach seemed but a scratch in stone by comparison. It was as if, in the ancient wars of the world's dawn, the very hands of the Valar had torn these mountains apart. The walls of the chasm were sheer, as if split by a giant's axe, rising to impossible heights where a narrow ribbon of deep blue sky was etched with black, jagged peaks, remote, sharp, and cruel as spear points. The winter sun could not reach these depths, and though it was full morning, faint stars still glimmered above the summits below. All was shadow, save for the soft glow of lamps lining a climbing road. For the floor of the ravine rose steeply eastward, and on the left Tuor saw beside the dry stream bed a broad way, paved with stone winding upward until it disappeared into gloom. "You have passed the first gate?" "The gate of wood," said Elamachil. "There lies the road. We must make haste." Tuor could not guess how far that deep road stretched into the mountain's heart. As he peered ahead, a profound weariness settled over him like a sudden fog. A biting wind whistled over the stone faces, and he pulled his cloak tight. "The wind from the hidden kingdom blows cold indeed," he murmured, more to himself than to any who listened. "Indeed," Voronway replied, "to an outsider, the servants of Turgon might appear hardened by pride. The journey through the 7 gates feels endless to those who are weary and hungry. Our laws are strict for good reason," Elamachil answered. "Without such vigilance, deceit and malice would have found their way in and undone us long ago. You understand this? Yet we are not without compassion. Here there is no sustenance, and no traveller may retreat through a gate once crossed. Bear with this a little longer. At the 2nd gate you will find relief." "So be it," said Tuor, and he pressed onward as instructed. After a moment he glanced back to see only Elamachil and Voronway following. "No further guards are needed," Elamachil said, perceiving his thought. "From the Orfalch there is no escape and no turning back for elf or man." They continued up the arduous path, climbing by steep stairs and winding ascents, beneath the towering cliff's shadow, until about half a mile from the wooden gate, Tuor saw the way blocked by a massive wall spanning the ravine, flanked by sturdy stone towers. In the wall was a grand archway above the road, seemingly sealed by a single immense stone. As they approached, its dark, polished surface glimmered under a white lamp hanging at the arch's centre. "Here stands the 2nd gate, the gate of stone," Elamachil announced. He stepped forward and pressed lightly. The stone pivoted silently on an unseen axis, swinging open to either side. They passed through into a courtyard, filled with grey-clad armed guards. Without a word, Elamachil led them to a chamber under the northern tower, where food and wine were provided, allowing them a brief rest. "The fare may seem meagre," Elamachil told Tuor, "but should your purpose be validated, you will be compensated richly in time." "It is sufficient," Tuor responded. "Only a faint heart would require more to be restored." And truly, the refreshment from the Noldor's provisions so revived him that he soon felt eager to continue. After a short while they reached an even higher, stronger wall, holding the 3rd gate, the gate of bronze, a great double door adorned with bronze shields and plates etched with intricate figures and strange symbols. Above its lintel rose 3 square towers, roofed and sheathed in copper that gleamed like fire under the glow of red lamps lining the wall like torches. They passed through this gate in silence, entering a courtyard guarded by a larger host in mail that shone with a dull, fiery hue, their axe blades tinged red. Most of these guards were of the Sindar kindred from Neverast. Next came the most grueling stretch of the climb, for the Orfalch's slope grew steepest at its heart. As they ascended, Tuor gazed up at the mightiest wall yet, looming darkly above. At last they approached the fourth gate, the gate of Rithen iron. The wall rose high and black, unlit by any lamps. 4 iron towers stood upon it, and between the 2 central towers was set an iron image of a great eagle, crafted in the likeness of King Thorondor himself, as if alighting from the high skies onto a mountain. But as Tuor stood before the gate, he marvelled to see what appeared as through the boughs and stems of eternal trees into a moonlit glade. Light filtered through the gate's tracery, hammered into shapes of trees with twisting roots and interlaced branches, heavy with leaves and blossoms. Passing through, he understood. The wall was immensely thick, not with 1 grille but 3 aligned, so that from the central path each formed part of the design, and the light beyond was the light of day. They had ascended far above the lowlands of their beginning, and beyond the iron gate the path stretched nearly level. They had moved beyond the core of the Echoreath, and the great mountain towers now descended swiftly toward the inner hills. The ravine widened, its walls growing less steep, their long shoulders cloaked in white snow, a pale snow-reflected light, white as moonlight, filtered through a shimmering mist that hung in the air. Passing the lines of iron guards stationed behind the gate, their cloaks mail and long shields black, their faces hidden behind visors shaped like eagles' beaks. They followed Elam into that pallid glow. Here Tuor saw beside the path a stretch of grass where bloomed the white stars of Ulos the Evermind, a flower untouched by season or decay. With a heart suddenly lighter, filled with wonder, he was led to the gate of silver. This wall of the 5th gate was built low and broad from white marble. Its parapet a silver trellis set between 5 great marble globes. Many archers robed in white stood there. The gate itself was shaped as 3 parts of a circle, crafted from silver and pearl in the likeness of the moon. Upon the central globe rose an image of the white tree Telperion, wrought in silver and malachite, its flowers formed from great pearls. Beyond, in a wide court paved with green and white marble, stood 200 archers in silver mail and white crested helms, silent upon either side. Elamachil led Tuor and Voronwe through their ranks onto a long, straight white road leading to the 6th gate. The grassy sward widened as they walked, and among the white stars of Ulos now opened many small golden flowers like watching eyes. Thus they reached the Golden Gate, the last of the ancient gates made before the Nirnaeth. It resembled the gate of silver, yet its wall was of yellow marble, its globes and parapet of red gold. 6 globes stood there, and upon a golden pyramid at the centre was set an image of Laurelin, the tree of the sun, with long clusters of topaz flowers hanging from chains of gold. The gate was adorned with many rayed discs of gold, fashioned like the sun, set among garnet, topaz, and yellow diamond. In the court beyond waited 300 archers with long bows, their mail gilded golden plumes rising from their helms, their great round shields red as flame. Now sunlight fell upon the road ahead, for the hillsides here were lower and green, save for the snow on their peaks. Elamachil quickened his pace, for the way was short to the 7th and great gate, the gate of steel that Maeglin crafted after the return from the Nirnaeth. It stood across the wide entrance to the Orfalch Echor. No wall was here, but on either hand rose 2 towering round towers, tapering in 7 stories to a bright steel turret. Between them stretched a mighty fence of steel that gleamed cold and white, never rusting. 7 great pillars of steel, tall and thick as young trees, ended in needle-sharp spikes. Between them were 7 crossbars, and in each space stood 7 times 7 upright rods with heads like broad spear blades. At the centre, above the greatest pillar, was raised a mighty image of the king helm of Turgon, the crown of the hidden kingdom, circled with diamonds. Tor could find no gate or doorway within that immense steel barrier. But as he approached, a brilliant light seemed to flash between its bars, forcing him to shield his eyes and halt, overcome by awe. Elamachil stepped forward, and though no visible gate appeared, he struck one of the bars. The entire fence resonated like a great harp, sending harmonious notes ringing from tower to tower. Immediately riders emerged, and from the northern tower came one upon a white horse. He dismounted and strode toward them. While Elamekil was noble and tall, Ecthelion, lord of the fountains and warden of the great gate, was more imposing still. Clad entirely in silver, his shining helm bore a spike of steel tipped with a diamond. When his esquire brought forth his shield, it shimmered as if sprinkled with morning dew, 1,000 studs of crystal catching the light. Elamekil offered a salute and announced, "I bring Voronwi Aranwion, returned from Belar, and with him this stranger who seeks audience with the king." Ecthelion then turned his gaze to Tuor, who drew his cloak close and stood in silence. To Voronwe it seemed a mist enveloped Tor, and his stature grew until the peak of his grey hood rose above the elf lord's helm, like the crest of a wave approaching the shore. Ecthelion studied him intently before speaking with grave authority. "You stand before the last gate. Understand that no stranger who passes beyond it may ever leave again. Save through death's door, do not speak such ill omens." Tor's voice rang out, startling those nearby. "If the messenger of the Lord of Waters must take that path, then all who dwell here will follow him. Do not hinder the one Ulmo has sent." Voronwe and the surrounding guards stared in renewed wonder, struck by Tuor's words and the power in his tone. To Voronwe, it sounded like a distant, mighty voice. To Tuor himself, it was as if another spoke through his lips. Ecthelion fell silent, watching Tuor, and slowly a look of awe softened his stern features, as though visions of far-off seas and ancient prophecies unfolded within the grey folds of the traveller's cloak. At last he bowed, moved to the fence, and laid his hands upon it. Gates swung inward on either side of the pillar, known as the crown. Tuor passed through and stepped onto a high green sward overlooking the valley beyond. There, veiled amid white peaks, lay Gondolin, the vision from his deepest longing, the city of his dreams. He stood transfixed, unable to turn his eyes away. On either side of him waited a host of Gondolin's army, with warriors representing each of the 7 gates, their captains mounted on horses of white and grey. As they watched him in silent marvel, Tuor's cloak slipped from his shoulders, revealing the majestic livery of Nevrast. Many recognized it, having seen Turgon himself place those very arms upon the wall behind the high seat in Vinyamar. After a long pause, Ecthelion spoke again, his tone now softened with reverence. "No further proof is needed. Even the name he bears as son of Huor matters less than this plain truth. He comes from Ulmo himself." In earlier tellings of Turin's story, the elf Gwyndor of Nargothrond, who fled Angband and was discovered by Beleg within the dark woods of Tawa Nufwyn, carried one of these unique lamps. This is visible in my father's artwork of their encounter. It was the accidental tipping and uncovering of Gwyndor's lamp, casting its sudden glow, that revealed to Turin the face of Beleg, the friend he had just slain. A note on Gwyndor's tale refers to them as Feanorian lamps, devices whose secret even the Noldor did not fully comprehend. They are described as crystals, suspended within a delicate chain mesh, each crystal perpetually glowing with a deep, inner blue light. The much shorter account in The Silmarillion omits the details of how Tuor discovered the gate of the Noldor and makes no mention of the elves Gelmir and Arminus. These 2 figures do appear elsewhere in the tale of Turin, as the messengers who delivered Ulmo's warning to Nargothrond. There they are said to be of the people of Angrod, son of Finarfin, who after the Dagor Bragolash dwelt in the southern havens with Círdan the shipwright. A more extended version of their arrival at Nargothrond includes a moment where Arminus, drawing an unfavorable comparison between Turin and his kinsman, mentions having met Tor himself in the bleak expanses of Dor Lomin. The Silmarillion recounts that when Morgoth and Ungoliant clashed in that region over the Silmarils, Morgoth unleashed a horrific cry that reverberated through the mountains. This area was thus named Lammoth, for the echoes of his voice persisted there ever after, so that any loud cry would awaken them, filling the desolate land between the hills and the sea with a cacophony of anguished voices. The conception here, however, leans toward the idea that any sound made in that place was inherently magnified. This notion is also present at the opening of a later chapter, where the cries of the Noldor landing on the shores were seized by the hills and multiplied, creating a clamour of countless mighty voices along the northern coasts. It seems one tradition holds that Lamath and the echoing mountains were named for retaining the echoes of Morgoth's dreadful shout during his struggle with Ungoliant, while another suggests the names simply describe the acoustic nature of the region itself. Compare this to a passage where Turin hurried north through the now desolate lands between the rivers Narog and Teiglin, and the fell winter descended to meet him. That year, snow fell before autumn had ended, and a cold late spring followed. In another instance, when Ulmo appeared to Turgon at Vinyamar and instructed him to depart for Gondolin, he gave a prophecy that the curse of the Noldor might yet find him, and treason stir within his walls, bringing peril of fire. But should that danger draw near, then one would come from Nivrast to warn him, and from him, beyond ruin and fire, hope would be born for both elves and men. He was to leave in that house a set of arms and a sword for this future figure to find, by which Turgon would know him and not be deceived. Almost specified the very design and stature of the helm, mail, and sword to be left behind. Tuor was the father of Erendil, who in turn was the father of Elros Tar Miniatur, the first king of Númenor. This likely references the warning of Ulmo delivered to Nargothrond by the messengers Gelmir and Arminas. The Shadowy Isles are almost certainly the enchanted isles described elsewhere, which were set like a net across the shadowy seas from north to south during the hiding of Valinor at Turgon's command. Círdan constructed 7 swift vessels, and they set sail into the distant west, yet no word of their fate ever returned to the shores of Balar, save for the tale of the final ship. Its crew struggled long upon the merciless ocean, and turning back at last in utter hopelessness, they were overwhelmed by a furious tempest, just as the lands of Middle-earth came into view. From the wrath of Ossé and the wreckage, Ulmo saved but one mariner. The waves carried him and cast him upon the beaches of Nevrast. His name was Voronwë, and he was counted among the messengers Turgon had sent out from hidden Gondolin. This account finds an echo in other chronicles, where Ulmo's warning to Turgon is preserved. Remember that the true hope of the Noldor lies in the west and comes from the sea, but if this peril draws indeed near, then even from Nevrast one shall come to warn you of Voronwë's later days. After guiding Tor back to the city, little is plainly told, though older fragments suggest he was among the few who escaped Gondolin's final burning ruin. It was a desperate, almost foolish hope, this search for the vanished west. Turgon, believing the breaking of the siege of Angband signalled the slow end for the Noldor without divine aid, sent his people in secret to the coasts. There, with borrowed skill or desperate innovation, they built ships and launched them onto trackless waters, begging the seabirds for guidance. But the seas were a maze of shadow and old enchantment, Valinor hidden beyond all finding. None of those envoys reached the blessed realm. Most were lost, and a pitiful handful ever saw home again. One discarded strand of the tale even claimed Turgon kept a hidden refuge on the Isle of Balar, a notion ultimately set aside, so no memory of Gondolin's outpost there remains in the settled histories. Other places too have faded from common lore, the woods of Nuath, stretching west from the Narog's headwaters toward the springs of the Nenning, and the river Glithwy, a northern tributary of the Teiglin, are names now found only in the deepest archives. The old road through the land, however, is remembered, the path that wound past the lost isle of Minas Tirith, between the rivers Malduin and Sirion, and through the eaves of the forest of Bretel to the crossings of Teiglin. It was upon such forgotten ways that the cry, "Death to the Glamhot," might once have rung, a fierce Sindarin shout against the Orc hordes, meaning death to the Din horde, a term of tumult and rage, echoing in names like Glamdring and Tol in Garhot, and always for the exiles there rose the vision of home, the Ecoriath, the encircling mountains, the Erd Embar Nin, the mountains of my homeland. It was a vision held close, even as other loves and losses were inscribed in memory, like the love of Gwyndor for Findulas, daughter of King Orodreth, whose beauty he named Faelivrin. The sun's gleam upon the pools of Ivrin Beleg of Doriath once warned Turin, years before the events now unfolding. that orcs had carved a road through the pass of Anak. He declared that Dimbar, once a land of peace, was now falling under the shadow of the Black Hand. This very road later served as the escape route for Maeglin and Aratel as they fled to Gondolin, with Eol in pursuit. It was also the path taken by Celegorm and Curufin after their expulsion from Nargothrond. Only in this account is its westward extension mentioned, reaching all the way to Turgon's ancient home at Vinyamar beneath Mount Taras, though its full course remains uncharted on maps from where it meets the Old South Road. The name Brithiac shares its root, Brith, meaning gravel, with places like the river Brithen and the haven of Brithhombar. An earlier rejected version of this tale describes the travellers finding the Syrian river frozen many leagues north of the ford of Brithiac, a phenomenon unheard of since the Eldar journeyed from the east. Voronwe saw it as both a blessing and a peril, allowing them to cross the ice and shorten their exhausting journey, yet opening a path for potential pursuers. This twist of fate, guided by Ulmo's wisdom, turned Morgoth's own malice to their advantage, leading Tuor and Voronwe weary yet hopeful to the dry river's mouth at the mountain's edge. It is written that Turgon discovered a deep water-carven passage beneath the mountains, a hidden way leading him to the hidden plain and the stone island at its heart, a place that was once an ancient lake. As for the great eagles, while Manwë commanded them to watch from the northern crags, and Thorondor is famed for his eyrie in the Chrysaregrim peaks. Some earlier conceptions placed his dwelling upon Thangorodrim itself, an idea later set aside. Within the hidden city of Gondolin, the use of language revealed subtle divisions. For Turgon's house and for young Erendil, the high speech Quenya remained a living tongue spoken daily. Yet for most of the city's folk it had become a language of law and books, with Sindarin serving as the common speech of life, in keeping with the ways of the exiled Noldor, and in a quiet, poignant echo across ages. These same white flowers would one day bloom perennially on the burial mounds of the kings of Rohan, known as Simbel Minna or Evermind, a living memory where the dead rest. The name Yilos appears only in this section, though it is also found in the Sindarin rendering of the Quenya name Oialossi, meaning ever snow white, which is the mountain of Manwë. In other writings, the flower is given a different elvish name, Alfirin. It is recorded in the Silmarillion that Thingol rewarded the dwarves of Belegost with numerous pearls, which Círdan had provided, as they were gathered in abundance from the shallow waters surrounding the Isle of Belar. Icthelion of the Fountain is noted as one of Turgon's captains who protected the flanks of the Gondolin host during their retreat from the Nirnath Arnawidiad down the Serian River. He is famed for slaying Gothmog, lord of the Balrogs, during the assault on the city, though he too fell in that battle. From this point onward, the narrative shifts from a carefully composed manuscript to hastily scribbled notes on a scrap of paper. The story concludes with these fragmented jottings outlining the intended plot. Tuor inquired about the city's name and was told its 7 titles. It is noteworthy, and certainly deliberate, that the name Gondolin is withheld until the narrative's very end. It is consistently referred to as the Hidden Kingdom or the Hidden City. Ecthelion commanded the signal to be given, and trumpets sounded from the towers of the Great Gate, their echoes rolling through the hills. After a moment of silence, answering trumpets were heard in the distance from the city walls. Horses were brought forth, a grey steed for Tuor, and the company rode to Gondolin. A description of Gondolin was to follow, detailing the ascent up its high platform and the grandeur of its great gate. The city was to be depicted with clusters of malorn trees, birches, and evergreens, along with the place of the fountain. The king's tower upon a pillared arcade, the king's house, and the banner of Fingolfin. Turgon himself would then appear described as the tallest of all the children of the world, save Thingol, bearing a white and gold sword in an ivory sheath to welcome Tuor. Maeglin would stand at the right of the throne, and Idril, the king's daughter, seated on the left. Tuor would then deliver Ulmo's message, either before the entire assembly or within the council chamber. Additional scattered notes indicate plans for a scene where Tuor first beholds Gondolin from a distance. Ulmo's cloak would vanish as Tuor relayed the message to Turgon, and an explanation would be given for the absence of a queen in Gondolin. It was also to be emphasized, perhaps when Tuor first glimpsed Idril, that he had encountered very few women in his life. Most women and all children from Aniel's company in Mithrim had been sent southward for safety. During his time in thrall, Tuor had only observed the proud, barbaric women of the Easterlings, who treated him as a beast, or the pitiful slaves forced into labor from childhood, for whom he felt only compassion. Later references to Marlawn trees in Númenor, Linden, and Lothlorien do not explicitly confirm, though they do not contradict, that these trees grew in Gondolin during the elder days. It is also noted that Turgon's wife, Elenwy, was lost long before during the crossing of the Helcaraxa by Fingolfin's host, Narn I Hin Húin, the tale of the children of Húrin, the childhood of Túrin. Hador Goldenhead was a lord of the Edain deeply cherished by the Eldar. He lived out his days under the lordship of Fingolfin, who granted him extensive lands in the region of Hithlum, known as Dor Lomin. His daughter Gloridhel married Haldir, son of Halmir, lord of the men of Bretel. During the same celebration, his son Galdor, the tall wed Hareth, the daughter of Halmir. Galdor and Hareth had two sons, Húrin and Horhúrin, was the older brother by 3 years, yet he stood shorter than most men of his lineage, a trait inherited from his mother's side. In every other way, he resembled his grandfather Hador, with a fair face, golden hair, a powerful build, and a spirited temper. Yet his fire was a steady flame, marked by remarkable willpower and endurance. Among the men of the north, he possessed the deepest insight into the plans of the Noldor. His brother Hor, in contrast, was exceptionally tall. The tallest of the Edain, save only his own son Tuor, and a swift runner over short distances. But in any long, grueling race, Húrin would inevitably finish first, his strength undiminished even at the end. A profound bond united the brothers, and they were rarely separated in their youth. Húrin married Morwen, daughter of Baragund of the house of Beor, which made her a close kinswoman of Beren One Hand. Morwen was tall with dark hair, and men named her Elidwen, the Elven Fair, for the brightness of her eyes and her striking beauty. Her bearing, however, was proud and somewhat stern. The tragedies that had befallen the house of Beor weighed on her heart, for she had come as an exile to Dor Lomin from Dorthonion after the ruin of the Bragolec. Their first child, a son, was named Túrin, born in the very year Beren entered Doriath and found Lúthien Tinuviel, daughter of Thingol. Later Morwen bore a daughter to Húrin named Erwin. Yet to all who knew her in her brief life, she was called Lalaith, which means laughter. Hor wedded Rhian, Morwen's cousin, the daughter of Belegund. Gentle-hearted and ill-suited to the harshness of her time, Rhian cared nothing for hunting or war. Her love belonged to the wild trees and flowers. She was a singer and a creator of melodies. She and Hor had been married a mere 2 months when he rode to war with his brother, never to return. In the years following the Dagor Bragolak and Fingolfin's fall, the shadow of Morgoth's dread continued to spread. Yet, in the 469th year after the Noldor's return to Middle-earth, a flicker of hope stirred among elves and men. Whispers spread of the legendary deeds of Beren and Lúthien, of how they had shamed Morgoth upon his very throne in Angband. Some even claimed the pair still lived or had returned from the realm of death. That same year, the great alliances forged by Maedhros were nearly complete. With the renewed strength of Eldar and Edain, Morgoth's advance was checked, and orcs were pushed back from Beleriand. Talk then turned to future victories, to avenging the Battle of the Bragolak. Once, Maedhros led the united hosts to drive Morgoth underground and seal the gates of Angband for good. But the wiser souls remained uneasy. They feared Maedhros was revealing his hand too soon, granting the Dark Lord ample time to devise a counterstroke. Some fresh evil is always hatching in Angband, beyond the guess of elves or men, they muttered. As if to prove their point, an ill wind swept from the north that autumn beneath heavy leaden skies, dubbed the evil breath. It carried a pestilence that sickened and killed many in the northern lands bordering Anfalglith, claiming mostly the young, the children, and rising youth in the houses of men. It was a bitter, ironic twist. Just as hope dared to bud, a silent blight crept in to wither the next generation. In that fateful year, Túrin, son of Húrin, was only 5, and his sister Erwin a child of 3 as spring began. Her hair shone like yellow lilies in the grass as she darted through the fields, and her laughter echoed the cheerful stream that sang past the walls of her father's house, a stream named Nen Lalaith. After it, the entire household called the little girl Lalaith, and their hearts were light whenever she was near. Turin, though cherished, was loved less than she, a quiet truth that settled in the corners of the home like dust. He shared his mother's dark hair and her solemn nature, promising to be like her in temperament as well. He was a quiet child, rarely laughing, and spoke little despite learning to speak early, always seeming older than his years. Turin held tightly to memories of injustice or mockery, yet his father's fiery spirit lived within him too, making him capable of sudden, fierce anger. He was also quick to feel compassion, often moved to tears by the suffering or sadness of other creatures. In this, he mirrored his father, for Morwen was as stern with others as she was with herself. He loved his mother for her direct and honest way of speaking to him. His father, however, he saw infrequently, as Húrin was often away for long periods with the host of Fingon, guarding Hithlim's eastern marches. When Húrin did return, his rapid speech, filled with strange words, jests, and half-meanings, only confused Turin and left him feeling unsettled. During that time, all the warmth in his young heart was reserved for his sister, Lalaith. He seldom played with her openly, preferring instead to watch over her unseen, observing her as she walked through the grass or beneath the trees, singing the old songs of the Edain from a time when the elven tongue still flowed freshly from their lips. Lalaith is as fair as an elf child, Húrin once remarked to Morwen, but her time will be briefer. Alas, perhaps that makes her all the fairer or dearer. Turin overheard these words and turned them over in his mind, yet he could not grasp their meaning, for he had never seen an elf child. None of the Eldar lived in his father's lands then. He had glimpsed them only once when King Fingon and his lords rode through Dolomin, crossing the bridge of Nen Lalaith, a glittering procession in silver and white. Before that year ended, the grim truth behind his father's words was revealed. A foul sickness, the evil breath, came to Dolomin. Turin fell ill, lying long in fever and dark dreams. By his fate and the stubborn strength of life within him, he eventually recovered. When his strength returned, his first question was for Lalaith. His nurse replied sternly, "Speak no more of Lalaith, son of Húrin. If you would ask after your sister Erwin, you must ask your mother." When Morwen came to him, Turin said, "I am well again. I wish to see Erwin. Why must I not say Lalaith any more? Because Erwin is dead," Morwen answered, her voice cold. "Laughter is stilled in this house, but you live, son of Morwen, and so does the enemy who has done this to us." She offered him no comfort, meeting her own grief with a silent, hardened heart. Húrin, in contrast, mourned openly. He took up his harp, intending to weave a song of lament, but found he could not. In a surge of anguish, he shattered the instrument. Striding outside, he raised a fist toward the north and cried, "Mara of Middle-earth, would that I might look upon your face and mar you as my lord Fingolfin did." Turin wept his own bitter tears in the solitude of night, though he never again spoke his sister's name to Morwen. In his sorrow, with the house feeling hollow and cold, he turned to one friend. This was Sador, a humble houseman in Húrin's service, lame and considered of little account. Once a woodman, he had lost his right foot to a misjudged axe stroke, and the leg had since withered. Turin called him Labadal, or Hopperfoot, a name given in pity, not scorn, which Sador did not resent. Sador worked in the outbuildings, crafting or mending items of small value needed for the household, for he possessed a careful skill with wood to spare his friend's leg. Turin would fetch tools for him, and sometimes, in a boy's secretive generosity, he would spirit away an unwatched tool or piece of timber if he thought Sador might put it to use. Sador would only smile and gently instruct him. Give with a free hand, but give only what is your own to give. Turin did his best to repay the boy's kindness, carving figures of men and animals for him. Yet what Turin loved most was Sador's stories, for the man had been young during the days of the Bragalak, and he cherished the memory of his brief, unbroken strength before his injury. "They speak of it as a great battle, son of Húrin," Sador would say. "I was summoned from my work in the forest in that year of great need, though I did not fight in the Bragalak itself. Had I been there, perhaps this lameness would have been earned with more honor. We arrived too late for the fighting, tasked only with carrying back the body of the old Lord Hador, who fell defending King Fingolfin. After that, I became a soldier. I served at Aithel Sirion, the mighty fortress of the Elf Kings, for what feels now like many years. The quiet years since have few markers to distinguish them. I was at Aithel Sirion when the Black King attacked it. Your grandfather, Galdor, commanded there in the king's place. He was killed in that assault, and I saw your father. Then, newly a man, take up his lordship and command. They said, a fire burned in him that made the sword hot in his hand. With him leading, we drove the orcs back into the barren wastes, and they have not dared show themselves near the walls from that day to this. Yet my appetite for battle was gone, for I had seen enough bloodshed and pain. I obtained leave to return to the woods I longed for, and there, in the forest, I received this hurt. A man fleeing from fear sometimes discovers he has merely taken a shortcut to meet it. As Turin grew, Sador spoke to him in this manner, and the boy began to pose questions that Sador found difficult to address, feeling that kin closer than a carpenter should be providing such lessons. One day Turin asked him, was Lalaith truly like an elf child, as my father claimed? What did he mean when he said her time was briefer? Very much like, Sador replied. In their early youth the children of men and elves appear nearly alike, but the children of men grow faster and their youth slips away quickly. That is our nature. Turin pressed him further. What is fate? As for the fate of men, said Sador, you must ask someone wiser than Labardel, yet anyone can see we grow weary and die, and by mischance many find death even sooner. The elves do not weary, and they die only from grave injury. From wounds and griefs that would kill men, they may recover. Some even say that when their bodies are harmed, they can return. It is not so with us. Then Lalaith will not return? Turin asked. Where has she gone? She will not come back, Sador said. Where she has gone, no man knows, or at least I do not. Has it always been this way, or do we suffer under some curse from the wicked king, like the evil breath? I cannot say. A darkness lies behind us, and few tales come out of it. Our fathers' fathers may have had stories, but they did not tell them. Even their names are lost. The mountains stand between us and the life they fled, running from something no one now remembers. Were they afraid? Asked Turin. Perhaps, Sador answered. Perhaps we fled from the fear of the dark, only to find it waiting for us here, with nowhere left to run except into the sea. We are not all afraid anymore, Turin declared. My father is not afraid, and I will not be either, or, like my mother, I will feel the fear but not show it. In that moment, Sador thought Turin's eyes did not look like a child's, and he considered grief sharpens a stern mind. Aloud he said, Son of Hurin and Morwen, how your heart will fare, Labadal cannot guess, but you will seldom, and to very few, reveal what lies within it. Turin said, Maybe it is better not to speak of what you want if you cannot have it, but I wish, Labadal, that I were one of the Eldar. Then Lalaith might come back, and I would still be here, even if she were gone a long while. I will go as a soldier with an elf king as soon as I am able, just as you did. You may learn a great deal from them, Sador said, and he sighed, the sound carrying the weight of years and roads not taken. He remembered then, though he did not speak of it, a lone elf warrior he had once seen standing silent vigil at a forest's edge at dusk, a figure of such enduring sorrow and grace that it had haunted him for seasons after. They are a fair and wondrous people, with a power to sway the hearts of men, yet I sometimes wonder if it might have been better had our paths never crossed, if we had remained content with humbler roads. Their wisdom is ancient, their pride enduring. Beside their light, we seem dimmed, or else we burn too fiercely and too fast, feeling the weight of our own doom all the more. Yet my father loves them deeply, Turin replied. He finds no joy when they are absent, he says. Nearly all we know comes from them, that they have made us a nobler folk. He even claims the men who recently crossed the mountains are little better than orcs. That may be true, Sador answered, at least for some of us. But the climb upward is painful, and from great heights the fall is long and hard. Turin was then nearly 8 years old, by the reckoning of his people, in a year that would forever mark their memory. Among the adults, whispers swirled of a great mustering of arms, though the boy heard nothing of it. Hurin, trusting in her courage and her discretion, often spoke with Morwen of the Elven King's designs and what might come to pass for good or ill. His own heart was buoyant with hope, and he held little fear for the battle's outcome. To him, no strength in Middle-earth could ever overthrow the might and splendor of the Eldar. They have beheld the light in the west, he declared, and in the end darkness must flee from their presence. Morwen did not argue, for in Hurin's company hope always seemed the wiser course. Yet she possessed her own family's knowledge of elven lore, and in private thought she countered, and yet did they not turn from that light? Are they not now shut outside it? Perhaps the lords of the West have removed them from their care. If that is so, how can even the firstborn overcome a power of the world? No such shadow seemed to touch Hurin the steadfast, yet one spring morning he awoke restless, as from troubled dreams, and a cloud dimmed his usual brightness all that day. When evening came, he said abruptly, "Morwen Eledwen, if I am called away, I leave to your keeping the heir of the house of Hador. The lives of men are brief and filled with ill chances even in peaceful times." "That has always been so," she answered. "But what meaning lies beneath your words?" "Prudence, not doubt," said Hurin, though his look was troubled. "Yet anyone looking ahead must see that nothing will remain as it was. This is a great gamble, and one side must fall lower than it now stands. Should the Elven Kings fall, then evil days will follow for the Edain, and we live closest to the enemy. If things go ill, I will not tell you, do not be afraid, for you fear only what ought to be feared, and fear does not break your spirit. But I say this, do not wait for me. I shall return as I am able, but do not wait. Go south with all the speed you can. I will follow, and I will find you, even if I must search every corner of Beleriand. Beleriand is wide, and offers little shelter for exiles," Morwen said. "Where should I flee? Whether with few or with many?" Hurin was silent in thought for a time. "There is my mother's kin in the forest of Brethil," he said at last. "That is some 30 leagues distant as the eagle flies. If such a dark time should come, what help could we expect from men?" Morwen asked. "The house of Beor is gone. If the great house of Hador falls, in what holes shall the lesser folk of Haleth hide?" "They are few and without high law, but never doubt their courage," Hurin replied. "Where else can we place our hope?" "You do not speak of Gondolin," said Morwen. "No, for that name has never passed my lips," Hurin answered. "Yet the rumor you heard is true. I have been there, but I tell you now, as I have told no other and will not, I do not know where it lies. But you can guess, and guess closely, I believe," said Morwen. "It may be so," Hurin conceded. "But unless Turgon himself released me from my oath, I could not share that suspicion even with you, and so your journey would be fruitless. Were I to break my silence to my own disgrace, you would find only a sealed door, for unless Turgon marches to war, and no whisper of that has reached us, nor is it expected, none shall pass within. If your own people hold little hope, and your allies turn you away," Morwen replied, "then I must devise my own path. My thoughts turn now to Doriath. I believe the girdle of Melian will stand as the final unbroken shield, and the house of Beor will not be scorned in that realm. Am I not now kin to the king? For Beren, son of Barahir, was grandson of Bregor, as was my own father. My heart holds no warmth for Thingol," Hurin said. "He will send no aid to King Fingon, and I cannot name the shadow that falls upon my spirit when Doriath is spoken of. At the name of Brethil, my own heart grows heavy," Morwen admitted. Then, abruptly, Hurin laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Look at us," he said, "sitting here debating matters far beyond our grasp, chasing phantoms out of dreams. Fortune may yet favor us, but if it does not, then I leave all to your courage and judgment. Do what your heart commands, only do it without delay. Should we prevail, the Elven Kings have vowed to restore the lands of Beor's house to his heirs. A lordly legacy will await our son." That night, Turin stirred from sleep, and in the haze of candlelight he thought he saw his father and mother standing beside his bed, looking down upon him. Though their faces remained hidden in shadow, on the morning of Turin's birthday, Hurin presented his son with a gift, an elven forged knife with a sheath and hilt of silver and black. "Heir of the house of Hador," he said, "a token for your day, but take heed, this blade has no loyalty. It is as keen to cut your hand as anything else." Lifting Turin onto a table, he kissed him and added, "You already look down on me, son of Morwen. Soon you'll stand tall on your own feet. When that day comes, many may learn to fear your edge." Turin then hurried from the room, his spirit alight with a sudden swelling warmth like the first sun of spring stirring life through frozen ground. He repeated to himself, "Heir of the house of Hador." Yet another saying echoed in his mind, "Give freely, but give what is truly yours." He sought out Sador and announced, "Lebadal, today is my birthday, the birthday of the heir of the house of Hador, and I have brought you a gift to mark it. Here is a knife, exactly what you need. It will slice anything you wish, fine as a thread." Sador was uneasy, knowing Turin had only just received the blade that day, yet to refuse a freely offered gift was counted a grave discourtesy. He answered solemnly, "You spring from a generous line, Turin, son of Hurin. I have done nothing to merit such a gift, and I cannot hope to match it in the days left to me. But what I can do, I shall." Drawing the knife from its sheath, he said quietly, "This is a true treasure, a blade of elven steel. I have long missed the weight of such metal in my hand." Hurin soon noticed Turin was not wearing the knife, and asked if his warning had made the boy fear it. "No," Turin answered, "but I gave it to Sador the woodwright." "Do you scorn your father's gift?" asked Morwen. Again Turin replied, "No, but I love Sador, and I pity him." Then Hurin said, "3 gifts were yours to give, Turin: love, pity, and the knife, the least of them." "Yet I wonder if Sador is worthy," Morwen remarked. "He is crippled by his own lack of skill, and he is slow in his duties, wasting hours on trifles he was not asked to do. Pity him all the same," Hurin replied. "An honest hand and a true heart may still strike awry, and such a wound can be harder to bear than any blow from an enemy. Now you must wait for another blade," said Morwen. "The gift, therefore, would be a true gift paid for from his own heart." Turin noticed that after this Sador was treated with greater kindness, tasked with crafting a magnificent chair for the Lord's use in the great hall. One bright morning in the month of Lothran, Turin was awakened by the sudden blare of trumpets. Rushing to the doorway, he saw the courtyard filled with a host of men, both on foot and horseback, all arrayed in the full armour of war. Lord Hurin stood among them, issuing commands, and Turin understood they were departing that very day for Barad Eithel. These were Hurin's personal guard and household warriors. Every able man from his lands had been called. Some had already marched with his uncle Hor, and many more would join the Lord of Dorlomin on the road, rallying to his banner for the king's great muster. Morwen bid her husband farewell without a single tear. "I will guard all you leave in my keeping," she said, her voice steady, "both what now exists and what is yet to come." Hurin answered, "Farewell, Lady of Dorlomin. We ride now with a hope brighter than any we have known. Let us believe that by midwinter our feast will be the merriest of all our years, followed by a spring free from fear." He then lifted Turin onto his shoulder and shouted to his men, "Let the heir of the house of Hador see the light of your swords." The sun flashed on 50 blades as they were drawn, and the courtyard echoed with the battle cry of the Idaean of the north, "Lacho Kalad, Drego Morn, Flamelight, Flea Knight." Finally, Hurin leaped into his saddle, his golden banner unfurled, and the trumpets sang once more into the dawn. Thus Hurin Thalon rode away to the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. Morwen and Turin remained by the doors, motionless, until they heard the faint, lonely call of a horn carried on the wind. Hurin had crossed the hill's shoulder, and his home was lost to his sight. The silence that followed in the courtyard felt heavier than any shout, a stark contrast to the recent clamour of hope and steel. The elves sing many songs and tell many tales of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, the battle of unnumbered tears, where Fingon fell and the flower of the Eldar faded. To recount them all would outlast a man's lifetime. This account concerns only what happened to Hurin, son of Galdor, lord of Dorlomin, who was finally captured alive by the stream of Rivil on Morgoth's command and taken to Angband. Brought before the Dark Lord, for Morgoth knew through his arts and spies of Hurin's friendship with the king of Gondolin. He sought to crush Hurin's spirit with the weight of his gaze, yet Hurin remained undaunted and defied him. Morgoth had him chained and subjected to slow torment. Later he came to Húrin with an offer. Freedom to go where he wished, or great power and rank as Morgoth's highest captain, if only he would reveal the location of Turgon's stronghold and any other kingly counsels he knew. Húrin the Steadfast only mocked him. "You are blind, Morgoth Bauglir, and blind you shall ever be, seeing only darkness. You do not understand what rules the hearts of men, and if you did, you could not give it. Only a fool accepts what Morgoth offers. You would take the payment first and withhold the promise. All I would get for telling you what you ask is death. Can you believe the arrogance? Here's a man in chains facing the greatest evil in the world, and he's cracking jokes about the terms and conditions." Morgoth must have been absolutely fuming behind that grim facade. Morgoth laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "You may yet beg death from me as a kindness." He then took Húrin to the hoard en Nirnaeth, newly built and reeking of death. Setting Húrin upon its summit, he commanded him to gaze west toward Hithlum and to think of his wife, his son, and all his kin. "For they dwell now in my realm," said Morgoth, "and they are at my mercy." "You have none," answered Húrin. "Yet you will not find Turgon through them, for his secrets remain hidden from their knowledge." Then Morgoth's fury overwhelmed him. "Still I may reach you and all your cursed line," he declared. "You will be shattered by my will, even if forged of steel." Seizing a long sword that lay nearby, he snapped the blade before Húrin's eyes, and a flying shard cut the man's cheek. Húrin did not flinch. Extending his arm toward Dor-lómin, Morgoth pronounced a curse upon Húrin and Morwen and all their descendants. "Mark my words," he hissed. "The shadow of my mind will cling to them wherever they wander. My hatred will follow them to the very ends of the earth." Húrin replied, "You waste your breath. You cannot see them, nor rule them from a distance, not while you wear this form and still crave to sit as a visible king upon the world." Morgoth wheeled upon him. "Fool, small among men, and they are the least of all who speak. Have you beheld the Valar? Have you gauged the strength of Manwë and Vardë? Do you grasp the reach of their thought, or do you imagine, perhaps, that their thought rests upon you, that they might shield you from afar?" "I cannot say," answered Húrin. "Yet it could be so if they willed it, for the elder king will not be overthrown while Arda lasts." "You name him," Morgoth said. "I am the elder king, Melkor, first and mightiest of the Valar, who existed before the world and shaped it. The shadow of my design lies across Arda, and all within it bends slowly, surely to my will. But upon all whom you love, my thought will press like a cloud of doom, dragging them down into darkness and despair. Wherever they go, evil will stir. Whenever they speak, their words will breed ill counsel. Whatever they do will turn against them. They will die without hope, cursing both life and death." But Húrin responded, "Have you forgotten whom you address? You uttered such threats long ago to our fathers, yet we slipped from your shadow. Now we know you for what you are, for we have gazed upon faces that have seen the light and heard voices that have spoken with Manwë. You were before Arda, yes, but so were others. You did not make it. Nor are you the mightiest. You have spent your strength upon yourself and squandered it in your own emptiness. What are you now but a runaway thrall of the Valar? Their chain still waits for you. You have memorized your master's lessons well enough," Morgoth sneered. "But such childish lore will not save you, now that they have all fled." "Then hear this last, thrall Morgoth," said Húrin, "and know it comes not from elven lore, but is placed in my heart in this very hour. You are not the lord of men, nor shall you ever be, though all Arda and the heavens fall under your sway. Beyond the circles of the world you cannot follow those who deny you. Beyond the circles of the world I will not pursue them," Morgoth echoed, a cold smile touching his lips. "For beyond those circles lies nothing, but within them they will not escape me, not until they pass into that nothing." "You lie," Húrin said. "You will witness, and you will admit that I do not lie," Morgoth replied, and he led Húrin back to Angband, placing him in a stone chair upon a high peak of Thangorodrim. From that perch, Húrin could see far off the land of Hithlum to the west and the regions of Beleriand to the south. There he was bound by Morgoth's power, unable to move from that spot or to die until Morgoth chose to free him. "Sit," now," Morgoth commanded, "and watch the lands where evil and despair will descend upon those you have delivered to me. For you dared to mock me, you who questioned the power of Melkor, master of the fates of Arda. Through my sight you will perceive, and with my hearing you will listen, and no secret will remain concealed from you." The leaving of Turin. Only 3 men managed to return at last to Brethil by way of Tower Newfuin, a treacherous path. And when Glorthel, daughter of Hador, learned of Haldir's death, her sorrow consumed her, and she perished. No word reached Dorlomin. Rhian, Hor's wife, fled in anguish into the wilderness. Yet she found aid among the grey elves dwelling in the hills of Mithrim, and when her son Tuor was born, they took him in and raised him. But Rhian journeyed to the Hord and Nirnaeth, the Mound of Tears, and there she lay down upon the earth and died more when Eladwen stayed on in Hithlum, locked in a silent, grieving vigil. Her son Turin was but 9 years old, and she herself was again with child. Her days grew dark and desperate. The Easterlings swarmed into the land in force, treating the people of Hador with great cruelty, stripping them of all possessions and enslaving them. They rounded up any of Hurin's folk who could labor or serve a purpose, seizing even young girls and boys, while the elderly were slain or driven out to starve. Yet they did not dare lay a hand upon the Lady of Dorlomin or force her from her home. A rumour spread among them that she was dangerous, a witch who consorted with the White Fiends, their hateful and fearful name for the elves. This same dread kept them from the nearby mountains, where many of the Eldar had found refuge, particularly in the southern reaches of the land. After their looting and violence, the Easterlings withdrew northward. Hurin's homestead stood in the southeast of Dorlomin, close to the mountains. The stream Nen Lalaith flowed down from a spring beneath the shadow of Amon Dathir, above which lay a steep and narrow pass. A hardy could use this path to cross the Ered Wethrin and descend by the wells of Glithui into Beleriand, a route unknown to the Easterlings and even to Morgoth himself. While the house of Fingolfin endured, all that country had been secure from the Dark Lord, and none of his servants had ever walked there. He believed the Ered Wethrin to be an impassable barrier, blocking both escape from the north and assault from the south. Indeed, for any without wings, there was no other pass between Serich and the far western borders where Dorlomin met Nevrast. So it was that after the initial raids, Morwen was left alone, though dangerous men skulked in the surrounding woods, making travel beyond her walls a risk. Under her roof remained Sedor, the woodwright, and a handful of elderly men and women, along with Turin, whom she kept close within the fenced yard. Yet Hurin's homestead steadily crumbled into decay. Though Morwen toiled tirelessly, poverty gripped her, and hunger would have taken them had it not been for secret aid sent by Erin, a kinswoman of Hurin. Erin had been taken by force to be the wife of an Easterling named Brodda. Accepting charity was bitter for Morwen, but she endured it for Turin and her unborn child. And because, as she muttered to the cold hearth, it was owed from what had been stolen from her own house. For this Brodda was the very man who had seized the people, the goods, and the livestock of Hurin's lands, hauling it all off to his own holdings. He was a brash sort, but had been of little standing among his own people before they reached Hithlum. Eager for wealth, he was willing to occupy lands others of his kind shunned. He had glimpsed Morwen once, riding to her house on a raid, and a profound terror had gripped him. He felt he had stared into the fierce eyes of a white fiend, and a mortal fear settled in him that some curse would befall him if he harmed her. He did not ransack her home, nor did he discover Turin hidden within, else the heir of the true lord would have met a swift end. With a cruel laugh, Brodda made thralls of the Strawheads, as he called the golden-haired people of Hador, forcing them to build him a great wooden hall north of Hurin's house. Inside a rough stockade, his slaves were herded together like cattle in a pen, guarded poorly by men who cared little if they lived or died. Even in those dark days, a few brave souls remained in Dorlomin, uncowed and willing to aid the lady of the land at great personal risk. From them, Morwen received secret messages, though the tidings they carried offered little comfort. Brodda, seeking to establish his own lasting rule, took Erin not as a slave but as his wife. For the women among his own Easterling followers were few, and none could match the grace of the Idaean's daughters. He dreamed of a lordship and an heir to secure it. Morwen spoke sparingly to Turin of past events or the uncertain future, and he, in turn, feared to question her and break her solemn silence. When the invaders first arrived, the boy had asked his mother, "When will father return to drive out these ugly thieves? Why does he delay?" Morwen had replied, "I cannot say. He may have fallen or been captured, or perhaps he is stranded far away, unable to breach the ring of enemies that now surrounds us," with a child's grim logic. Turin had said, "Then I believe he is dead," holding back his tears before her. Nothing alive could stop him from coming to our aid. Morwen had answered softly, "I do not believe that to be true, my son." Yet as time stretched on, a shadow settled over Morwen's heart, fear for Turin, heir of Dorlomin and Ladros, growing ever darker. She saw no future for him but slavery under the Easterlings once he came of age. Remembering her conversation with Húrin, her thoughts turned toward Doriath. She resolved at last to send Turin away in secret if she could, to beg sanctuary for him with King Thingol. As she pondered how this might be achieved, the memory of Húrin's voice echoed in her mind with sudden clarity. "Go swiftly! Do not wait for me!" But her own condition gave her pause. The birth of her child was near, and the road would be harsh and full of peril. The more who travelled, the slimmer the chance of success. A stubborn, unacknowledged hope still lingered in her heart, a private conviction that Húrin lived. In the sleepless night watches she would listen for his step or start awake, believing she had heard the familiar neigh of his horse, Arok, in the courtyard. And though she was willing for her son to be fostered in another's hall, as was the custom, her pride revolted at the thought of going herself as a beggar even to a king. So she denied the voice or the memory of it, and in that denial the first thread of Turin's fate was spun. It was not until the autumn of that year of lamentation, with the journeying season growing short, that Morwen settled on her course. She acted with new haste, dreading that Turin would be seized if they waited through the winter. Easterlings were already prowling the garth and watching the house. Suddenly she said to him, "Your father does not come, so you must go, and go soon. It is as he would wish." "Go," cried Turin. "Where shall we go over the mountains?" "Yes," said Morwen, "over the mountains to the south. Some hope may lie that way, but I did not say we, my son. You must go, I must stay. I cannot go alone." Turin protested. "I will not leave you. Why can we not go together?" "I cannot," Morwen repeated. "But you will not be alone. I shall send Gethron with you, and Grithnir as well. Will you not send Labadal?" Turin asked, referring to Sador. "No," Morwen said, "for Sador is lame, and the road will be hard. Since you are my son, and these are grim days, I will not soften my words. You may die on that journey. The year grows late. But if you stay, you will meet a worse end, a life of thraldom. If you wish to be a man when you come to a man's age, you will do as I bid, and do it bravely. But I would leave you with only Sador, blind Ragnir, and the old women," Turin argued, his young voice tight with frustration. "Did my father not say I am Hador's heir? The heir should stay in Hador's house to defend it. How? I wish I still had my knife." "The heir should stay," Morwen conceded, her tone weary but firm. "But he cannot. He may, however, return one day. Take courage. I will come for you if the situation worsens, if I am able." Turin, his heart faltering, asked through tears how she could ever find him if he were lost in the wilderness. Morwen replied sharply that weeping would only draw unwanted attention. She told him she knew his destination, and if he reached it and stayed, she would find him there. She was sending him to King Thingol in Doriath. Would he not prefer being a king's guest to being a slave? Turin admitted he did not know what a slave was. Morwen answered that she was sending him away so he would never have to learn. She then held him before her, searching his eyes as if deciphering a difficult puzzle. "It is a heavy burden, Turin, my son," she finally said. "These dark days make every choice a weight. I do what I believe is right, otherwise why would I part with my most precious treasure?" They spoke no more of it, leaving Turin sorrowful and confused. The next morning he found Sador, who had been cutting the scarce firewood they dared gather from the nearby woods. Leaning on his crutch, Sador gazed at the unfinished great chair of Húrin, pushed into a corner. "It must be burned," he said, "for in these times we can only meet our barest needs." "Do not break it yet," Turin pleaded. "Perhaps he will return, and it would gladden him to see what you made in his absence." "False hopes chill worse than winter winds," Sador countered, "and they give no warmth." He ran his fingers over the carvings and sighed. "I wasted my time. Though the hours were sweet, such creations are fleeting. The true purpose is the joy found in making them, I suppose. I might as well return your gift." Turin reached out, then pulled his hand back. "A man does not take back his gifts," he stated. "But if it is mine to give, may I not give it as I wish?" Sador asked. "Yes," Turin conceded, "to anyone but me. But why would you wish to give it?" "I have no hope of using it for worthy tasks," Sador said. "There will be no work for Labrador in the days ahead, but the work of a slave." "What is a slave?" Turin asked. "A man who is treated as a beast," Sador answered. "Fed just to live, kept alive only to labor, laboring solely from fear of pain or death. And from these marauders he may receive pain or death merely for their amusement. I hear they select the swift-footed and hunt them with hounds. They have learned cruelty from the orcs faster than we ever learned grace from the fair folk." "Now I understand better," said Turin. "It is a pity you must comprehend such things so young," Sador replied. Then, noticing the strange look on the boy's face, asked what he now understood. "Why my mother is sending me away," Turin said, his eyes welling up. "Ah!" Sador exclaimed, muttering to himself. "But why the delay, then?" Turning to Turin, he said, "That does not seem like news for tears. But you must not speak your mother's plans aloud to Labrador, or to anyone. Every wall and hedge has ears these days, and not ears on fair heads." "But I must talk to someone," Turin insisted. "I have always confided in you. I do not wish to leave you, Labrador. I do not wish to leave this house or my mother." "But if you stay," Sador said, "soon there will be an end to the house of Hador forever. As you now see, Labadal does not want you to go, but Sador, servant of Húrin, will rest easier knowing Húrin's son is beyond the reach of the Easterlings. Well, it cannot be helped. We must say farewell. Will you not take my knife as a parting gift?" "No," said Turin. "I am going to the elves, to the king of Doriath. There I may receive other such things, but I will not be able to send you any gifts, Labadal. I will be far away and entirely alone." Then Turin wept, but Sador said to him, "Come now, where is the son of Húrin? I recall hearing him declare not long ago, 'I will join an elf king's army as a soldier when I am old enough.'" At that, Turin checked his weeping and replied, "Very well. If those were the words of Húrin's son, then he must honor them and go. Yet whenever I claim I will do this or that, the reality always looks quite different when the moment arrives. Now I find myself unwilling. I must be careful not to make such declarations again." "That would indeed be wise," said Sador. "So most men advise, and few men truly learn. Let the unseen days remain unseen today. Alone is more than enough to manage." Soon Turin was prepared for the journey. He said a painful farewell to his mother and set off quietly with his two companions. When they urged him to turn for a last look at his father's house, the sharp pain of parting struck him like a blade. He cried out, "Morwen! Morwen! When will I see you again?" Standing at her threshold, Morwen heard that cry echo through the wooded hills. She gripped the doorpost so tightly her fingers were left bruised and bleeding. This marked the first of Turin's many sorrows. Early the next year, after Turin had gone, Morwen bore her child. She named the girl Nienor, meaning morning. But Turin was already far distant when his sister entered the world. His road was long and fraught with peril, for the shadow of Morgoth stretched wide across the land. His guides were Githron and Grithnir, who had been young in Hador's day. Though aged, their courage was undimmed, and they knew these lands well from many journeys through Beleriand in years past. So, by a mix of fate and stubborn courage, they crossed the shadowy mountains. Descending into the Vale of Sirion, they entered the forest of Brethil, and finally, weary and worn, reached the borders of Doriath. There, however, they grew confused, entangled in the queen's subtle enchantments. They wandered lost among trackless trees until their supplies were gone. They neared death as a bitter winter swept down from the north, but Turin's doom was not to be so simple. As they lay in despair, the sound of a hunting horn reached them. It was Beleg Strongbow, who dwelled ever on the marches of Doriath, and was the greatest woodsman of that age. Hearing their cries, he found them. After giving them food and drink, he learned their names and origin, filling him with both wonder and pity. He looked with immediate fondness upon Turin, who had his mother's beauty and his father's piercing eyes, and who was already sturdy and strong. "What would you ask of King Thingol?" Beleg inquired of the boy. "I would be one of his knights," Turin answered, "to ride against Morgoth and avenge my father." "That may yet come to pass, when more years have grown you," said Beleg. "For though you are still young, you carry the promise of a valiant man, worthy to be called a son of steadfast Hurin, if such a thing were possible." Hurin's name was held in high honor in all the lands of the elves. Thus Beleg gladly guided the wanderers to a lodge where he stayed with fellow hunters. They were sheltered there while a messenger was sent to Menegroth, when word returned that Thingol and Melian would receive the son of Hurin and his guardians. Beleg led them by hidden paths into the hidden kingdom. So Turin came to the great bridge over the Escalduin and passed through the gates of Thingol's halls. As a child, he beheld the marvels of Menegroth, wonders no mortal man had ever seen, save Beren alone before Thingol and Melian. Gethron delivered Morwen's message. Thingol received them with kindness, and, in honor of Hurin, mightiest of men, and of his kinsman Beren, he seated Turin upon his knee. Those who witnessed this marveled, for it was a sign that Thingol took Turin as his foster son, a gesture not made by kings at that time, nor ever again by an elf lord to a man. Then Thingol said to him, "Here, son of Hurin, your home shall be. For all your life you will be held as my own son, though you are a man. You shall be granted wisdom surpassing the measure of mortal men, and the weapons of the elves shall be placed within your grasp. A day may yet dawn when you reclaim your father's lands in Hithlum, but for now dwell here in peace and affection." So began Turin's stay in Doriath. For a time his guardians Gethron and Grithnir remained with him, though their hearts ached to return to their lady in Dorlament. Then age and sickness overtook Grithnir, and he stayed by Turin's side until his death. But Githron took his leave. Thingol provided him an escort for guidance and protection, and they bore the king's words to Morwen. They reached Hurin's house at last, and when Morwen learned that Turin was honored in Thingol's halls, a weight lifted from her sorrow. The elves also brought rich gifts from Melian, and a message urging her to return with Thingol's people to Doriath. For Melian, wise and far-seeing, hoped this might turn aside the shadow of evil growing in Morgoth's mind. Yet Morwen would not leave her home, her heart still unyielding and her pride undimmed. Besides, Ninor was but a babe in arms. So she thanked the elves of Doriath and sent them away, giving them the last small golden trinkets she possessed to hide her need, and she bid them return the helm of Hador to Thingol. All the while Turin watched for the messenger's return. When they came back alone, he fled into the forest and wept, for he knew of Melian's offer and had hoped his mother would come. This grief was the second sorrow of Turin. When the messengers relayed Morwen's reply, Melian was stirred with pity, perceiving her stubborn spirit. She saw then that the fate she foresaw would not be easily undone. The helm of Hador was delivered into Thingol's keeping. Crafted of grey steel adorned with gold, it bore runes of victory. A power resided within it, guarding its wearer from wound or death. The sword that struck it would shatter. The dart aimed at it would veer aside. It was the work of Telchar, the famed smith of Nogrod, fashioned with a visor like those dwarves used to shield their eyes at the forge. The face of its wearer struck dread into all who saw it, while it itself was guarded from dart and flame. Upon its crest, set in defiance, was a gilded image of Glaurung, the dragon's head, for it had been made soon after the worm first crawled from Morgoth's gates. Hador, and later his son Goldor, had often borne it into battle, and the hearts of Hithlum's host were lifted when they saw it towering above the fray, and they would shout, "The dragon of Dorlomin is worth more than the gold worm of Angband." In truth, this helm was not originally made for men, but for Azagaul, lord of Belegost, who fell to Glorung in the year of lamentation. He gave it to Maedhros as a reward for saving his life and treasure when Azagaul was ambushed by orcs on the dwarf road in East Beleriand. Maedhros later sent it as a gift to Fingon, with whom he often exchanged tokens of friendship, remembering how Fingon had driven Glaurung back to Angband. Yet, in all Hithlum, no head and shoulders proved stout enough to bear the dwarf helm comfortably save those of Hador and his son Galdor. Fingon thus gave it to Hador when he received the lordship of Dolomin. By ill chance, Galdor did not wear it when he defended Ithel Sirion, for the attack came suddenly, and he rushed bareheaded to the walls, where an orc arrow found his eye. As for Hurin, the dragon helm did not sit easily upon him, and in any case he refused to use it, declaring, "I prefer to meet my foes with my own face uncovered." Still, he counted the helm among the greatest treasures of his house, deep within the cavernous halls of Menegroth. King Thingol possessed vast armories, their treasures gleaming in the subterranean gloom. Here were blades and hauberks crafted with such skill they shimmered like moonlight on a deep pool. The work of legendary smiths like Telchar and Gamil Zirak, or even more gifted elven hands. Among these wonders were pieces from Valinor itself, forged by the supreme artisan Feanor. Yet, when presented with the helm of Hador, Thingol behaved as if his own famed collection were meagre. He held the great helm with reverence, remarking on the pride of the line that had borne it. A notion then struck him, and he summoned young Turin. He informed the boy that this heirloom, a mighty token, had been sent by his mother Morwen. "The dragon helm of the north is now yours," Thingol declared. "When your time comes, bear it with honor." But Turin, still small and bowed by a heavy heart, could scarcely lift it and paid it little mind. During his childhood in Doriath, Turin lived under the unseen protection of Queen Melian. More directly, a wood maiden named Nellas, by the queen's command, would often find him as he wandered the forests. From her, Turin learned the secrets of the woods and its creatures. She became his tutor in the Sindarin tongue, teaching him its older, more graceful and courtly form. For a brief, sun-dappled period, her companionship lifted the gloom from his spirit, a fleeting spring morning in his young life. But as Turin grew, his interests turned to the halls of Menegroth and the pursuits of men, while Nellas, who shunned all stone roofs and would not enter the city, gradually faded from his daily world. He ceased to seek her out, though, unbeknownst to him, her watchful eyes from the forest shadows never left him. 9 years Turin spent in Menegroth, his thoughts constantly journeyed north to his mother and sister, and he clung to the occasional messages Thingol's riders brought from Dor Lomin. He learned of his sister Nienor, blooming like a lone flower in that bleak land, and that Morwen's hardships had lessened. Turin himself grew tall and strong, his hardiness becoming known throughout the realm. He devoured the lore of elder days, growing thoughtful and quiet. His great friend was the march warden Beleg Strongbow, who would take him into the wilds to teach him the bow, the ways of the woods, and above all the art of the sword. Turin, however, had a clumsy hand for finer crafts. His newfound strength was a treacherous ally, often ruining a piece with one ill-judged blow. A strange ill luck seemed to dog his steps. Plans faltered, desires were denied, and friendship did not come easily to one so stern and shadowed. Yet those who knew him well held him in deep affection and respect, honoring him as the king's foster son. But one heart nurtured a bitter envy that grew with Turin's years, Saeros, son of Ithilbor. He was of the Nandor, those elves who had fled to Doriath after their lord's fall. Proud and haughty, Saeros had won a place in Thingol's court and looked with disdain upon those he deemed beneath him, harbouring a particular resentment for this mortal boy who stood so high in the king's favour. He forged a friendship with the minstrel Daeron, as both shared a talent for music, yet Daeron harboured a deep disdain for men, particularly any relation of Beren Erkamion. "How curious," Daeron would remark, "that our realm should welcome yet another of this troubled lineage. Did the first not bring sufficient grief to Doriath?" Consequently, he viewed Turin with suspicion, criticizing his actions with clever, veiled malice. In private encounters, Saeros spoke to him with arrogant contempt, which Turin endured silently for a time, weary of the discord, but mindful of Saeros's high standing as a king's counselor. This silence, however, only fueled Saeros's irritation as much as any retort might have. When Turin turned 17, a fresh sorrow struck him. All communication from his homeland ceased. Morgoth's influence had expanded, casting a shadow over all of Hithlum. It seemed Morgoth had long observed the doings of Húrin's family, biding his time for some dark purpose. Now, to fulfill his design, he sealed the passes of the shadowy mountains with vigilant guards, making travel into or out of Hithlum perilous. Orcs multiplied near the headwaters of the Narog, Teglin, and Syrian rivers. Eventually, King Thingol's messengers failed to return, and he sent no more, reluctant ever to risk his people beyond the guarded borders. His willingness to send aid to Morwen in Dor-lómin had been a significant gesture of goodwill toward Húrin's kin. Turin, burdened by this silence, feared new misfortunes had befallen Morwen and Númenor. For days he sat brooding on the decline of the House of Hador and the men of the north, until he finally rose to seek an audience with the king. He found Thingol seated with Melian beneath the great beech Hírilorn in Menigroth. The king looked upon Turin with surprise, seeing not his fosterling but a tall, dark-haired man with a pale, solemn face. Turin requested arms and armor. Specifically reclaiming the dragon helm of Dor-lómin, Thingol granted his request, offering him a position among the royal knights. "You may test your skill in battle on our borders, if you wish," the king said. But Turin's ambition burned brighter. "My heart draws me beyond the marches," he declared. "I yearn to strike at the enemy, not merely guard the edges of this land." "Then you must go alone," Thingol replied. "I command Doriath's role in this war by my own counsel, Turin, son of Húrin. I will not commit our forces now, nor foresee doing so," Melian added. "You are free to depart, son of Morwen. The girdle does not hold those who entered with our permission." "Unless wisdom holds you back," Thingol cautioned. When Turin asked for that wisdom, the king observed, "You have the stature of a man, but not yet the fullness of your maturity. When that time comes, you may better aid your kin. Yet one man alone can do little more against the Dark Lord than support the elves in their defense for as long as it lasts." Turin countered, "My kinsman Beren achieved more." "Beren and Lúthien," Melian corrected, her tone shifting to a pointed, almost sarcastic edge. "But you speak too boldly to the father of Lúthien. Your destiny, Turin, son of Morwen, is not set so high, though your fate is indeed woven with that of the elves for good or for ill. Take care it is not for ill." After a pause, her voice softened into a more enlightened, almost maternal warning. "Go now, fosterson, and heed the king's counsel. Yet I doubt you will remain long in Doriath once you reach manhood. Should you ever recall Melian's counsel, let it guide you. Beware the heat and the cold within your own heart." Turin bowed to them and departed. Not long after, he donned the dragon helm, took up his weapons, and journeyed to the northern borders, joining the elven warriors in their relentless fight against the orcs and all creatures serving Morgoth. Thus, while still barely beyond boyhood, his strength and courage were tested. Driven by the memory of his family's suffering, he continually sought out perilous deeds, enduring many wounds from spear, arrow, or the cruel blades of orcs. But his fate shielded him from death. Word spread through the forests, reaching far beyond Doriath, that the dragon helm of Dor-lómin had been seen once more. Many wondered aloud, has the spirit of Hador or of Galdor the Tall returned from the grave? Or has Húrin of Hithlum truly escaped the pits of Angband? Only one among Thingol's march wardens surpassed Turin in skill of arms at that time, Beleg Cuthalion. Beleg and Turin became companions in every danger, ranging far together through the untamed woods. So passed 3 years, during which Turin rarely visited Thingol's halls. He grew indifferent to his appearance, his hair unkempt, his mail often hidden beneath a travel-stained grey cloak. Then, in the 3rd summer, when Turin was 20, needing rest and a smith to mend his gear, he arrived unexpectedly at Menegroth one evening and entered the great hall. Thingol was not present, for he and Melian were walking in the greenwood, as was his pleasure in high summer. wearied from the road and lost in thought. Turin took a seat without looking, and by ill fortune placed himself at a table among the realm's elders, in the very spot customarily occupied by Seiros. Arriving late, Seiros was incensed, believing Turin had done this out of pride, to insult him. His anger only grew when he saw that those seated there did not rebuke the young man, but welcomed him. For a time Seiros concealed his displeasure, taking a seat opposite Turin. "The March Warden seldom honours us with his presence," he began, "and I gladly yield my usual place for the chance to speak with him." He continued with many seemingly courteous questions about news from the borders and Turin's exploits in the wild, yet the mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Turin grew weary of it. As he glanced around the hall, the bitterness of exile washed over him. Despite the light and laughter of the elven halls, his mind drifted to Beleg and their life in the woods. And then farther still, to Morwen in Dor-lómin in his father's house. He frowned, darkened by these thoughts, and gave Seiros no reply. Taking the frown as a personal slight, Seiros could contain his anger no longer. He drew forth a golden comb and tossed it onto the table before Turin. "No doubt, man of Hithlum, you came in haste to this table, and your ragged cloak may be excused," he said, "but you need not leave your head like a bramble thicket, and perhaps if your ears were uncovered, you would better hear what is said to you." Turin remained silent, fixing his eyes upon Seiros with a dangerous glint. Seiros, heedless of the warning, returned the gaze with scorn and said, for all to hear, "If the men of Hithlum are so savage and grim, what then must the women of that land be like? Do they run like deer, wearing nothing but their own hair?" Seiros taunted. In response, Turin seized a drinking cup and hurled it into the man's face, sending him stumbling backward. As Turin reached for his sword, Mablung the hunter, seated beside him, grabbed his arm to hold him back. Seiros rose, spitting blood onto the table, his words slurred from the blow. "How much longer must we shelter this wild man? Whose law rules here? The king's justice falls hard on any who harm his subjects within these walls, and for drawing a blade, exile is the mildest sentence. Out there I would answer you properly, you forest savage." Seeing the blood smear the wood, Turin's fury cooled into something sharp and deliberate. He pulled free from Mablung's grip and left the hall without uttering another word. Mablung then turned to Seiros, his voice low. "What has gotten into you? This trouble is your doing. The king's law might well see a broken mouth as fair payment for such mockery." "If the young wolf has a complaint, let him bring it before the king," Seiros retorted, wiping his lip. "But drawing steel here cannot be forgiven, whatever the reason. Outside, if that wildling dares to face me, I will end him." "That outcome strikes me as less than certain," Mablung replied. "Should either of you fall, it would be a dark deed, more fitting for Angban's pits than for Doriath. I fear some shadow from the north has brushed us tonight. Take care, Seiros, son of Ithilbor. Do not let your pride do Morgoth's bidding. Remember, you are one of the Eldar." "I have not forgotten," Seiros said, but his anger did not fade. Through the night he nursed his wounded pride, his resentment festering into a cold malice. The next morning, as Turin departed Menegroth to return to the northern marches, Seiros ambushed him, lunging from behind with sword drawn and shield raised, yet Turin, hardened by a life of constant vigilance, caught the movement from the corner of his eye. He sidestepped, drew his own blade in one fluid motion, and turned to meet his attacker. "For Morwen!" he shouted. Now her mocker will answer for his scorn. He split Seiros' shield with a powerful blow, and the two fought with a fierce clashing rhythm. But Turin's training in a harsh, relentless school had made him as quick as any elf and far stronger. He soon gained the upper hand, wounding Seiros' sword arm and disarming him. Placing his boot on the fallen blade, Turin looked down at his foe. "Seiros," he said, his tone icy, "you have a long run ahead of you. Clothes will only slow you down. Let your own hair be enough." In one swift motion, he threw the elf to the ground, stripped him bare, and let him feel the terrifying strength in his grasp. Then he yanked him upright. "Run," Turin commanded. "Run. And unless you match the speed of a stag, I will urge you on from behind." Seiros fled into the trees, screaming wildly for help, with Turin pursuing like a relentless hound. no matter how Seiros dodged or darted. The point of Turin's sword stayed at his back, driving him onward. The desperate cries drew others to the chase, and many followed, though only the swiftest could keep pace. Mablung led them, his mind heavy with dread. He knew the taunting had been vile, but to shame one of the elven folk without judgment was a grave offence. Self-willed vengeance was a poison. None yet realized that Seiros had attacked first, intent on murder. "Stop, Turin, stop!" Mablung shouted. "This is the work of orcs in these woods." Turin called back over his shoulder. Then orc words in the hall earn orc work in the woods, and surged forward again. Seiros, hopeless and convinced death was upon him, ran blindly until he reached a rocky ledge where a stream feeding the Escalduin cut a deep gorge through the stone, a leap too wide even for a deer in his terror. Seiros tried to jump. He missed the far edge, let out a final cry, and fell onto a jagged boulder in the water below. So his life ended in Doriath, and long would Mandos hold his spirit. Turin stared down at the body of Seiros in the stream, a bitter taste in his mouth. What a wretched fool, he thought to himself. I would have let him go from here, to stumble back to Menegroth on his own. Instead, he has forced a stain upon my name I do not deserve. He turned, his expression grim and clouded, to face Mablung and the other elves who had now approached, standing near him at the water's edge. After a long, heavy silence, Mablung finally spoke. "This is a grievous thing, yet you must return with us now, Turin. The king will have to weigh these actions. If the king were truly just," Turin replied, his voice tight, "he would find me without blame. But was this not one of his own advisers? What sort of just king keeps a heart filled with spite so close to his throne? I reject his law. I will not submit to his judgment." "You speak recklessly," said Mablung, though inwardly his heart ached for the young man. "You will not become an outlaw. I ask you to come back with me, not as a prisoner, but as one I consider a friend." Others saw what transpired. "When Thingol hears the full account, you may yet receive his mercy." But Turin had grown tired of the confines of the elven halls. A cold dread took hold that he would be imprisoned there. He said to Mablung, "I deny your request. I will not beg a pardon from King Thingol for a crime I did not commit. I go now to a place where his decree cannot reach me. You have only two paths before you. Let me walk away, or strike me down if that better suits your code. Your numbers are too few to take me by force." They saw the fierce truth of it in his eyes and stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Mablung said quietly, "One life lost here is already too many. I did not desire his death, yet I will not weep for it," Turin stated. "Let Mandos judge him fairly, and if he ever walks again among the living, may he find some wisdom. Farewell." "Go then, since it is your choice," Mablung replied. "But I hold little hope for you if you leave on such a path. A shadow has settled on your spirit. When next we meet, I pray it has not grown darker." Turin offered no response. He turned and strode swiftly away, vanishing into the wilds, and none could say where he had gone. The tale tells that when Turin failed to return to the northern borders of Doriath, and no word of him could be found, Beleg Strongbow journeyed to Menegroth himself to search for tidings. With a sorrowful heart, he learned the full account of Turin's deeds and his flight. Not long after, Thingol and Melian returned to their halls, for the summer was fading. When the king was told all that had occurred, he took his throne in the great hall of Menegroth, surrounded by the lords and councillors of Doriath. Every detail was examined and recounted, even to the final words exchanged between Turin and Mablung. At length Thingol sighed deeply. "Alas," he said, "how has this darkness crept into my realm? I believed Seiros to be both loyal and wise. Yet if he lived, he would face my wrath, for his mockery was vile, and I place the blame for what began in the hall upon him. In that, Turin has my forgiveness, but to shame Seiros and drive him to his death were wrongs far greater than the original offence. These acts I cannot overlook. They reveal a heart that is both severe and arrogant." Thingol grew quiet, but after a time he spoke again, his tone full of regret. "Here is a foster son who returns kindness with scorn, a man whose pride has overgrown his station. How can I shelter one who holds me and my law in contempt, or pardon one who shows no remorse? Therefore I banish Turin, son of Hurin, from the kingdom of Doriath. If he seeks to enter, he shall be brought before me for judgment, until he comes to plead for pardon at my feet. He is a son to me no longer. If any here deems this unjust, let him speak now." A profound silence filled the hall. Thingol raised his hand to deliver his sentence, but at that very moment Beleg hurried in and called out, "My lord, may I still be heard?" "You come late," said Thingol. "Were you not summoned with the rest?" "Indeed, my lord," Beleg answered. "I was detained. I was searching for one whose voice I trusted. Now, at last, I bring a witness who must be heard before your doom is sealed." All who had anything to tell were called, the king said. "What can he now say that carries more weight than the accounts I have already heard?" "You will be the judge of that once you have listened," Beleg urged. "Grant me this, if my service has ever earned your favor." "To you I grant it," Thingol replied. Beleg then guided the maiden Nellas into the great hall by the hand. She lived deep in the forest and never ventured into Menegroth, and now she was frightened by the vast stone pillars, the vaulted ceiling, and the many eyes watching her. When King Thingol asked her to speak, she began, "My lord, I was sitting in a tree," but then her voice failed her, overcome by the king's presence. Thingol smiled gently and remarked, "Others have done the same, yet felt no need to inform me of it." "Others indeed," Nellas replied, gaining courage from his expression. "Even Lúthien, and it was of her I was thinking that morning, and of Beren the man." At this, Thingol's smile faded, and he remained silent, waiting for her to continue. "Turin reminded me of Beren," she finally said. "They are kin, I'm told, and for those who look closely that kinship can be seen." Thingol grew restless. "Perhaps," he stated, "but Turin, son of Hurin, has left in defiance of me, and you will not see him again to study his lineage. I am now ready to give my judgment." "Please, Lord King," Nellas pleaded, "hear me out first. I was in that tree to watch Turin depart, and I saw Saros emerge from the woods armed with sword and shield, ambushing Turin when he was unprepared. A murmur spread through the hall, and the king raised his hand. "You bring more serious tidings than I anticipated. Speak carefully now, for this is a court of judgment." "Beleg has advised me of that," she answered, "and only for this reason have I dared to come, so that Turin may not be judged unfairly. He is brave, yet he is also merciful." The two fought until Turin had disarmed Saros of both shield and sword, but he did not kill him. Therefore I cannot believe he intended his death in the end. If Saros was humiliated, it was a humiliation he had earned. "Judgment is mine to give," said Thingol, "yet what you have told will shape it." He questioned Nellas thoroughly and finally turned to Mablung. "It seems strange that Turin said nothing of this to you." "He did not speak of it," Mablung confirmed. "Had he done so, my parting words to him would have been different, and my judgment shall now be different as well," declared Thingol. "Hear me, any fault that may be found in Turin I now pardon, considering him wronged and provoked. Since it was indeed one of my own council who mistreated him, he shall not have to seek this pardon. I will send it to him wherever he may be found, and recall him with honor to my halls." Upon hearing this judgment, Nellas suddenly began to weep. "But where can he be found?" she said. "He has left our lands, and the world is vast." "He shall be sought," Thingol affirmed. He then rose, and Beleg escorted Nellas from Menegroth. Beleg said to her, "Do not weep. If Turin still lives and walks abroad, I will find him, even if all others fail." The following day, Beleg stood before Thingol and Melian. The king said to him, "Advise me, Beleg, for I am troubled. I took Hurin's son as my own, and so he shall remain, unless Hurin himself should ever return from the shadows to claim him. I would not have it said that Turin was unjustly driven into the wilderness, and I would welcome him back gladly, for I held him dear." Beleg responded, "I will search for Turin until I find him, and I will bring him back to Menegroth, if I am able, for I love him as well." He then set out, journeying far across Beleriand through many dangers, seeking any news of Turin without success. The winter passed, and then the spring. Now the tale returns to Turin. Believing himself an outlaw whom the king would hunt, he did not go back to Beleg on the northern borders of Doriath. Instead, he travelled westward, slipping secretly out of the guarded realm and into the woodlands south of the river Taglin. There, under the dense canopy, he moved with a new wariness. the memory of the Hall's judgment replaced by the immediate demands of survival in the wild. Before the great battle, many people had lived in scattered homesteads across this land. They were mostly descendants of Harlith's folk living without any lord, surviving through hunting and farming. They raised pigs in the forested areas and cultivated small fenced clearings to keep the wilderness at bay. Now, most were either destroyed or had fled to the safety of Brethil, leaving the whole region under the shadow of orcs and desperate outlaws. In those broken times, men without homes or hope wandered lost, remnants of shattered armies and ravaged lands, some driven into the wild for their own dark deeds. They scavenged and hunted what they could, but when winter's hunger gripped them, they became as feared as wolves. Those who still defended their homes called them Gawa Waith, the Wolfmen. About 50 of these men had banded together, roaming the woods just beyond Doriath's western borders. They were hated almost as much as orcs, for among them were bitter outcasts who nursed grudges against their own kind. The fiercest was Androg, driven from Dor Lomin for killing a woman. Others from that land included Old Algund, the group's eldest who had escaped the great battle, and Forweg, who called himself their captain, a big, bold man with fair hair and restless, gleaming eyes. Though he had fallen far from the noble ways of Hador's people, they had grown cautious, always posting scouts and watches whether moving or resting. So it was that they quickly became aware of Turin when he wandered into their territory. They tracked him silently, drawing a tight ring around him. As he stepped into a sunlit glade beside a stream, he suddenly found himself encircled by men with drawn bows and ready swords. Turin stopped, but showed no fear. "Who are you?" he asked. "I thought only orcs ambushed men, but I see I was wrong." "You may come to regret that error," said Forweg. "These are our lands, and we do not permit other men to walk here. We take their lives as payment, unless they can buy them back." Turin actually laughed. "You'll get no ransom from me. I'm an outcast and an outlaw. You can search me when I'm dead, but it will cost you dearly to prove my words true." Even so, death seemed close, with many arrows notched and waiting for the captain's command. None of his foes stood near enough for a sword's reach, but Turin, spotting some stones by the water's edge, suddenly bent down. In that moment, one of the men, angered by his defiance, loosed an arrow. It flew over Turin's head, and he sprang up, hurling a stone with fierce accuracy. The bowman fell, his skull shattered. "I might serve you better alive, in place of that unfortunate man," Turin said, turning to Forweg. "If you are the captain here, you should not let your men shoot without orders." "I do not," Forweg replied, "but he has been rebuked swiftly enough. I will take you in his stead if you follow my commands better." Two of the outlaws protested loudly. One, named Ulrad, was a friend of the fallen man. "A strange way to join a fellowship," he sneered, "by killing one of our best." Not without challenge, Turin shot back. "Come on, then. I'll face you both together, with weapons or bare-handed. Then you can judge if I'm fit to replace one of your best." He strode toward them, but Ulrad stepped back, refusing to fight. The other man, Ondrog of Dor Lomin, threw down his bow and studied Turin carefully. "I am no match for you," he said finally, shaking his head. "No one here is, I think. You may join us for my part. But there's a strange look about you. You are a dangerous man." "My name is Nithan the Wronged," answered Turin, and the outlaws called him by that name thereafter. He told them he had suffered a grave injustice, a claim that always found a sympathetic listener in him, but he would speak no further of his past or his homeland. Still they perceived he had fallen from a place of honour, and though he possessed little, the weapons he carried were forged by elven hands. He quickly earned their respect through his strength and courage, and his woodcraft surpassed their own. They trusted him, for he showed little greed and often neglected his own needs, yet they also feared his sudden dark rages, which they rarely understood. Returning to Doriath was a path his pride would not allow, and the gates of Nargothrond had been closed since Felagund's fall. He disdained to seek refuge with the folk of Harlith in Brethil, and he dared not attempt a return to Dor Lomin, for it was fiercely besieged, and a lone man, he believed, could not hope to cross the shadowed mountain passes. So Turin remained with the outlaws. The company of others made the harsh wilds easier to bear, and because he desired to live and could not constantly oppose them, he did little to check their wickedness. Yet at times pity and shame would stir within him, and then his wrath became dangerous. He lived this way until the year's end, through the desperate hunger of winter and into a gentle spring. Now, in the woods south of the river Teiglin, as has been recounted, there remained a few hardy homesteads of men. These woodmen felt no love and little pity for the outlaws, yet in the cruelest winter they would set out what spare food they could, where the Gowwaith might find it, hoping to ward off a desperate, united attack. They earned less gratitude from these men than from the beasts and birds of the forest, and their safety depended more on their watchdogs and sturdy fences. Each homestead was ringed by thick hedges around its cleared land, with a ditch and stockade protecting the houses. Paths connected the steads, and horn calls could summon aid. With spring's arrival, it grew risky for the Gowwaith to linger so near the woodmen's homes, for they might band together and hunt them down. Turin wondered why their leader, Forweg, did not move them away southward, where game was more plentiful and no men dwelt. One day, Turin noticed Forweg was absent, along with his friend Undrog. When he asked after them, his companions only laughed. "Attending to private business, I'd wager," said Ulrad. "They'll return soon enough, and then we'll likely move in haste. We'll be fortunate if they don't bring a swarm of angry bees back with them." The sun was bright, the young leaves a vibrant green, and Turin, weary of the squalor of the outlaw camp, wandered deep into the forest alone, against his will. Memories of the hidden kingdom surfaced, and the flower names of Doriath echoed in his mind like fragments of a nearly forgotten language. Suddenly cries broke the stillness. A young woman burst from a hazel thicket, her clothes torn by thorns, her face a mask of terror. Stumbling, she fell gasping to the ground. Turin leaped toward the thicket, his sword drawn, and cut down the man who rushed out in pursuit. Only as the stroke landed did he recognize Forweg. As he stood stunned, gazing at the blood on the grass, Undrog emerged and halted in equal shock. "Evil work, Nithan," he shouted, drawing his own blade, but Turin's mood had turned icy and controlled. "Where are the orcs, then?" he asked Undrog. "Did you outrun them to come to her aid, orcs?" spat Undrog. "Fool, you call yourself an outlaw? Outlaws live by their needs, not by laws. Mind your own affairs, Nithan, and leave us to mind ours." "I intend to," said Turin. "But it seems our paths have crossed today. The woman is mine to deal with, or you can join Forweg in death." Androg let out a sharp laugh. "If that's how it stands, then have your way," he conceded. "I won't pretend to be your equal in a fair fight, but our companions might not look kindly on this killing." At that moment, the woman stood and placed her hand on Turin's arm. Her gaze moved from the blood on the ground to Turin's face, and a fierce light shone in her eyes. "Finish him, my lord," she urged. "Take his head as well, then come away with me. Bring both their heads to my father, Larnac, and he will reward you handsomely. He has paid well for just 2 wolf heads before." Turin ignored her and turned back to Undrog. "How far is her home? A mile, perhaps less." Undrog replied. "A fortified farmstead in that direction." She had wandered beyond its fences. "Then go," Turin commanded the woman, his voice cold. "Tell your father to guard his daughter more closely. I will not purchase his favor or anything else with the heads of my companions." He sheathed his sword. "Come, Androg, we return to camp. If you wish to bury your captain, you must do it alone, and quickly before an alarm is raised. Bring his weapons." Without another word, Turin strode away. Androg watched him leave, his expression troubled and thoughtful, as if trying to solve a difficult puzzle. When Turin reached the outlaws' camp, he found the men anxious and discontented. They had lingered too long in a region of well-defended homesteads, and their resentment toward Forweg was growing. "He takes reckless chances for his own amusement, and we may pay the price," they muttered among themselves. "Then choose a new captain," Turin announced, stepping into their midst. "Forweg is dead. He can lead you no longer." "How can you be sure of that?" challenged Ulrad. "Did you raid the same hive? Did the bees sting him?" "No," Turin answered flatly. "One sting was sufficient. I killed him. I spared Androg, however, and he will return shortly." He then recounted the events, harshly condemning the actions that had led to them. As he spoke, Androg arrived, carrying Forweg's gear. "Behold, Nathan," he called out, "no alarm has been sounded. Perhaps the lady hopes for another meeting." "If you mock me," Turin warned, his voice low, "I will regret sparing your life. Now tell your story, and be quick about it." Androg gave a straightforward account of what had happened. What Neithan's business was there, I now wonder, he mused. It seems it was not ours. When I arrived, he had already dealt with Forweg. The woman was pleased by this and offered to go with him, asking for our heads as a dowry. But he wanted no part of her and sent her away. So I cannot guess what grievance he held against our captain. He left my head on my shoulders, for which I am thankful, if thoroughly confused. Then I dispute your claim to be of the people of Hador, Turin declared. You belong more to the line of Uldor the Accursed, and should seek a master in Angband. But listen, all of you, he shouted, addressing the entire band. I offer you this choice. Accept me as your captain in Forweg's stead. Or let me go my own way. I will lead this fellowship now, or I will leave it. If you mean to kill me, begin. I will fight every one of you until I am dead, or you are. Several men reached for their weapons, but Andro shouted over them, No, the head he spared is not a fool. If we fight, more than one will die pointlessly before we manage to kill the best warrior among us. He gave a dry laugh. It's just as it was when he first joined us. He kills to make a space. If it worked out well, then it might again. He might even lead us to better fortune than skulking around other men's refuse heaps. Old Algund nodded slowly. The best among us. There was a time we might have done the same had we the courage, but we have forgotten much. He could be the one to lead us home in the end. A sudden, ambitious thought flashed in Turin's mind from this ragged band. He could perhaps forge a free lordship of his own. But he looked at Algund and Androg and said, Home? The tall, cold peaks of the mountains of shadow stand in the way. Behind them are the people of Uldor, and around them the endless legions of Angband. If such horrors do not frighten you, a mere 7 times 7 men, then I may attempt to lead you homeward. But how far would we get before we all perished? A heavy silence fell over the camp. Then Turin spoke once more. Do you accept me as your leader? Then I will take you first into the wilderness, far from the dwellings of men. There we may find better fortune, or we may not. But at the very least we will draw less hatred from our own kind. All those of the people of Hador then gathered to him, accepting him as their captain, while the others agreed with less enthusiasm. Immediately he led them away from that land. Thingol had sent many messengers to search for Turin within Doriath and along its borders. But throughout the year of his disappearance they found no trace, for no one knew or could guess he had joined the outlaws. Those enemies of men, when winter arrived, all returned to the king except for Beleg. After the others had departed, he continued the search alone. Yet in Dimbar and along the northern marches of Doriath, matters had grown dire. The dragon helm was no longer seen in battle there, and the strongbow was also missed. Morgoth's servants took heart, growing ever bolder and more numerous. Winter came and went, and with spring their assaults renewed. Dimbar was overrun, and the men of Brethil grew fearful, for evil now prowled all their borders save the south. It had been nearly a year since Turin fled, and still Beleg sought him, his hope fading with each passing day. In his wanderings he travelled north to the crossings of Teiglin, where, hearing troubling news of a fresh orc incursion from Tau Nufuin, he turned back. By chance he came to the homes of the woodmen shortly after Turin had departed that region. There he heard a strange tale circulating among them. A tall, lordly figure, some said a man, others an elf warrior, had appeared in the woods, slain one of the wolfmen, and rescued the daughter of Larnak from pursuit. He was very proud. Larnak's daughter told Beleg, with bright eyes that hardly seemed to notice me. Yet he called the wolfmen his companions, refused to slay another who stood nearby, and knew his name. He called him Neithan. Can you decipher this riddle? Larnak asked the elf. I can, unfortunately, Beleg replied. The man you speak of is the one I seek. He told the woodmen nothing more of Turin, but warned them of the evil gathering to the north. Soon the orcs will come ravaging through this country in numbers too great for you to withstand. He said, This year you must finally choose between surrendering your freedom or losing your lives. Go to Brethil while there is still time. Then Beleg hurried on his way, searching for the outlaws' lairs and any signs that might reveal where they had gone. He found these traces soon enough, but Turin was now several days ahead, moving swiftly for fear of pursuit by the woodmen. He used every skill he knew to confuse or evade any followers. They rarely stayed 2 nights in one camp and left little evidence of their movements. So it was that even Beleg hunted them in vain. Guided by signs he could interpret, or by rumors from the wild creatures with whom he could speak, he often drew near only to find their camp deserted. They kept watch day and night, and at any hint of approach they were quickly up and gone. "Alas!" he cried, "too well did I teach this child of men the crafts of wood and field. One might almost think this an elvish band." For their part, the outlaws became aware they were trailed by some tireless pursuer. They could neither see nor shake, and they grew uneasy. Not long after, as Beleg had feared, the orcs crossed the Brithiac. Met with all the force Handir of Brethil could muster, they passed south over the crossings of Teiglin in search of plunder. Many woodmen had heeded Beleg's counsel, sending their women and children to seek refuge in Brethil. These, along with their escort, escaped in time, crossing before the orcs arrived. But the armed men who followed were met by the orc host and were defeated. A handful of survivors managed to fight their way to Brethil, though many more were killed or taken prisoner. The orcs then swept through the homesteads, looting and setting them ablaze. Eager to return north with their spoils and captives, they quickly turned back toward the road. The outlaws' scouts spotted them soon after. While they had little concern for the prisoners, the plunder taken from the woodmen stirred their greed. Turin warned that it was dangerous to reveal themselves before knowing the orcs' full strength, but the outlaws, growing restless and already questioning his leadership, ignored him. They were desperate for supplies in the wilderness, so Turin took only Oleg with him to spy on the enemy, placing Androeg in command with strict orders to keep the band hidden and quiet. The orc host was far larger than the outlaw band, but they were in lands rarely ventured by orcs. Knowing the guarded plain beyond the road was watched by the scouts of Nargothrond, they moved cautiously, with skirmishers creeping through the trees on either flank. It was this caution that led to Turin and Orlig's discovery. 3 scouts stumbled upon their hiding place. They killed 2, but the third escaped, shouting, "Golug! Golug!" the orc name for the Noldor. Immediately, the forest swarmed with orcs, scattering silently to hunt. Seeing little chance of escape, Turin decided to at least lead them away from his men's refuge. Guessing from their cries that they feared Nargothrond's spies, he fled westward with Orleg. The pursuit was swift and relentless. No matter how they twisted and turned, they were finally driven from the trees. Spotted as they tried to cross the road, Orleg was brought down by a volley of arrows. Protected by his elven mail, Turin escaped alone into the unfamiliar wilds beyond, using both speed and cunning to lose his enemies in strange country. Fearing the elves of Nargothrond might now be roused, the orcs slaughtered their captives and hurried north. After 3 days with no sign of Turin or Orlig, some of the outlaws grew impatient and wanted to abandon their hidden cave. Androg argued against it. In the midst of their debate, a grey figure suddenly stood before them. Beleg had found them at last. He approached empty-handed. Palms turned outward in peace, but they sprang up in alarm. Androeg slipped behind and threw a noose over him, yanking it tight to pin his arms. "If you do not desire guests, you ought to keep a better watch," said Beleg. "Why receive me this way? I come as a friend, seeking only a friend. Nethan, I hear you call him." "He is not here," said Ulrad. "But unless you have been spying on us for a long while, how do you know that name?" "He has been spying on us a long while," Undrig cut in. "This is the shadow that has dogged our steps. Now perhaps we will learn his real purpose." He ordered Beleg bound to a tree beside the cave. Once he was tightly secured, they interrogated him. To every question, Beleg gave only one reply. "I have been a friend to this Nethan since I first found him in the woods as a child. I seek him only in love and to bring him hopeful news." "Let us kill him and be rid of his prying," Androeg said angrily, his eyes lingering on Beleg's great bow, a weapon he coveted, being an archer himself. But others of better heart objected. Algund warned him, "The captain may still return. You will regret it if he finds you have robbed him of both a friend and good tidings." "I do not believe this elf's story," Androeg insisted. "He is a spy for the king of Doriath," they said, "but if he has any real news, he will give it to us. Then we can decide if it's worth letting him live." I will wait for your captain, Beleg replied. You will stand there until you speak. Androg shot back. Urged on by Androg, they left Beleg bound to the tree, without food or water while they sat nearby, eating and drinking. He said nothing more to them. After 2 days and nights passed in this manner, their anger and fear grew, and they became eager to move on. Most were now willing to kill the elf. As dusk settled, they all gathered around him, and Olrad brought a burning brand from the small fire lit at the cave's mouth. But at that moment, Turin returned. Moving silently, as was his habit, he stood in the shadows just beyond the circle of men. In the flickering light of the torch, he saw the gaunt, weary face of Beleg. It struck him like an arrow, and as if a long-held frost had suddenly melted tears he had not shed for years filled his eyes. He rushed forward and ran to the tree. "Beleg! Beleg!" he cried out. "How did you come to be here? Why are you bound like this?" Immediately he cut the ropes from his friend, and Beleg collapsed forward into his arms. After hearing what the men had to say, Turin felt both anger and sorrow, but his first concern was for Beleg. As he tended to him with the little skill he possessed, his thoughts turned to their life in the wilderness. His anger shifted inward. Strangers had often been killed when caught near the outlaws' hideouts or ambushed by them, and he had done nothing to stop it. He himself had frequently spoken ill of King Thingol and the Grey Elves, so he shared the blame if they were treated as enemies. With bitterness he turned to the men. "You were cruel," he said, "and needlessly so. We have never tortured a prisoner before now, yet this life we lead has brought us to such orc-like work. All our deeds have been lawless and pointless, serving only ourselves and feeding the hate in our hearts." But Androg retorted, "Who should we serve, if not ourselves? Who will show us love when all the world hates us? At least my own hands will not be raised again against elves or men," Turin declared. "Angband has enough servants already. If others will not take this vow with me, I will go on alone." Then Beleg opened his eyes and lifted his head. "Not alone," he said. "Now I can finally deliver my message. You are no outlaw, and Lúthien is a name that no longer fits you. Any fault found in you has been forgiven. For a year you have been sought to restore you to honor and to the service of the king. The dragon helm has been absent for too long." Yet Turin showed no happiness at this news, and sat in silence for a long while, for Beleg's words cast a familiar shadow over him once more. "Let this night pass," he said finally, "then I will decide. Whatever happens, we must leave this hideout tomorrow, for not all who search for us wish us well." "Indeed, none do," said Androg, giving Beleg a dark look. By morning, Beleg, healed swiftly of his hurts, as was the way of the elven folk of old, spoke to Turin privately. "I expected more joy from my news," he admitted. "Surely you will return now to Doriath?" He pleaded with Turin in every way he could, but the more Beleg urged him, the more Turin hesitated. Still, he questioned Beleg carefully about King Thingol's judgment. Beleg told him everything he knew, and at last Turin asked, "So, Mablung proved to be my friend, as he once seemed—" "A friend to the truth, rather," Beleg answered, "and that was best in the end. But why, Turin, did you not tell him of Cerys's attack on you? Everything might have gone differently. And," he added, glancing at the men lounging near the cave entrance, "you might have kept your helm held high and never fallen to this." "That may be so, if you call it a fall," Turin replied. "That may be, but this is how it happened." And the words stuck in my throat. I saw reproof in his eyes, an accusation, without a question, for a deed I did not commit. My heart was proud, as the Elf King said, and so it remains, Beleg Cuthalion. Thought of returning to Minegroth to be met with pitying glances and pardons as if I were some chastened child is more than I can bear. It is I who should grant forgiveness, not receive it. I am no longer a boy, but a man of my people, and fate has forged me into a hardened one." Beleg felt a deep unease. "What path will you take, then?" he inquired. "A free one," Turin declared. "That was Mablung's parting wish for me. I doubt King Thingol's grace extends to welcoming the companions of my downfall, but I will not abandon them now if they choose to stay. In my own fashion, I care for them, even the most flawed among them. They are of my kindred, and each holds a seed of goodness that might yet flourish. I believe they will remain loyal. You perceive them through a different lens than I, Beleg replied. If you seek to steer them from their dark paths, they will disappoint you. I distrust them, one above all others. How can an elf presume to judge men? Turin challenged. By the same measure he judges all actions, regardless of who performs them, Beleg answered, though he spoke no further and did not mention Androg's spite, which had been the chief cause of his own rough treatment. Sensing Turin's temper, he feared his doubts would be dismissed and might damage their long friendship, perhaps even pushing Turin back toward his reckless ways. You speak of a free path, my friend, Beleg continued. What do you intend? I would command my own band and wage war by my own strategies, Turin responded. Yet in this my heart has shifted. I regret every blow struck, save those against our common enemy. And more than anything, I wish for you to remain at my side. Stay with me. If I stayed, it would be love guiding me, not wisdom, said Beleg. My heart tells me we ought to go back to Doriath. I will not go there, Turin stated firmly. Beleg tried once more to convince him to return to King Thingol's service, speaking of the great need for his strength and courage on Doriath's northern borders. He told him of fresh orc incursions pouring down into Dimbar from Tar Nufuin through the Pass of Anak, but his words found no purchase. At last Beleg said, You called yourself a hard man, Turin. Hard you are, and stubborn. Now the choice is mine. If you truly desire the strong bow beside you, seek me in Dimbar, for that is where I shall go. Turin sat in silence, wrestling with a pride that forbade him from turning back, his mind adrift in the memories of years now past. Then, emerging abruptly from his thoughts, he asked Beleg, The elf maiden you mentioned, I am in her debt for her timely testimony, yet I cannot remember her. Why did she watch over me? Beleg gave him a peculiar look. Why indeed, he said. Turin, have you dwelt always with your heart and half your mind elsewhere? You walked with Nellas in the woods of Doriath when you were a boy? That was long ago, Turin murmured. My childhood feels like a distant dream, shrouded in mist, save for the memory of my father's house in Dorlomin. But why would I have walked with an elf maiden? To learn what she might teach, perhaps? Beleg offered, a note of sorrow in his voice. Alas, child of men! Middle-earth holds griefs beyond your own, and wounds no blade can inflict. Truly, I begin to think elves and men were never meant to meet or meddle. Turin said nothing, but gazed long into Beleg's face as if searching for the meaning behind his cryptic words. Yet Nellas of Doriath would never see him again, and his shadow faded from her life. Following Beleg's departure in the second summer, after Turin fled Doriath, fortune turned against the outlaws. Unseasonable rains fell, and greater numbers of orcs descended from the north, crossing the old south road over the river Teiglin and troubling the western woods, bordering Doriath. Safety and rest grew scarce. More often they were the hunted, not the hunters. One night, as they lay hidden in a fireless darkness, Turin considered his life, and it seemed to him there was much that could be improved. He knew he needed a safe haven, a place to prepare for the coming winter and scarcity. The following day he guided his men farther than ever from the Teiglin River and the borders of Doriath. After 3 days of travel they stopped where the woods of Sirion's Vale met the western moors. Here the ground grew steeper and more exposed, rising into barren highlands. Later, as a rainy afternoon faded to grey, Turin and his companions took shelter in a thicket of holly. Nearby lay a clearing scattered with massive leaning stones. Everything was quiet except for the steady drip from the leaves. Without warning, a sentry shouted, and they sprang up to see 3 hooded figures in grey, moving furtively among the rocks. Each carried a large sack, yet they moved with surprising speed. Turin shouted for them to stop, and his men rushed out like hunting dogs. 2 of the shapes melted into the twilight, but a third, slower or more heavily laden, was quickly caught, thrown down, and pinned by rough hands despite its fierce, animal-like resistance. Turin approached and scolded his men. What have you caught? Was such roughness necessary? It looks old and small. What threat could it possibly be? It bites, said Androg, holding up a bleeding hand. It's an orc, or something like one. Kill it. It cheated our hopes, added another man who had grabbed the sack. There's nothing in here but roots and pebbles. No, Turin observed. It has a beard, I believe. It's only a dwarf. Let him stand and speak. Thus Mime entered the tale of Hurin's children. He scrambled to his knees before Turin and begged for mercy. I am old and poor, he pleaded. Just a dwarf, as you say, and no orc. My name is Mim. Do not let them kill me without cause, lord, as orcs would do. Turin felt pity stir within him, but he replied, You appear poor, Mim, which is strange for a dwarf, yet we are poorer still, men without home or allies. If I told you we show no mercy out of pity alone, being in desperate need, what would you offer for your life? I do not know what you seek, lord, Mim answered cautiously. Very little at this moment, said Turin, his eyes bitter with rain as he glanced around, a dry place to sleep away from these damp woods. Surely you have such a place for yourself. I do, said Mim, but I cannot give it as ransom. I am too old to live under the open sky. Then you need not grow any older, Ondrog said, stepping forward with a knife in his uninjured hand. I can spare you that trouble. Lord, cried Mim in terror, if I lose my life, you lose the dwelling, for you will never find it without me. I cannot give it, but I will share it. There is more space now than there once was. So many are gone forever, and he began to weep. Your life is spared, Mim, declared Turin. At least until we reach his den, muttered Androg, but Turin turned on him sharply. If Mim leads us to his home without deceit, and it proves suitable, then his life is ransomed. No man who follows me shall harm him. This I swear. Mim then clasped Turin's knees. Mim will be your friend, lord. At first I thought you an elf, by your words and voice. But if you are a man, that is better. Mim does not love elves. Where is this house of yours? Demanded Androg. It must be remarkable indeed if Androg is to share it with a dwarf. I have no love for dwarves. My people brought few good tales of their kind from the east. Judge my home when you see it, said Mim. But you will need light for the path, you stumbling men. I will return in good time to guide you. No, no, protested Androg. You cannot allow this, Captain. You'd never lay eyes on the old trickster again. It grows dark, said Turin. Let him leave us some pledge of his return. Shall we hold on to your bag and its contents, Mim? At this, the dwarf dropped to his knees once more, deeply distressed. If I did not intend to return, I would not come back for an old sack of roots, he insisted. I will come back. Please, let me go. I will not, Turin replied. If you refuse to part with your sack, then you must remain with it. A night beneath the leaves may yet teach you to pity us in your turn. Yet Turin noted, as did others, that Mim valued his burden far beyond its apparent worth. They escorted the aged dwarf back to their dreary camp, and as they went, he muttered in a guttural tongue that seemed thick with ancient bitterness. When they bound his legs, however, he fell abruptly silent. Those keeping watch observed him sitting motionless through the night, silent and still as carved stone, save for his restless, glinting eyes that roved the darkness. Before dawn the rain stopped, and a wind whispered through the trees. Morning arrived brighter than it had in many days, with gentle southern breezes parting the clouds to reveal a pale, clear sky at sunrise. Remained seated, utterly unmoving, appearing almost lifeless. His heavy eyelids were now shut, and the morning light revealed him as withered and shrunken with age. Turin stood over him. There is light enough now, he stated. Then Mime opened his eyes and gestured pointedly at his bonds. Once freed, he spoke with fierce intensity. Learn this, you fools. Never place bonds upon a dwarf. He will not forget it. I do not wish to die, but for what you have done, my heart burns. I take back my promise. But I do not, said Turin. You will lead me to your home. Until then, we will not speak of death. That is my will. He held the dwarf's gaze steadily, and Min could not bear it. Few indeed could meet the eyes of Turin when his will was fixed or his anger kindled. Soon Mim looked away and rose. Follow me, lord, he said. Good, Turin answered, but I will add this. I understand your pride. You may die, but you will never be bound again. Mim then led them back to the place of his capture and pointed westward. There is my home, he declared. You have likely seen it often, for it stands tall. We called it Sharbhund before the elves reshaped all the names. Then they saw he was pointing toward Amon Rút, the bald hill whose bare summit overlooked many leagues of wilderness. We have seen it, but never approached, said Undrog. What safe refuge can exist there, or water, or anything else we require? I suspected a trick. Do men hide upon a hilltop? A long view can be safer than skulking in shadows, Turin countered. Amon Root sees far and wide. Very well, Mim. I will come and see what you have to show. How long will it take us stumbling men to reach it? All this day until dusk, Mim answered. The company set out westward with Turin at the front and Mim beside him. They moved cautiously after leaving the woods, but the land lay empty and quiet. They crossed over tumbled stones and began to climb, for Amon Root stood upon the eastern edge of the high moorlands that rose between the valleys of Sirion and Narog, and even above the stony heath at its base, its crown was reared over 1,000 feet high. On the eastern side, a broken landscape climbed gradually toward the high ridges among clusters of birch and rowan, and ancient thorn trees rooted in rock. Thickets of aglos grew about the lower slopes of Amon Rút, but its steep grey summit was bare, save for the red seragan that cloaked the stone. As afternoon faded, the outlaws neared the hill's base. They approached from the north as Mim had guided them, and the light of the setting sun fell upon the crown of Amon Rút, setting the seragan ablaze in full flower. Look, there is blood upon the hilltop, said Androg. Not yet, Turin replied. The sun was sinking, and light failed in the hollows. The hill now loomed before and above them, and they wondered what need there could be for a guide to so plain a landmark. As Ming guided them upward along the final steep incline, they realized he was navigating by some hidden knowledge or long-practiced habit. His route twisted and turned, and glancing to either side, they glimpsed shadowy ravines and deep gullies yawning open, or slopes that descended into jumbled fields of boulders, where treacherous drops and holes lay concealed beneath thickets of bramble and thorn. Without his guidance they might have scrambled fruitlessly for days, lost in that broken terrain. Eventually the ground grew steeper yet smoother underfoot. They moved beneath the canopy of ancient rowan trees and into corridors of tall, slender aglos, a dim space fragrant with a sweet, piercing scent. Abruptly, a sheer rock wall loomed before them, smooth and vertical, disappearing into the gathering dusk overhead. "Is this the entrance to your home?" Turin asked, drawing nearer to Mime to prevent any last-moment deceit. "They say dwarves have a fondness for stone." "Not the door of the house, but the gate to the enclosure," Mime corrected. He turned right along the base of the cliff for about 20 paces before stopping. Suddenly, Turin then noticed a cleverly formed cleft where two rock faces overlapped, creating a narrow opening that angled back to the left. The entrance was veiled by hanging vines rooted in cracks above, but inside began a dank, stony path climbing upward into darkness. Slick with trickling water, they filed up one by one. At the top, the path turned right and south again, leading them through a dense thorn thicket and out onto a level green shelf. The path continued into deepening shadows. They had reached Mime's dwelling, Beren and Lúthien, a place recalled only in the oldest tales of Doriath and Nargothrond, unseen by mortal eyes until now. Night was fully upon them, the eastern sky pricked with stars, and the strange layout of the place remained unclear. Amon Rút was crowned by a great cap-like mass of stone with a flat top. On its northern side, hidden from view below, projected a level, nearly square shelf, backed by the hill's crown like a towering wall. With sheer cliffs falling away to the west and east, it could be approached easily only from the north by those who knew the secret way. From the cleft, a path soon entered a small grove of stunted birches clustered around a clear pool set in a basin carved from the rock. This pool was fed by a spring at the foot of the rear wall, spilling over the shelf's western edge in a thin, white stream. Behind a screen of trees near the spring, between two tall rock buttresses, lay a cave. At first glance it appeared as little more than a shallow grotto with a low, broken arch, but further in, the patient hands of the petty dwarves had long ago delved and expanded it deep under the hill, a sanctuary undisturbed by the grey elves of the surrounding woods. Through the deep twilight, Mim led them past the pool, where the faint starlight now shimmered in the dark reflections of birch branches. At the cave mouth, he turned and bowed to Turin. "Enter," he said, bar and done with "House of Ransom, for so it shall be called." "Perhaps," Turin replied, "but I will look first." He entered with Mim, and the others, seeing his lack of fear, followed even Androg, who distrusted the dwarf most. They were quickly enveloped in utter blackness until Mim clapped his hands. A faint light appeared around a corner as from a passage at the rear another dwarf emerged, bearing a small torch. "Ha! I thought I had missed him!" Androg exclaimed, but Mim spoke rapidly in their harsh tongue with the newcomer, seeming agitated or angered by what he heard, and then darted into the passage and vanished. Androg was immediately for pressing ahead. "Strike first," he urged. "There could be a whole hive of them, though they are small." "I suspect only 3, said Turin. And he took the lead while the outlaws behind him felt their way along the rough walls of the passage. The passage twisted sharply, then straightened, leading them at last into a small, high-ceilinged hall. The light was dim, cast by lamps hanging on slender chains from the shadows above. Mim was not immediately seen, but his voice, a ragged sound of grief, guided Turin to a chamber door at the rear. Inside, the old dwarf knelt on the stone floor. Beside him stood his other son, Eban, holding a torch whose light fell upon a still form lying on a couch against the far wall. "Kim! Kim!" Mim wailed, clawing at his own beard. Turin turned to Androg, his voice low and hard. "Not all your shots miss their mark. This reckless aim of yours may cost us more than you know, a lesson you might not live long enough to learn." Then he stepped into the room and stood behind the grieving father. "What has happened, Mim?" he asked. "I know some healing. Is there aid I can give?" Mim looked up and his eyes held a fiery, resentful glow. "Can you unwind the hours and sever the cruel hands of your men?" he spat. "This is my son, slain by an arrow. He passed beyond words at sunset. Your ropes kept me from his side." A long dormant pity like water, finding a crack in stone, welled up in Turin's heart. "I would call that arrow back if it were in my power," he said, sorrow thick in his throat. "Let this place be named Bar in Danwedd, the House of Ransom. In bitter truth, whether we stay or go, I am in your debt. If fortune ever favours me, I will pay a ransom of weighty gold for your son, as a token of my regret, though it will never lighten your grief." Mim rose then and studied Turin's face for a long, silent moment. "I hear you," he said at last. "You speak with the honour of a dwarf lord from the elder days, and that astonishes me. My anger cools, though my heart finds no joy. I will pay my own ransom. You and your men may dwell here, but hear this condition. The one who loosed the shaft shall break his bow and his arrows and lay them at my son's feet. He shall never again bear a bow or nock an arrow. If he does, that very weapon will be his death. This curse I lay upon him." Androg felt a chill of fear at the words. Grudging every movement, he snapped his bow, shattered his arrows, and placed the pieces before the dead dwarf. As he left the chamber, he shot a venomous look at Mim and muttered under his breath, "They say a dwarf's curse never dies, but a man's curse can find its mark too. May he choke on a dart that night." The outlaws slept fitfully in the hall, kept awake by the mournful cries of Mim and Ebun. They did not know when the wailing stopped, but when they woke, the dwarves were gone and the chamber door was sealed with a stone. The morning was clear, and in the sunlight the men washed at the pool and prepared their meagre food. As they ate, Mim appeared before them. He gave a stiff bow to Turin. "He is gone to his ancestors," Mim said. "Now we face what life remains, however brief. Does my home suit you? Is the ransom paid and accepted?" "It is," Turin replied. "Then all here is yours to order, save the sealed chamber. None may open it but me." "We understand," said Turin. "But to live, we need food and supplies." "How do we leave this place? And more importantly, how do we find our way back?" To their unease, Mim gave a low, guttural laugh. "Do you fear you have followed a spider to the centre of his web? Mim does not feast on men. And what spider could manage 30 armed wasps at once? You hold the weapons. I stand here empty-handed. No, we must share, you and I. This house, its food and fire, and perhaps other fortunes. You will guard this secret place for your own sake, I think. Even once you know its passages, you will learn them in time. But for now, Mim or Ibn must guide you. Turin agreed and thanked him. Most of the men were relieved. In the full summer sun, it seemed a fair and secure refuge. Only Androg remained sullen and discontent, his pride wounded and his mind brooding on the curse now hanging over him. The sooner we have full control over our movements, the better, he remarked. We've never before dragged a resentful captive along on our journeys. That day they took their rest, tending to their weapons and repairing their equipment. Their supplies would hold for another day or two, and Mime contributed to what they already had. He provided them with 3 large cooking pots, along with fuel for a fire, and produced a sack. Just scraps, he claimed, not worth taking, only wild roots. Yet once cooked, these roots turned out to be quite palatable, with a texture somewhat like bread. The outlaws were grateful for them, having gone a long while without bread except when they could pilfer it. Wild elves don't know of them. Grey elves haven't discovered them. The proud folk from across the sea are too lofty to dig, Mime stated. What are they called? Asked Turin. Mime gave him a sidelong glance. They have no name, save in the dwarf tongue, which we do not share, he replied. And we do not teach men how to find them. For men are grasping and wasteful, and would not stop until every last plant was gone, whereas now they trample right past them, blundering through the wilderness. You'll learn no more from me, but you may have a share of my generosity so long as you keep a civil tongue and refrain from spying or stealing. Then he gave another low chuckle. They are precious, he added, worth more than gold when winter brings hunger, for they can be stored away like a squirrel's nuts, and we had already begun building our reserve from the first ripe ones. But you'd be fools to believe I'd willingly part with even a small burden, except to save my own skin. I heard you, said Olrad, who had peeked into the sack when Mim was captured. Yet you refuse to be separated from it, and your words only make me more curious. Mim turned and glared at him. You're the sort of fool Spring wouldn't miss if you froze in winter, he snapped. I gave my word, and so I had to return, willing or not, with the sack or without, let a lawless and untrustworthy man think what he will. But I do not take kindly to having my belongings ripped away by the wicked, even if it's just a shoelace. Do I forget that your hands were among those that bound me, holding me so I couldn't speak one last time to my son? Whenever I distribute the earth bread from my store, you will be left out, and if you eat any, it will be by the charity of your companions, not by mine. Then Mime walked off, but Ulrad, who had shrunk under his anger, called after him. Fine words, all the same. The old scoundrel had other items in that sack, similar in shape, but harder and heavier. Perhaps there are more secrets in the wild that elves have missed and men must never learn. Could be, said Turin. Still, the dwarf told the truth in one regard at least, naming you a fool. Why must you always voice your suspicions? Silence, if polite words choke you, would better serve all our purposes. The day ended quietly, and none of the outlaws wished to venture out. Turin walked often across the green shelf of turf, from edge to edge, gazing east, west, and north. He marvelled at how far the vistas stretched in the crisp air. Looking northward, he made out the forest of Brethil rising verdantly around Armon Obel at its heart, and his eyes returned there again and again, though he couldn't say why. For his own heart leaned more toward the northwest, where, league after league away on the horizon, he fancied he could just discern the mountains of shadow, the ramparts of his homeland. But as evening drew on, Turin looked west into the sunset, watching the sun sink crimson into the haze above the far-off coasts, while the vale of Narog lay drowned in deepening shadows below. Thus began the enduring stay of Turin son of Hurin in the halls of Mim, in Beren Danwith, the house of ransom. At last, weary from relentless travel and the great distance he had covered without pause, more than 40 leagues, Turin reached the pools of Ivren with the season's first hard frost. Once a place of healing for him, the waters were now a frozen bog. Offering no drink, he pressed on toward the passes into Dor Lomin as a bitter snow blew down from the north, making the paths treacherous and cold. though 23 years had passed since he last walked that road. Every step was etched in his memory, each one heavy with the grief of his parting from Morwen, so he returned at last to the land of his childhood. It was a desolate, stripped country. The folk were few and rough, speaking the harsh language of the Easterlings. The old tongue had become the speech of slaves or enemies. Moving with caution, hooded and silent, Turin finally approached the house he sought. It stood dark and empty, with no sign of life nearby. Morwen was gone. Brodda, the incomer who had forced Erin, Húrin's kinswoman, into marriage, had looted her home and taken all that remained of her goods and servants. Brodda's own dwelling stood closest to Húrin's former house. There, exhausted from wandering and sorrow, Turin came begging shelter. It was granted largely because Erin still upheld some of the kinder customs of earlier days. He was given a place by the fire among the servants and a handful of vagabonds, nearly as grim and travel-worn as himself. When he asked for news of the land, the group fell silent. Some drew back, eyeing the stranger with suspicion. One old vagabond, leaning on a crutch, spoke up. "If you must use the old speech, master, lower your voice and ask no tidings. By your look you could be beaten as a rogue or hanged as a spy, which is only to say," he added, moving closer and whispering into Turin's ear, "you might be one of the kindly folk from the old days, those who came with Hador in the golden years before men wore wolf hair. Some here are of that stock, though now we are beggars and slaves. Were it not for the Lady Erin, we'd have neither this fire nor this broth. Where are you from? What news do you seek?" "There was a lady named Morwen," Turin answered. "Long ago I lived in her house. I have come from far wandering to seek welcome there, but now I find neither fire nor folk. Nor have there been for more than a year," the old man replied. But truth be told, both fire and folk were scarce in that house even after the war. She was of the old people, the widow of our lord Húrin, son of Galdor, as you surely know. They feared to touch her, for she was proud and fair as a queen before sorrow marked her. They called her witch-wife and shunned her. Witch-wife, it only means elf-friend in their new tongue. Still, they robbed her. She and her daughter would have often gone hungry, if not for the Lady Erin. They say Erin helped them in secret and was often beaten for it by that churl Brodda, the husband she was forced to take, and in this past year and more asked Turin, "Are they dead or enslaved? Have the orcs attacked?" "No one knows for certain," the old man said, "but she is gone and her daughter with her. This Brodda has plundered what was left, not a dog remains, and her few folk are now his slaves, save those like me who have turned to begging. I served her many years, and the great master before her, Sador Onefoot. A cursed axe in the woods long ago, or I'd be lying in the great mound now. I well remember the day Húrin's boy was sent away, and how he wept, and how she wept after he was gone to the hidden kingdom. They said he went—" Here the old man checked himself, studying Turin with doubt. "I am old and I ramble," he muttered. "Pay me no mind. But though it is a pleasure to speak the fair tongue with one who uses it well, as in times past, these are ill days. A man must be wary. Not all who speak fairly have fair hearts." "True enough," said Turin. "My own heart is grim." The old man stared, his mouth hanging open for a moment before a tremor ran through him. "Step outside," he whispered urgently. "The air is colder there, but far safer. Your voice carries too boldly, and I have already spoken too freely for a hall belonging to these Easterlings." Once they stood in the courtyard, Sador's hand shot out to grasp Turin's cloak. "You claim you lived in that house long ago. Lord Turin, son of Húrin, why have you returned? My eyes are clear now, and my ears finally hear it. You have your father's voice, but only young Turin ever called me by that name, Labadal. He meant no harm by it. We were cheerful companions in those distant days. What does he seek here now? Our numbers are few, and we are aged and without weapons. Those who rest in the great mound are perhaps the fortunate ones. I did not come here with battle in my heart," Turin replied, though his tone grew edged. "Though your words have planted that seed in my mind now, Labardal, but it must wait. I came searching for the Lady Morwen and for Númenor. What can you tell me? Speak quickly." "Very little, my lord," said Sador. "They departed in secret. A whisper moved among us that they had been summoned by Lord Turin himself, for we never doubted that the years had made you great, a king or a chieftain in some southern realm, yet it appears that is not the case. It is not, Turin confirmed, a bitter twist to his words. I was a lord in the south, yes, though now I am little more than a wanderer, but I sent no summons. Then I have no answers for you, Sador admitted. But the Lady Erin will know. I am certain of it. She was privy to all your mother's plans. How can I reach her? That I do not know. It would bring her great peril were she caught whispering at a door with some ragged vagrant from the oppressed folk, even if a message could lure her out. And a beggar such as yourself would not take 3 steps up that hall toward the high table before the Easterlings seized him, beat him, or dealt something worse. A cold fury ignited in Turin's eyes. You say I may not walk up Brodda's hall, that they would dare to beat me. Come then, and witness this. He strode back into the hall, throwing back his hood. Shouldering aside any who stood in his path, he marched directly to the table where the master of the house sat with his wife and other Easterling lords. Men moved to grab him, but he hurled them to the floor like sacks of grain. Does anyone rule this place? He roared. Or is it an Orkdin, where is the master? Brodda rose, his face flushed with anger. I rule here, he declared. But before he could utter another word, Turin cut him off. Then you have failed to learn the courtesy that graced this land before your coming. Is it now the custom to let servants manhandle the kin of a man's own wife? For such I am, and I have business with the Lady Erin. Shall I approach with your leave, or shall I make my own way? Approach, Brodda snarled, his scowl deepening, while Erin went pale. Turin stepped to the high table and gave a curt bow. Your pardon, Lady Erin, for this intrusion, he said, though his voice held no apology. My errand is urgent, and has driven me across many miles. I seek Morwen, Lady of Dor-lómin, and her daughter Númenor. Her house stands empty and looted. What do you know? Nothing, Erin whispered, gripped by terror as Brodda watched her closely. Nothing, save that she is gone. I do not believe that, Turin stated flatly. Then Brodda lunged forward, his face crimson with drunken fury. Enough, he bellowed. Shall my wife be contradicted before me by a beggar who speaks the tongue of serfs? There is no lady of Dor-lómin. As for Morwen, she was of the thrall folk and has run off as thralls do. You do the same, and be quick about it, or I will see you dangling from a tree. In a flash, Turin was upon him. His black sword gleamed as he drew it, seizing Brodda by the hair and wrenching his head back. Let no one move, he commanded, his voice like ice, or this head parts from its shoulders. Lady Erin, I would beg your pardon once more if I thought this oath had ever brought you anything but misery. But speak now, and do not refuse me. Am I not Turin, Lord of Dor-lómin? Do I command you? You command me, she answered, her voice steadying. Who plundered Morwen's house? Brodda did, she said. When did she flee, and to where? 1 year and 3 months past, Erin replied. Master Brodda and the other eastern settlers in the region had long tormented her. Years before, she had been summoned to the hidden kingdom, and finally departed. The lands between were briefly free from danger then, thanks to the legendary deeds of the Black Sword from the southern territories, or so the tales go, though that peace has long since shattered. She hoped to find her son waiting for her there. But if you are he, then I fear everything has gone terribly wrong. Then Turin let out a harsh, mirthless laugh. Wrong, he shouted. Yes, always wrong, twisted as the will of Morgoth himself. A furious darkness suddenly gripped him, for his vision cleared, and the last remnants of Glaurung's enchantment fell away, revealing the deceit that had ensnared him. Was I tricked so I would come here to die in shame, when I could have fallen with honour before the gates of Nargothrond? From the night outside the hall, he imagined he heard the ghostly cries of Finduilas. I will not be the first to perish here, he roared. Seizing Brodda, he lifted him high with the terrible strength of his grief and rage, shaking him like a rag doll. Morwen of the enslaved, you called her. You coward spawn, thief, servant of servants. With that, he hurled Brodda headfirst across his own table, straight into an Easterling who rose to attack. Brodda's neck snapped in the impact. Turin lunged after him and cut down 3 more who cowered nearby, caught without their weapons. Chaos erupted in the hall. The Easterlings present moved to confront Turin, but many others there were of the older folk of Gondolin, long subdued servants who now rose with rebel shouts. A fierce struggle broke out quickly. Though the thralls had only carving knives, and whatever they could grab against blades and daggers, many fell on both sides before Turin leaped into the fray and finished the last of the Easterlings remaining. He leaned against a pillar, then his fury spent like cold ashes, but old Sador, mortally wounded, crawled to him and clutched his knees. 3 times, 7 years and more I waited for this hour, he gasped. Now go, my lord, leave and do not return unless you bring greater force. They will rouse the whole country against you. Many have already fled. Go, or you will meet your end here. Farewell. Then he slumped and died. He speaks with the truth of the dying, said Erin. You have learned what you came for. Now make haste. But go first to Morwen and give her comfort, else I will find it hard to forgive all the ruin you have wrought here. Hard as my life was, you have brought death upon me with your violence. The settlers will avenge this night on everyone present. Reckless are your deeds, son of Húrin, as if you were still the boy I once knew. And faint is your heart, Erin, daughter of Indor, as when I called you aunt, and a stray hound made you tremble. Turin retorted. You were meant for a gentler world, but come with me now, I will take you to Morwen. The snow covers the land, but it lies deeper upon my head, she replied. I would die as quickly in the wilderness with you as among these brutish settlers. You cannot undo what has been done. Go. To stay will only worsen things and steal Morwen from me for no gain. Go, I beg you. Turin bowed to her deeply, then turned and strode from Brodder's hall. All the rebels who could still move followed him. They fled toward the mountains, for some among them knew the wild paths well, and they blessed the falling snow that hid their tracks. Though pursuit was soon raised with men, dogs, and the blare of horses, they escaped south into the hills. When they looked back, they saw a distant red glow in the land they had left. They have set the hall ablaze, said Turin. What purpose does that serve, they? No, lord, answered one, named Asgon. I would guess it was her. Many a warrior mistakes patience and quiet for weakness. She did much good among us, at great cost to herself. Her spirit was far from weak, yet even the strongest patience has its breaking point. A handful of the toughest men, those who could withstand the harsh winter, remained with Turin. They guided him along hidden trails to a mountain cave, a known haven for fugitives and outlaws where some provisions were cached. They waited out the snows there, and when the weather cleared they fed him and led him to a seldom-used southern pass into the Vale of Sirion, a land untouched by the recent storms. At the descent they bid him farewell. Go now, Lord of Dor-lómin, said Asgon, his voice heavy. Do not forget us. We are hunted men because of this, and the wolf folk will only grow more vicious for your having been here. So go, and do not return unless you come with an army to free us. Farewell. Turin journeyed on towards Sirion, his thoughts in turmoil. Where once he had faced 2 bitter paths, now a third tormented him. The call of his own oppressed people, upon whom he felt he had brought nothing but greater sorrow. His sole comfort was the certainty that Morwen and Númenor had long since reached the safety of Doriath, their passage secured only by the deeds of the Black Sword of Nargothrond. In his mind, he argued, where better could I have sent them, even if I had come sooner? If the girdle of Melian fails, then all is lost. No, it is better this way. My own anger and recklessness cast a shadow wherever I go. Let Melian guard them, I will leave them in peace, free from my darkness a while longer. Yet his search for Finduilas began far too late. He roamed the woods beneath the shadows of the arid Wethrin, as wary and untamed as a forest creature, watching every northern road to the pass of Sirion. It was a hopeless task. All traces had been erased by relentless rains and snows. It was during this wandering, as he moved down the Teiglin, that he encountered a band of the people of Haleth from the forest of Brethil. Their numbers were now small, diminished by war, and they lived mostly in secret within a stockade upon Amon Obel, deep in the forest, a place called Ifel Brandir after their current lord. Brandir, son of the slain Handir, was no warrior, having been lamed in a childhood accident. He was a gentle soul who preferred the quiet knowledge of growing things to the ways of battle. Still, some of his woodmen continued to hunt the orcs along their borders. As Turin approached, he heard the sounds of a struggle. Moving cautiously through the trees, he saw a small group of men, backs to a cluster of trees in a clearing, desperately surrounded by a large band of orcs. Their hope was fading fast. Hidden in the thick underbrush, Turin began stamping and crashing loudly, then shouted as if commanding a host, "Ha! Here they are! To me! All of you out now, and kill!" Many orcs turned in alarm, and then Turin burst forth, waving as if to a force behind him, the blade Gurthang flashing like fire in his grip. That sword was feared by the orcs, and many fled even before he reached them. The woodmen rushed to join him, and together they drove their enemies into the river, where few made it across. Finally, they stood panting on the bank. "Dorlus," their leader remarked, "you are swift in the hunt, lord, but your men are slow to follow." "Nay," replied Turin, a grim smile touching his lips, "we all run as one and will not be parted." The men of Bretel laughed at that. "Well, one such as you is worth a host. We owe you our thanks. But who are you, and what brings you here?" "I merely practice my trade, which is orc-slaying," said Turin, "and I live where my work takes me. I am the wildman of the woods." "Then come and live with us," they said. "We make our home in these woods, and we have great need of a craftsman like you. You would be most welcome among us," they told him. Turin regarded them with a troubled gaze. "Do any still remain who would allow my shadow to cross their threshold? Yet, my friends, a sorrowful duty still calls me onward. I must find Vulia's daughter of Orodreth of Nargothrond, or at the very least discover her fate. So many weeks have passed since she was taken from that place, yet I cannot abandon the search." Their expressions filled with compassion. Dorlus spoke gently. "Your search is over. An orc host, burdened with many captives, moved slowly from Nargothrond toward the crossings of Teiglin. We had time to prepare. Hoping to strike a small blow in the war and save some prisoners, we ambushed them with every archer we could gather. But the foul creatures, once attacked, began by slaughtering the women they had taken. The daughter of Orodreth they bound to a tree with a spear. Turin stood frozen as if pierced by a mortal wound. "How can you know this?" "Because she spoke to me before the end," Dorlus replied. "Her eyes searched our faces, as if looking for someone she hoped to see. She said, 'Mormegil, tell the Mormegil that Findulas is here.' Those were her last words. Out of respect, we buried her where she fell beside the Teiglin. A full month has passed since that day." "Take me there," Turin whispered. They led him to a small mound near the river crossings. There he collapsed upon the earth, a profound darkness overtaking him so completely they believed him dead. Dorlus gazed down at his still form and turned to the others. "What a cruel twist of fate we have found! But look, here lies the Mormegil himself, the great captain of Nargothrond. We should have known him by his sword, as even the orcs did. The fame of the black sword of the south had spread far, even into the heart of their forest. With great reverence they lifted him and carried him to Ifel Brandir. Brandir came out to meet the procession and stared in wonder at the bier they carried. Drawing back the cover, he looked upon the face of Turin, son of Hurin, and a cold shadow settled over his heart. "O cruel men of Harleth," he cried, "why did you cheat death of this man? With great effort you have brought the final curse upon our people." But the woodmen protested. "No, this is the Mormegil of Nargothrond, a mighty slayer of orcs. If he lives, he will be a great strength to us, and regardless, should we have left a man broken by grief to become carrion on the roadside?" "You should not have," Brandir conceded, his voice heavy. "Doom did not will it so. He took Turin into his house and cared for him diligently." When Turin finally shook off the darkness, spring was returning. He awoke to sunlight on green buds. Then the ancient courage of the house of Hador stirred within him once more. He rose, resolving in his heart, "All my past deeds and days have been shadowed and filled with ruin. But a new day is here. I will stay in this place, seeking peace. I will renounce my name and lineage, and so perhaps leave my shadow behind me, or at the very least keep it from falling upon those I come to love." He therefore took a new name, Turambar, which in the High Elven tongue means Master of Doom. He lived among the woodmen who grew to love him, and he asked them to forget his old name and consider him a son of Brethil. Yet a change of name could not wholly alter his nature, nor make him forget his old hatred for the servants of Morgoth. He would still venture out with a few like-minded hunters to track orcs, much to Brandir's displeasure. Brandir hoped to protect his people through silence and secrecy. The Mormegil is gone, he warned, but take care lest the valor of Turambar bring the same vengeance upon Brethil. So Turambar set his black sword aside, taking it no more to battle, and wielded instead the bow and spear. But he would not permit any orcs to use the crossings of Teiglin or to draw near the mound where Findulus lay. In quiet moments he would walk alone along the river. The memory of her final message, a quiet, enduring weight he carried with him into this new life. The hill was known as Hord en Eleth, the Mound of the Elf-Maid, and in time the orcs grew to fear that place, avoiding it entirely. Dorlus spoke to Turambar, saying, "You may have set aside the name, yet you remain the Black Sword, and does not the tale ring true that he was the son of Hurin of Dor-Lúthien, lord of the noble house of Hador?" Turambar replied, "So it has reached my ears, but I ask you as my friend, speak no more of it." When the cruel winter finally relented, fresh news from Nargothrond reached the halls of Doriath. A handful of survivors from the sack who had endured the cold season in the wilderness came at last seeking sanctuary with King Thingol. Their accounts were conflicting. Some claimed the enemy had all retreated north, while others insisted the dragon Glorung still lurked within Felagund's plundered halls. There were whispers that the Mormegil had been slain, and counter-rumours that he lay under a dragon spell turned to stone, a permanent prisoner of that dark place. Yet, on one point, all agreed before the fall, it was known in Nargothrond that the Black Sword was Turin, son of Hurin of Dor-Lúthien. This news struck Morwen and her daughter Nienor with profound grief and terror. This very uncertainty is the craft of Morgoth. Morwen declared, "Can we not learn the truth and face the worst we must bear?" King Thingol, too, wished to know more of Nargothrond's fate and had considered sending cautious scouts. Privately, he believed Turin was beyond help, either dead or captured, and he dreaded the moment Morwen would have this certainty confirmed. He addressed her with care. "This is a dangerous business, Lady of Dor-Lúthien, requiring deep thought. Such doubt may indeed be Morgoth's design to lure us into reckless action." Distraught, Morwen cried out, "Recklessness, my lord, if my son hides starving in the forest, if he rots in chains, or if his body lies abandoned, then call me reckless. I would not waste a single hour in searching for him." "Lady of Dor-Lúthien," Thingol responded, "that is precisely what the son of Hurin would not wish. He would believe you safest here, in the guardianship of Melian, more than in any other land that remains. For the sake of Hurin and of Turin, I will not see you wander into the black peril of these times." "You did not keep Turin from danger, yet you would keep me from him," Morwen exclaimed, "in the keeping of Melian." "A prisoner within the girdle, you mean?" "Long I hesitated before entering it, and now I regret that choice." "Nay, if you speak thus," Thingol said sternly, "know this, the girdle is open. You came here freely, and free you shall remain, or free you shall depart." Then Melian, who had been silent, spoke, "Do not leave Morwen. You spoke a true word. This doubt is born of Morgoth. If you go, you walk to his bidding. Fear of Morgoth will not keep me from the call of my blood," Morwen answered. "But if you fear for me, my lord, then lend me some of your people." "I do not command you," said Thingol, "but my people are mine to command. I will send them by my own counsel." Morwen spoke no further, but left the king's presence in tears. Thingol was heavy-hearted, sensing a fey and desperate mood upon her. He asked Melian if she might not hold Morwen back by her power against the entry of evil. "I may do much," Melian answered, "but against the departure of those who are determined to go, I can do nothing. That is your charge. If she is to be held here, you must hold her by force, yet in doing so you may shatter her spirit." Morwen then went to Nienor. "Farewell, daughter of Hurin. I go to seek my son, or true word of him, since none here will act. Preferring to wait until all hope is lost, await me here in the chance that I return." Nienor, gripped by dread, tried to hold her back, but Morwen would not answer. She retreated to her chamber, and by morning she had taken a horse and ridden away. Thingol had given orders that no one should hinder her or attempt to block her path. Yet the moment she departed, he assembled a band of his most resilient and adept border wardens, placing Mablung at their head. "Follow swiftly now," he instructed, "but do not let her know of your presence. Once she reaches the wilderness, if any peril arises, reveal yourselves, and if she refuses to turn back, protect her as best you can. I also wish for some of you to press ahead as far as possible, gathering whatever intelligence you may." In this manner, Thingol dispatched a larger escort than he had initially planned, including 10 riders with additional mounts. They trailed after Morwen as she journeyed south through region, eventually arriving at the banks of the Syrian River above the Twyllit Meris. There she paused, for the Syrian was broad and swift, and she knew no crossing. At this point, the guards had no choice but to make themselves known. "Does Thingol mean to detain me?" Morwen asked. "Or does he now offer the aid he first withheld, though belatedly, both?" Mablung replied, "Will you not reconsider and return?" "No," she stated firmly. "Then I must assist you," said Mablung, "even against my own judgment. The Syrian here is wide and deep, a dangerous swim for any creature, man or beast." "Then take me across by whatever means the elven folk commonly use," Morwen responded, "or else I will attempt the crossing myself." So Mablung guided her to the Twyllit Meris. There, concealed and guarded along the eastern shore among the winding creeks and reeds, ferries were kept for messengers travelling between Thingol and his kin in Nargothrond. They waited until the starlit night was far advanced, crossing in the pale mists just before dawn. As the sun rose crimson beyond the blue mountains and a brisk morning wind scattered the fog, the guards stepped onto the western bank, leaving the protective girdle of Melian behind. They were tall elves of Doriath, clad in grey with cloaks over their mail. From the ferry, Morwen watched them pass silently until, with a sudden cry, she pointed to the last figure moving ashore. "Where did he come from?" she demanded. 30 of you came to me, 30 and 1. Now leave this boat." The others turned and saw the sunlight gleaming on golden hair. It was Nianna, her hood blown back by the wind. Thus it was discovered that she had followed the company and joined them in the darkness before the river crossing. Dismay fell upon them all, and most of all upon Morwen. "Go back, I command you," she cried out. "If the wife of Húrin can venture forth against all advice at the call of kinship," Nianna answered, "then so can the daughter of Húrin." "You named me Mourning, yet I will not mourn alone for father, brother, and mother. But of these, you are the only one I have truly known. And you I love above all. I fear nothing that you do not fear." Indeed, little fear showed in her face or her posture. She appeared tall and strong, for those of Hador's line were of great stature, and clad now in elvish garments, she matched the guards well, standing shorter only than the tallest among them. "What is it you intend?" asked Morwen. "To go where you go," Ninor declared. "This is the choice I present you. Either lead me back and place me safely under the care of Melian, for it is unwise to disregard her guidance, or accept that if you proceed, I too shall walk into danger." In truth, Ninor had come hoping that out of fear and love for her, her mother would reconsider, and Morwen found herself torn. "It is one thing to refuse counsel," she said. "It is another to refuse your mother's direct command. Go back now." "No," Ninor replied. "I ceased to be a child long ago. I possess my own will and wisdom, though until now it has not opposed yours. I will go with you. I would prefer to return to Doriath out of respect for its rulers, but if not, then I shall continue westward. In fact, if either of us is to go onward, it should be me in the full vigor of my strength." Then Morwen saw in Ninor's grey eyes the unyielding resolve of Húrin, and she hesitated, yet her pride would not let her be swayed. She could not bear to appear, despite her daughter's fair words, as if she were being led back like some aged, foolish woman. "I will continue as I intended," she declared. "You may come as well, though it is against my wishes." "So be it," Nianor replied. Mablung then turned to his companions and said, "It is not from a lack of bravery, but from a lack of wise guidance, that the family of Húrin brings sorrow upon others. So it was with Túrin, though his forefathers were different. Now they are all touched by doom, and it troubles me deeply. I fear this mission for the king more than I ever feared hunting the wolf."
"What choice do we have?"
Morwen, having come ashore and now approaching, overheard his final words. Do as the king has commanded, she told him. Seek news of Nargothrond and of Turin. That is the very reason we have all gathered here. The road ahead is still long and perilous, Mablung cautioned. If you insist on going forward, you will both be given horses and must ride among the soldiers, not straying a single step from them. And so, at first light, they departed. They moved cautiously out of the marshlands of reeds and slender willows, entering the sombre forests that stretched across the southern plains before Nargothrond. All that day they travelled west, encountering only emptiness and hearing nothing but silence. The land felt heavy with dread, and to Mablung it seemed as if a tangible fear lingered in the air. Years earlier, Beren had walked this same path when these woods were alive with watchful hunters lying in wait. Now the people of Narog were gone, and the orcs, it appeared, had not yet ventured this far south. That night they made camp within the grey woods, without fire or torchlight. For 2 more days they pressed on. By the evening of the 3rd day since leaving the Sirion, they had crossed the plain and were nearing the eastern banks of the Narog River. A profound unease settled over Mablung, and he pleaded with Morwen to go no farther, yet she only laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. You will soon be glad to be free of us, no doubt, but you must bear with us a little longer. We have come too close to turn back now out of fear. Both of you are doom-driven and reckless. Mablung cried out. You do not aid our search for news. You hinder it. Listen to me now. I was ordered not to restrain you by force, but I was also commanded to protect you as best I could. In this situation I can only do one. I will protect you. Tomorrow I will lead you to Amon Ether, the spy hill, which is nearby. There you will remain under guard and go no further while I am in command here. Amon Ether was a massive hill-like mound that Felagund had ordered, built long ago with great effort upon the plain before his gates, a league east of the Narog. It was covered in trees, except at its crown, which offered a sweeping view in all directions of the roads leading to the great bridge of Nargothrond and of the surrounding lands. They reached the hill late in the morning and ascended from the east. Looking out toward the High Feroth, barren and brown beyond the river, Mablung used his elven sight to discern the terraces of Nargothrond on the steep western bank, and the yawning doors of Felagund like a small black puncture in the hillside. He could hear no sound and see no sign of any enemy, nor any mark of the dragon, save for the scorched earth around the doors from the day of the sack. Everything lay quiet under a pallid sun. True to his word, Mablung then instructed his 10 riders to keep Morwen and Nienor atop the hill, and not to move from that spot until he returned. Unless grave danger arose should that happen, the riders were to place the 2 women in their centre and flee as fast as possible eastward toward Doriath, sending one ahead to seek aid. Then Mablung took the remaining 20 of his company, and they crept down from the hill. Moving into the fields to the west, where trees were sparse, they dispersed, each making his own daring yet stealthy way toward the banks of the Narog. Mablung himself took the central path, heading toward the bridge. He reached its near end to find it utterly shattered, and the river, swollen from distant northern rains, raged and frothed wildly among the collapsed stones. Glaurung rested just inside the shadow of the great passage leading inward from the ruined doors, and he had long been aware of the spies, though few other eyes in Middle-earth could have detected them. His fell gaze was sharper than that of eagles, surpassing even the far sight of the elves. He knew, too, that some remained behind, watching from the bare summit of Amon Ether. So it was that as Mablung moved cautiously among the rocks, testing whether he might cross the wild river using the fallen stones of the bridge, Glaurung suddenly emerged with a great blast of fire and crawled down into the stream. Immediately a vast hissing filled the air, and huge vapours rose, engulfing Mablung and his nearby followers in a blinding steam and foul stench. Most fled as best they could, guessing their way toward the spy hill. Yet as Glaurung began crossing the Narog, Mablung drew aside and hid beneath a rock, determined to stay. He knew now that Glaurung dwelt in Nargothrond, but he had also been commanded to learn the truth concerning Hurin's son, if possible. Strengthened by resolve, he intended to cross the river once the dragon passed and search the halls of Felagund. He believed all that could be done for Morwen and Nienor's safety had been accomplished. Glaurung's emergence would be noted, and even now riders should be speeding toward Doriath. So Glaurung moved past Mablung, a vast shape in the mist, advancing swiftly for a mighty worm yet lithe in motion. Behind him, Mablung forded the Narog at great peril. Meanwhile, the watchers on Aemon Ether saw the dragon issue forth and were filled with dismay. At once they urged Morwen and Nienor to mount, without debate preparing to flee eastward as instructed. But just as they descended from the hill onto the plain, an ill wind blew the great vapours upon them, carrying a stench no horse could endure. Blinded by the fog and mad with terror of the dragon reek, the horses soon became ungovernable, bolting wildly in every direction. The guards were scattered, dashed against trees to great injury, or searched vainly for one another. The neighing of horses and cries of riders reached Glaurung's ears, and he was well pleased. One elf rider, struggling with his horse in the fog, glimpsed Lady Morwen passing nearby like a grey wraith on a maddened steed, but she vanished into the mist crying for Nienor and was seen no more. When the blind terror seized the riders, Nienor's own horse, running wild, stumbled and threw her. Falling softly into the grass, she was unhurt, but upon rising she found herself alone, lost in the mist without horse or companion. Her heart did not fail her, and she took a moment to think. It seemed futile to chase after one distant cry or another, for cries echoed all around her, growing ever fainter. In such a case it seemed wiser to seek the hill again. Surely Mablung would return there before departing, if only to ensure none of his company remained. Walking by guesswork, she found the hill, indeed close at hand, signalled by the rising ground before her feet, and slowly climbed the path leading up from the east. As she ascended, the fog grew thinner until at last she emerged into sunlight on the bare summit. She stepped forward and looked westward. There, right before her, was the great head of Glaurung, who had crept up from the other side. Before she could react, her eyes met his terrible eyes filled with the fell spirit of Morgoth, his master. Nienor strove against Glaurung, for her will was strong, but he exerted his power over her. "What do you seek here?" he demanded. Compelled to answer, she said, "I seek only one named Turin, who dwelt here a time, but he is dead, perhaps." "I know nothing of that," said Glaurung. "He had been left behind to guard the women and the vulnerable, yet when I arrived, he abandoned them and ran. A braggart and a coward, it appears. Why do you search for such a man?" "That is false," Nienor replied. "The children of Húrin are no cowards. We do not fear you." Glaurung laughed then, for Húrin's daughter had now been exposed to his spite. "Then you are fools, you and your brother both," he said, "and your pride shall come to nothing, for I am Glaurung." He fixed her gaze with his own, and her will faltered. To her the very sun seemed to grow faint, the world dimming around her until a deep shadow descended, leaving only a hollow silence. She knew nothing, heard nothing, remembered nothing. Meanwhile, Mablung searched the halls of Nargothrond as thoroughly as the gloom and foul air allowed. He found no sign of life among the bones. No voice answered his calls. Weighed down by the dread of that place and fearing the dragon's return, he finally retreated to the doors. The sun was sinking in the west, casting long shadows from the Farith hills over the terraces and the rushing river below. In the distance, near Aemon Ether, he thought he glimpsed the vile outline of the dragon. The hurried, fearful crossing back over the Narog was even more dangerous than before. He had only just reached the eastern bank and hidden beneath its cover when Glaurung approached. The beast moved slowly and with stealth now, its inner fires dimmed. Much of its power was spent, and it sought only to rest and sleep in darkness. Like some enormous serpent, ashen and slick, it dragged its belly across the mud, slipping up to the doors. Before entering, it turned its head eastward and let out a laugh, a faint, terrible echo of Morgoth's malice from depths far away. Then a cold, low voice followed. "There you cower like a field mouse under the bank, Mablung the mighty. You serve King Thingol poorly. Hurry now to the hill and see what has become of those in your care." Glaurung vanished into his den. The sun set and a chill grey dusk settled over the land. Mablung rushed back to Aemon Ether, and as he climbed to the summit, stars began to pierce the eastern sky. Silhouetted against them stood a figure dark and motionless as a stone carving. It was Nienor. She did not respond to his words, nor even seem to hear them. Only when he took her hand did she stir, allowing him to lead her away. She followed while he guided her, but if he released her, she would stop and stand still. Mablung was overcome with sorrow and confusion, yet he had no choice but to lead Nienor eastward, alone and without aid. They moved like sleepwalkers into the shadowed plains under the night sky. By morning, Nienor stumbled and fell, lying motionless on the ground. Mablung sat beside her in despair. "My fears about this task were not unfounded," he murmured. "It seems this will be my last. Here I shall perish in the wilds with this ill-fated mortal girl, and my name will be scorned in Doriath if any word of our fate ever reaches there. The others are surely slain, and she alone was spared, though not out of mercy." They were discovered by 3 members of the company who had fled the Narog at Glaurung's coming. After wandering lost until the mists cleared, they had returned to the hill and, finding it empty, had started seeking a path home. Their arrival revived Mablung's hope. Together they pressed on north and east, for the southern route back into Doriath was closed, and since the fall of Nargothrond, the ferry keepers were forbidden to carry any across unless they came from within the realm. Their travel was slow, like that of those guiding a weary child. Yet with each step farther from Nargothrond and closer to Doriath, Nienor's strength gradually returned. She walked hour after hour, obedient, her hand in another's, as if following the memory of a road she could no longer see. Her gaze remained vacant, seeing nothing, her ears deaf to sound, her lips silent. After many days of travel, they finally approached the western edge of Doriath, just south of the Taglin River. Their plan was to cross the protective boundaries of Thingol's realm beyond the Sirion and reach the fortified bridge near where the Esgalduin flowed in. There the company paused. They gently placed Nienor upon a bed of soft grass, and for the first time her eyes closed as if in sleep. The elves, exhausted, allowed their vigilance to fade. It was then, caught completely off guard, that a band of orc hunters who often prowled as close to Doriath's borders as they dared, launched a sudden attack. Amid the chaos, Nienor sprang from her resting place like someone startled awake by a night alarm. With a sharp cry, she vanished into the dense forest. The orcs immediately turned to chase her, with the elves racing close behind. Yet a remarkable shift came over Nina. She moved with astonishing speed, outpacing them all, darting through the trees like a startled deer, her hair streaming behind her in the wind. Mablung and his companions quickly caught and destroyed the orcs, then hurried onward. But by then, Nina had disappeared like a phantom. Despite searching for days, they found no trace, no sight, no track of her. Mablung returned at last to Doriath, weighed down by sorrow and shame. "My lord," he said to the king, "you must choose another to lead your hunters. I have failed in my duty." Yet Melian spoke gently. "Do not say so, Mablung. You did everything possible, more than any other in the king's service would have done, but ill fortune set you against a force too mighty, a power beyond even the greatest now dwelling in Middle-earth." Thingol added, "I sent you to gather news, and that you accomplished. The fault is not yours that those most affected by these tidings are now beyond reach. The tragic end of Hurin's family is a heavy blow, but the responsibility does not rest with you. For not only was Nienor now lost, wandering mindlessly into the wilderness, but Morwen too had vanished. No certain word of her fate ever reached Doriath or Dorlomin afterward. Still, Mablung could not accept rest. With a small band, he ventured back into the wild, wandering for 3 long years from the Eed Wethrin mountains all the way to the mouths of Sirion, seeking any clue or whisper of the lost. As for Nienor, she fled deeper into the woods, the cries of pursuit echoing behind her. In her frantic escape, she tore away her clothing, casting off garments until she ran naked. All through that day she raced on, driven like a hunted animal pushed to the brink of collapse, never daring to pause or catch her breath. Then, as evening fell, her madness lifted abruptly. She stopped, bewildered before collapsing into a thick bed of ferns, overcome by total exhaustion. There, Among the old bracken and the fresh spring fronds, she slept deeply, unaware of everything around her. Upon waking in the morning, she greeted the light with the joy of one newly born. Everything she saw felt fresh and unfamiliar. She had no words, no names for any of it. Behind her lay only a hollow darkness, holding no memory of her past, no echo of any word ever spoken. A faint shadow of fear lingered, making her cautious. She constantly sought hiding places, climbing trees or slipping into thickets with the quickness of a squirrel or fox at the slightest sound or movement. From these shelters she would watch intently through the leaves before moving on. Continuing in the direction of her initial flight, she eventually reached the Teiglin River and drank to quench her thirst. Yet she found no food, nor knew how to look for it, leaving her cold and desperately hungry. The trees on the far bank of the river appeared nearer and more shadowed, for they marked the edge of the Brethil forest. At last she crossed the water and found a low green hill where she collapsed, utterly spent. A deep gloom she thought she had left behind seemed to be closing in once more, and the sunlight itself was fading. In truth, a great storm was sweeping up from the south, heavy with lightning and torrential rain. She lay there trembling as thunder shook the ground, the cold downpour striking her bare skin. It happened that a band of Brethil woodsmen were returning at that hour from a skirmish with orcs, hurrying toward a nearby shelter across the Teiglin crossings. A sudden, brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the Horde en Eleth as if with white fire. Turambar, who led the men, recoiled and shielded his eyes, a shudder passing through him, for he thought he glimpsed the ghost of a slain maiden upon the grave of Findulas. One of his companions, however, rushed to the mound and called out, "My lord, come quickly. A young woman lies here. She is alive." Turambar went to her and lifted her. Water streamed from her soaked hair as her eyes fluttered closed. She gave a faint tremble and then lay still. Wondering at her naked state, he wrapped his cloak around her and carried her to a hunter's lodge deep in the woods. There they built up a fire, wrapped her in blankets, and gradually she opened her eyes to look upon them. When her gaze settled on Turambar, a light kindled in her face, and she reached a hand toward him, for it seemed to her that in the darkness she had finally found something long sought, and she felt a sudden comfort. Turambar took her hand and smiled. "Lady," he said gently, "will you not tell us your name and your family, and what misfortune has brought you here?" She only shook her head, silent, and then began to weep. They pressed her no further until she had eaten hungrily of the food they offered. Afterward, she sighed and again placed her hand in Turambar's. "You are safe with us," he assured her. "Rest here tonight. In the morning we will take you to our dwellings in the high forest, but we would know your name and kin, so that perhaps we might find them and bring word of you. Will you not tell us?" Again she gave no answer, tears falling once more. "Do not grieve," said Turambar softly. "Perhaps the tale is still too heavy to tell. I will give you a name then. I will call you Niniel, the Maid of Tears." At that name she looked up. She shook her head slightly, but then whispered, "Niniel." It was the first word she had spoken since her darkness, and it became her name among the woodfolk ever after. The next morning they set out with Niniel toward Brandir. The path climbed steeply toward Amon Obel until it reached a place where it crossed the rushing stream of Celebros. A wooden bridge spanned the water. Just below, the stream poured over a worn stone ledge, cascading in foaming steps into a deep, rocky basin far below, filling the air with a constant spray like rain. A broad green lawn lay at the head of the falls, ringed by birch trees, and from the bridge one could see westward to the ravines of the Teiglin some 2 miles distant. The air here was cool, a place where summer travellers would pause to rest and drink the cold water. Those falls were called Dimrost, the rainy stair, but after that day they would be known as Nen Girith, the shuddering water. For when Turambar and his men halted there, Niniel grew suddenly cold and began to shiver violently, and nothing they did could warm or calm her. So they hurried onward. But before reaching Brandir, Niniel had fallen into a fevered delirium. For a long time she lay sick, and Brandir employed all his skill to heal her, while the woodsmen's wives watched over her day and night. Turambar's presence alone brought Niliel peace, allowing her to rest without distress. Those who cared for her noted that throughout her illness she never spoke a word in any language known to elves or men. As her strength slowly returned and she began to walk and eat again, the women of Bretel had to teach her to speak anew, as one would a young child, word by careful word. She took to this learning with a quick and joyful eagerness, like someone rediscovering precious misplaced treasures. Once she could hold a conversation, she would often ask, "What is this called? I lost its name in my darkness." When she was well enough to move about freely, she frequently sought out Brandir's house, eager to learn the names of every living thing, for he possessed great knowledge of the natural world. They would walk together through the gardens and sun-dappled forest paths. In time, Brandir grew to love her deeply. As Niniel grew stronger, she would offer him her arm to steady his lameness, and she began to call him her brother, yet her heart belonged wholly to Turambar. Only his arrival would bring a smile to her face, and only his cheerful words could make her laugh. On a quiet autumn evening, with the setting sun bathing the hillside and the wooden houses of Brandir in a golden glow, they sat together. In the deep stillness, Niniel said to him, "I have asked the name of everything now, except for you. What are you called?" "Turambar," he replied. She paused, as if listening for some distant echo of the name. "And what does that mean? Or is it just for you alone?" "It means Master of the Dark Shadow," he explained. "I, too, Niniel, had my own darkness where I lost what was dear, but I believe I have overcome it." "Did you also run from it?" she asked, "fleeing until you reached these fair woods? When did you escape, Turambar?" "I fled for many years," he answered, "and I escaped when you did. It was dark when you came, Niniel, but it has been light ever since. It feels as though what I long sought in vain has finally found me." Later, walking back to his house in the twilight, he murmured to himself, "Hord en Eleth! She came from the Green Mound! Is that a sign? And if so, how should I read it?" That golden year faded into a mild winter, which gave way to another bright spring. Peace held in Brethil. The woodmen kept to themselves, venturing little beyond their borders, and hearing no news from the surrounding lands. The orcs moving south to the dark dominion of Glaurung, or those sent to spy near the edges of Doriath, avoided the crossings of Teiglin entirely, passing far to the west of the river. By now Niniel was fully healed, having grown fair and strong. Turambar could wait no longer, and asked for her hand in marriage. Niniel was filled with joy, but when Brandir learned of it, his heart sank. He said to her, "Do not be hasty. Please do not think me unkind, but I counsel you to wait." "Nothing you do is ever unkind," she replied. "But why do you give me this counsel, wise brother?" "Wise brother," he answered bitterly. "Say rather the lame brother, unloved and unlovely. I scarcely know why myself. Yet a shadow lies upon this man, and it frightens me. There was a shadow." Niniel conceded, for he told me so himself, but he escaped from it, just as I did. Is he not worthy of love? Though he now lives in peace, was he not once a great captain, one from whom all our enemies would flee if they saw him? "Who told you that?" Brandir asked sharply. "It was Dorlus," she said. "Does he not speak the truth?" "He speaks truth," Brandir admitted, though he was deeply displeased, for Dorlus led the faction that constantly agitated for open war against the orcs. A cold dread settled in Brandir's chest, unrelated to his usual pain. A sudden, clear memory of a rumour about a haunted grave mound far to the north, from which some whispered no one ever returned, unchanged. Yet he continued to search for reasons to delay Niel, and so he told her. It is the truth, but not the full truth. He was the captain of Nargothrond, and he came from the north long ago. It is said he was the son of Hurin of Dor-Lomin from the warrior line of Hodor. Seeing the shadow that crossed her face at that name, Brandir misunderstood her silence and pressed further. "Truly, Niniel, you might well believe such a man is destined to return to war, likely far from these lands before long. If that happens, how will you bear it? Be cautious, for I have a foreboding that if Turambar rides to battle again, it will not be he, but the shadow, that gains the upper hand." "I would bear it poorly," she replied, "yet being unwed would be no better than being wed." Perhaps a wife could restrain him more and keep that shadow at bay. Still, Brandir's words unsettled her, and she asked Turambar to wait a little longer. He was puzzled and disheartened. When he learnt Brandir had advised the delay, his displeasure grew. But with the coming of the next spring, he said to Ninel, "Time is slipping away. We have waited, and I will wait no more. Follow your heart, dearest Niniel, but understand the choice I face. I can return now to wage war in the wilderness, or I can marry you and never go to war again, except to defend you should any evil threaten our home." Then her heart lifted with joy, and she pledged her faith to him. At midsummer they were married, and the woodfolk held a great celebration, gifting them a fine house built upon Amon Obel. There they lived in contentment, yet Brandir remained troubled, the shadow over his spirit deepening. The rise of Glorung, meanwhile, the power and malice of Glorung increased swiftly. He grew vast and heavy, gathering orcs to his side, ruling as a dragon king, and all the former realm of Nargothrond fell under his dominion. Before that year ended, the third year of Turambar's life among the woodfolk, Glorung began to assail their lands, which had known a season of peace. For it was well known to Glaurung and to his master that within Brethil there still dwelled a remnant of free people, the last of the three houses to defy the power of the north. This they would not tolerate, for Morgoth's design was to subdue all of Beleriand, scouring every corner so that none in any hole or hiding place might live who were not his thralls. Thus, whether Glorung had guessed where Turin was concealed, or whether, as some believe, he had for a time slipped from the eye of the evil that pursued him, mattered little in the end. Brandar's cautious counsels were fated to prove futile, leaving Turambar with only two paths: to sit idle until he was hunted down and driven out like vermin, or to go forth soon to battle and be revealed. When news first arrived in Ifil Brandir of the approaching orcs, Turambar did not ride out, yielding instead to Niniel's pleas. She reminded him, "Our homes are not yet attacked, as you once promised. They say the orcs are not numerous. Dorlas told me that before you came, such skirmishes were not uncommon, and our people always held them off. But these woodfolk were overmatched, for these orcs were of a vicious breed, savage and cunning. They came with the clear intent to invade the forest of Brethil, not merely passing through its borders on other tasks or hunting in small bands as before. Dorlas and his men were beaten back with losses, and the orcs crossed the Teiglin, roaming deep into the woods. Dorlas came to Turambar, displaying his wounds, and said, "Look, my lord, our time of need has come after a false peace, just as I feared. Did you not ask to be counted among our people and not as a stranger? Is this danger not yours as well? Our homes will not stay safe if the orcs push deeper into our territory." So Turambar rose, lifting his sword Gurthang once more, and marched to war. When the woodmen heard of this, their spirits lifted, and they rallied to him until he commanded a host of many hundreds. They swept through the forest, hunting down every orc that skulked among the trees, and strung their bodies from the branches near the crossings of Teiglin. When a fresh enemy force advanced, the woodmen ambushed them, taken aback by both the woodmen's numbers and the dreaded return of the black sword. The orcs were broken and cut down in great slaughter. The woodmen then built huge pyres, burning the soldiers of Morgoth in towering heaps. The smoke of their vengeance climbed black into the sky, swept westward by the wind. Very few living messengers carried this news back to Nargothrond. Glorung seethed with fury, yet for a time he lay still, brooding over what he had learned. The winter passed in quiet, and men declared, "Great is the black sword of Brethil, for all our foes are vanquished." Niniel took comfort and delighted in Turambar's growing fame, but he sat deep in thought, telling himself, "The die is cast. Now comes the trial where my boast will be proven true or will utterly fail. I will run no longer. I will be Turambar indeed, and by my own will and strength I shall overcome my fate or fall. Yet whether I ride or fall, at the least I will slay Glaurung." Still, he felt uneasy and sent bold scouts ranging far afield. Without openly claiming the title, he now directed affairs as if he were Lord of Brethil, and few paid heed to Brandir any more. Spring arrived with a sense of hope, and men sang as they worked. But that same spring, Niniel discovered she was with child. She grew pale and weary. Her joy shadowed. Soon came strange reports from men who had ventured beyond the Teiglin. A great burning was seen far out in the woods of the plain toward Nargothrond, and everyone wondered what it meant. Not long after, more news arrived. The fires were creeping northward, and it was Glaurung himself who kindled them. He had left Nargothrond and was on the move once more, bent on some dark purpose. The more foolish or hopeful whispered, "His army is destroyed. Now he sees sense and is returning to where he came from." Others muttered, "Let us pray he passes us by." But Turambar held no such hope. He knew Glaurung was coming for him. So, though he hid his worry for Niniel's sake, he turned the problem over day and night, searching for a plan as spring faded towards summer. Then a day came when two men stumbled back to Brandir in terror, for they had seen the great worm with their own eyes. "Lord!" they gasped to Turambar. He draws near to Teiglin and does not turn aside. He rested amid a vast burning with trees smouldering all around him. His stench is almost unbearable, and all the long leagues back to Nargothrond, his foul path runs straight as an arrow, aimed directly at us. What shall we do? "Little," answered Turambar, "yet to that little I have already given much thought. Your tidings bring me hope, not dread. For if he holds to a straight course and will not swerve, then I have a plan for hearts that are bold." The men marvelled, for he said no more then, but they drew courage from his unshaken manner. Now the river Teiglin flowed in this fashion. It rushed down from Wethrin as swift as the Narog, at first between low banks until, after the crossings, and fed by other streams, it carved a path through the feet of the highlands where the forest of Brethil stood. From there it ran within deep ravines, their towering sides like walls of stone, while below the pent-up waters roared with tremendous force, and there, directly in Glaurung's path, lay one of the gorges, not the deepest, but the narrowest, just north of the Celebros stream. Turambar dispatched 3 sturdy men to watch the dragon's movements from the gorge's edge, while he rode to the high lookout of Nen Girith, where messages could reach him quickly and he could survey the land. First, however, he gathered the woodmen at Brandir and addressed them. "People of Brethil, a mortal danger is upon us, one that only courage and wit can overcome. Numbers alone will not save us. We must rely on cunning and a measure of luck, to march against the dragon with our full force, as we would against an army of orcs, would be to march to our deaths, leaving our families unprotected. My counsel is this: remain here and prepare to flee. If Glaurung comes, you must abandon this place and scatter far and wide. Only then might some survive. He will surely seek out our homes and stronghold, destroying all he finds. But he will not linger. His treasure lies in Nargothrond, and its deep halls offer him safety and a place to grow. His words cast a shadow over the men who had trusted in Turambar and hoped for a bolder plan. Yet he continued, "That is the worst that may come, but it need not pass if fortune favors our strategy. I do not believe this dragon is invincible, though his strength and malice grow with time. I know something of his nature. His true power lies not in his massive form, but in the wicked spirit that drives him. Recall the tale from the Nirnith, when I and many here were just children. On that field the dwarves withstood him, and Azagel of Belegost wounded him so deeply he fled back to Angband. But here we possess a thorn sharper and longer than Azagel's blade. With that, Turambar drew Gurthang from its sheath and thrust it skyward. To those watching, a flame seemed to leap from his hand, blazing high into the air. A great cry rose from the crowd. "The black thorn of Brethil! The black thorn of Brethil!" Turambar echoed. And well might he fear it. Know this: it is the doom of this dragon and all his kind that, however great his horned armor, harder than iron, beneath it he carries the vulnerable belly of a snake. Therefore I go now to find Glaurung's weakness by whatever means I can. Who will join me? I need only a few, with strong arms and stronger hearts. Dorlus stepped forward. "I will go with you, my lord. I would rather meet a foe than wait for one." No others were quick to answer, for the dread of Glaurung lay heavy upon them, and the scouts' reports had spread, growing more fearful with each telling. Dorlus shouted, "Listen, men of Brethil! Now we see plainly that for the evils of our age, Brandir's cautious counsel is worthless hiding, brings no escape. Will none of you take the place of Handir's son, that the house of Harleth be not disgraced? Brandir, who sat in the high seat of the assembly, yet went ignored, felt the sting of scorn, and bitterness filled his heart, for Turambar did not check Dorlus. Then Hunthor, a kinsman of Brandir, rose and said, "You do wrong, Dorlus, to shame your lord, whose body cannot follow where his heart would lead. Take care lest your own courage be found wanting when tested, and how can his counsel be called vain when it was never heeded? You, his sworn man, have always dismissed it. I say Glaurung comes to us now, as he came to Nargothrond, because our own reckless deeds have betrayed us, exactly as Brandir feared. Yet, since this sorrow has arrived, with your permission, son of Handir, I will go in the name of Harleth's house." Turambar replied, "3 will suffice, I will take you 2. But, my lord, I do not dismiss you. Consider this, we must move with great speed, and our mission will demand strength and endurance. I believe your place is here with your people. You possess wisdom and skill in healing. There may soon be a desperate need for both." Though courteously spoken, these words only deepened Brandir's bitterness, and he said to Hunthor, "Go then, but not with my blessing. A shadow follows this man, and it will lead you into darkness." Turambar was eager to depart, but when he went to Niniel to say his farewells, she clung to him, weeping bitterly. "Do not go, Turambar, I beg you," she pleaded. "Do not confront the shadow you have fled. No, let us run instead. Take me far away from here." "Dearest Niniel," he answered gently, "we can flee no farther, you and I. We are trapped within these borders. Even if I abandoned the people who sheltered us, I could only lead you into the empty wilderness to your death and the death of our unborn child, 100 miles stretch between us and any land untouched by this shadow. But take courage, Niniel. I tell you truly, neither you nor I will fall to this dragon, nor to any enemy from the north." Niniel's weeping quieted then, and she fell silent, though her parting kiss felt cold upon his cheek. Turambar set out swiftly with Dorlus and Hunthor toward Nen Girith. They arrived as the sun was sinking low, casting long shadows where the last 2 scouts awaited them. "You have come just in time, Lord," they said. "The dragon advances when we left." He had already reached the edge of the Taglin and was glaring across the water. "He travels by night, and we may expect an attack before dawn tomorrow." Gazing out over the falls of Celebros, Turambar watched the sun dip below the horizon, dark plumes of smoke rising along the river banks. "There is no time to waste," he said, "yet this news brings some hope. I feared he might wander northward, crossing at the fords to reach the old road in the lowlands. That would have ended all chance. Instead, some furious pride drives him recklessly forward." Even as he spoke, a doubt stirred within him. Or could it be that one so vile avoids the crossings, as even the orcs do? "Hord en Eleth, does Findulus still stand between me and my fate?" Turning to his companions, he laid out the plan. "Our task is clear. We must wait a little longer. To act too soon would be as fatal as too late. When dusk deepens, we will creep down stealthily to the Taglin. Stay alert. Glaurung's ears are as sharp as his eyes, and both are lethal. If we reach the river unseen, we must climb down into the ravine, cross the water, and position ourselves along the path he will take when he moves." "But how can he possibly advance from there?" Dorlus asked. "Agile though he may be, he is a massive dragon. How can he climb down one cliff and up the other, especially when his front must ascend before his rear has fully descended? And if he manages it, what good will it do us to be waiting in the wild currents below?" "It may be that he can," Turambar admitted, "and if he does, our plight will be grim. Yet, from what we know of him and from where he now lies, I believe his intent is different. He has come to the brink of Cabed Arras, where, as the tales say, a stag once leaped to escape Harleth's hunters. He has grown so vast that I suspect he means to hurl himself across the gap. That is our only hope, and we must stake everything upon it." Dorlus felt his heart grow heavy at these words, for he knew the lands of Brethil better than anyone, and Cabed and Arras was a place of dread to the east. A sheer cliff rose nearly 40 feet, barefaced but crowned with trees. On the opposite bank, the slope was less steep and not as high, draped in hanging trees and thick brush. Between them, the river Teiglin churned violently over rocks, a crossing a bold and sure-footed man might attempt by daylight, but to dare it after dark was perilous. Yet this was Turambar's counsel, and there was no gainsaying him. They departed at dusk, not heading straight for the dragon, but first taking the path toward the crossings. Before reaching that point, they turned south onto a narrow track, slipping into the deepening shadows of the woods above Teiglin. As they crept step by cautious step toward Cabed and Aras, pausing often to listen, the acrid reek of burning reached them, carried on a sickening stench. The air hung utterly still, lifeless and heavy. Behind them the first stars glimmered in the east, while ahead thin spires of smoke rose straight and unwavering against the fading light in the west. After Turambar had gone, Niel stood motionless as stone. Brandir approached her and said, "Do not fear the worst until you must. Yet did I not counsel you to wait?" "You did," she replied. "But what good would waiting do me now? Love can endure and suffer even unwed." "I know that," said Brandir. "Yet marriage is not without consequence." "I am 2 months with his child," Ninil answered. "But that does not make my fear of loss any heavier to bear. I do not understand you." "Nor do I understand myself," he admitted. "And yet I am afraid. What a comforter you are," she cried. "But Brandir, my friend, wed or unwed, mother or maid, my dread is beyond enduring. The master of doom has gone to challenge his doom far from here. How can I stay, waiting for slow tidings, whether good or ill? Tonight he may face the dragon. How shall I stand, or sit, or pass these dreadful hours? I do not know," he said, "yet somehow the hours must pass for you and for the wives of those who went with him." "Let them follow their hearts," she exclaimed. "But as for me, I will go. I will not let miles lie between me and my lord's peril. I will go to meet the tidings myself." At her words, Brandir's dread turned dark. "That you shall not do if I can hinder it," he cried. "You would endanger all our plans. Those miles between may grant time for escape, if ill should come." "If ill comes, I shall have no wish to escape," she declared. "Your wisdom is now vain, and you will not stop me." Stepping before the people still gathered in the open space of the Eiffel, she called out, "Men of Bretil, I will not wait here. If my lord fails, then all hope is false. Your land and woods will be burned utterly, your houses laid in ashes, and none shall escape. So why linger? I go now to meet the tidings, and whatever doom may send. Let all those of like mind come with me." Many were willing to follow. The wives of Dorlus and Hunthor, whose loved ones had gone with Turambar, others out of pity for Niniel and a desire to befriend her, and still more lured by rumour of the dragon in hardihood or folly, knowing little of true evil. They hoped to witness strange and glorious deeds. So great had the black sword grown in their minds that few believed even Glaurung could conquer him. Thus they set out in haste, a large company moving toward a peril they did not comprehend. With little rest they came wearily at last, just at nightfall, to Nen Girith, only a short while after Turambar had departed. But night is a cold counsellor, and many now were stunned by their own rashness. When they heard from the remaining scouts how near Glaurung had come, and of Turambar's desperate purpose, their hearts grew chilled, and they dared go no farther. Many cast worried glances toward Cabed and Aras, yet they saw nothing and heard only the cold roar of the waterfall. Niniel sat apart, a violent shudder taking hold of her. After she and her company departed, Brandir spoke bitterly to those who remained. "See how I am mocked and my counsel ignored. Let Turambar be your lord in title, for he has already seized my authority. I renounce both leadership and people here. Seek neither my advice nor my healing ever again." He snapped his staff in two. Privately, he thought, "Now nothing is left to me but my love for Niniel. Where she goes, in wisdom or folly, I must follow. In this darkness nothing can be known. Yet by staying close I might still shield her from some harm. He girded himself with a short sword, a thing he rarely did, took up his crutch, and left the gate of the Effel as swiftly as he could, limping down the long path toward Brethil's western march to follow the others. As full night fell, Turambar and his companions reached Cabed en Aros. The great noise of the water was a relief to them, for though it spoke of danger below, it masked all other sounds. Dorlus led them a short way south, where they climbed down a cleft to the foot of the cliff. There his courage failed him, for the river was strewn with rocks and great stones, the water raging around them with a sound like grinding teeth. "This path leads only to death," said Dorlus. "It is the only path to either death or life," Turambar replied. "Delay will not make it seem safer. Follow me." He went ahead, and by skill, hardihood, or fate, he made it across. In the deep dark, he turned to see who had followed. A dark shape stood beside him. "Dorlus?" he asked. "No, it is I," said Hunthor. "Dorlus failed at the crossing. A man may love war, yet dread many things. He sits shivering on the shore, I suppose. Shame take him for his words to my kinsman." Turambar and Hunthor rested briefly, but the night soon chilled them, for they were soaked through. They began to search for a way north along the stream toward where Glaurung lay. The chasm grew darker and narrower as they felt their way forward. They saw a flicker like smouldering fire above and heard the snarling of the great worm in his watchful sleep. They groped for a way upward, hoping to come near the brink, for their only chance was to attack their enemy from below his guard. But the reek was now so foul it made them dizzy. They slipped as they climbed, clinging to tree trunks, retching in their misery, all fear forgotten, save the dread of falling into the teeth of the Teiglin. Turambar said to Hunthor, "We waste our fading strength for nothing until we know where the dragon will pass. It is useless to climb." "But when we know," Hunthor answered, "there will be no time left to find a way up from the chasm." "True," said Turambar. "Where all depends on chance, we must trust to chance." They halted and waited, watching from the dark ravine as a single white star crept across the narrow strip of sky above. Slowly, Turambar sank into a dream where all his will was fixed on clinging, though a black tide seemed to suck and gnaw at his limbs. Suddenly, a great noise erupted. The walls of the chasm quivered and echoed. Turambar shook himself awake and said to Hunthor, "He stirs, the hour is here." Strike deep, for two must now strike for three. And with that Glaurung began his assault upon Brethil. All unfolded much as Turambar had hoped. The dragon crawled with slow, heavy weight to the cliff's edge. He did not turn aside, but prepared to launch his great forelegs across the chasm, ready to drag his massive bulk after. Terror walked with him, for his approach was not directly overhead, but slightly to the north. Those watching from below saw the monstrous silhouette of his head blot out the stars, his jaws agape with 7 fiery tongues lashing the air. He loosed a searing blast, flooding the entire ravine with a hellish red glow, while black shadows danced wildly across the stones. Trees in his direct path shriveled instantly into smoke, and boulders shattered, plunging into the river below. With a terrible lunge, he drove himself forward, grappling the far cliff with immense claws as he began to drag his bulk across. Boldness and speed were now essential. Though Turambar and Hunthor had avoided the worst of the fiery breath by not standing directly in Glaurung's way, they still had to reach him before he crossed completely, or all would be lost. Disregarding the danger, Turambar scrambled along the water's edge to position himself beneath the beast. The heat and stench there were so overwhelming that he staggered, nearly falling, had Hunthor, following bravely close behind, not caught his arm and steadied him. "Such courage!" gasped Turambar. "Fortunate was the hour you chose to stand with me." Yet even as he spoke, a dislodged stone hurtled down and struck Hunthor squarely on the head. He fell into the rushing water and was lost. One of the bravest of the House of Haleth had met his end. "Alas!" cried Turambar. "My shadow brings only ill fortune. Why did I ever seek another's aid? Now you are alone, Master of Doom, as you were always meant to be. Now conquer alone." In that moment of despair, a strange clarity seized him. He called upon every shred of his will, every ounce of his hatred for the dragon and the dark power it served. It was as if a hidden reserve of strength, both of heart and body suddenly awoke within him. He began to climb the cliff face, moving from stone to stone, root to root, until at last his hand closed on a slender tree growing just below the chasm's rim. Though its crown was scorched bare, its roots held fast. As he steadied himself in the fork of its branches, the dragon's massive underbelly passed directly above, sagging downward under its own weight before Glaurung could heave it upward. The sight was hideous. The pale, wrinkled flesh glistened with grey slime and clung with all manner of foul droppings. The stench of death was overpowering. With a cry of fury, Turambar drew the black sword of Beleg and drove it upward with all the force of his arm and all the venom of his hate. The long, hungry blade plunged deep into the dragon's belly up to the hilt. Glaurung, convulsing in his death throes, released a deafening scream that shook the very forest and horrified the watchers at Nen Girith. The shock of it struck Turambar like a physical blow. He lost his footing, slipped down, and his sword was wrenched from his grasp, remaining lodged in the dragon's gut in a final violent spasm. Glaurung arched his shuddering bulk and hurled himself across the ravine. Upon the far shore he thrashed and coiled, screaming, lashing out in agony until he had shattered the ground all around him. At last he lay still, shrouded in smoke and ruin. Dazed and nearly broken, Turambar clung to the tree roots. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to move, half sliding, half climbing. He descended back to the river and dared the treacherous crossing once more, now crawling on hands and feet, blinded by spray, until he finally dragged himself to the opposite bank. Wearily he climbed up through the cleft by which they had earlier descended. Thus he came at last to where his enemy lay, dying, and he looked upon the stricken dragon without pity, his heart surging with a grim triumph. There Glaurung lay, jaws slack, all his inner fires extinguished, his evil eyes shut. He was stretched out on his side, and the hilt of Gurthang stood proud from his belly. Turambar's spirit soared. Though the dragon still drew ragged breath, he was determined to reclaim his sword, a blade he had always valued, but now worth more to him than all the hoarded treasure of Nargothrond. Proved true were the words spoken at its forging, that nothing great or small would live once it had bitten. Therefore Turin approached his fallen enemy and placed his foot upon the dragon's belly. Grasping the hilt of Gurthang, he summoned all his strength to pull the blade free. He shouted in scorn, echoing Glaurung's own taunts at Nargothrond. "Hail, worm of Morgoth! We meet once more. Perish now, and be claimed by the darkness." Thus is Turin, son of Hurin, avenged. With a mighty wrench he drew the sword from the flesh, but a jet of foul black blood gushed after it, splashing onto his hand. The venom seared his skin like fire, and he cried out in sudden agony. At that sound Glaurung stirred. His terrible eyes slid open, fixing Turambar with a gaze of such pure malice that it felt like a physical blow. Stunned by the pain in his hand and that venomous look, Turin fell into a swoon, collapsing as if dead beside the dragon, with his own sword trapped beneath him. Now the dying screams of Glaurung reached the people waiting at Nen Girith, filling them with dread. From a distance, the watchers saw the great thrashing and the fires sparked by the dragon's final convulsions, and they believed he was crushing and burning those who had dared attack him. In that moment, the miles that separated them felt all too short. Yet they dared not leave their high gathering place, remembering Turambar's warning that if Glaurung were victorious, his first path would lead to Ethel Brandir. So they watched in frozen fear for any sign of the monster's movement. None brave enough to descend and seek news from the battlefield. Niniel sat motionless, save for an uncontrollable shuddering in her limbs. When she heard the dragon's voice, her heart seemed to fail within her, and she felt the old, familiar darkness closing in once more. It was thus that Brandir found her. He had come at last to the bridge over Celebros, slow and utterly weary. Driven by fear for Niniel, he had limped the entire 5 leagues from his home on his crutch alone. The news he received was no worse than his deepest dread. "The dragon has crossed the river," men told him, "and the Black Sword is surely dead, and all who went with him." Standing beside Niniel, Brandir understood her despair, and his heart ached for her. Yet a cold, selfish thought also came. The Black Sword is dead, and Niniel lives. A sudden chill seemed to rise from the waters of Nen Girith, and he wrapped his cloak around her shoulders. He could find no words, and she offered none. Time dragged on. Brandir stood silently beside her, peering into the night and listening. He could see nothing, hear nothing, but the endless rush of the waterfall. Surely Glaurung has gone, he thought. Surely he has passed on into the heart of Brethil. He felt little pity now for his people, those fools who had ignored his counsel and scorned him. Let the dragon go to Amon Obel. That will give us time to escape, to lead Niniel away. Though he scarcely knew where to go, having never journeyed beyond the borders of Brethil, the plan formed in his mind. Finally, he bent and touched her arm. "Time passes, Niniel," he said softly. "Come, it is time to go. If you will allow me, I will lead you." Silently she rose and took his hand. They crossed the bridge and started down the path toward the crossings of Teiglin. Those who saw their shadowy figures moving in the dark did not know or care who they were after they had gone some distance through the silent trees. The moon rose beyond Amon Obel, washing the forest glades in a pale grey light. Niniel halted and asked Brandir, "Is this the way? What way is left to us?" He answered, "All our hope in Brethil is ended. We have no path now, save to escape the dragon and flee far from him while we still can." Niniel looked at him in astonishment. "Did you not offer to lead me to him? Or would you deceive me? The black sword was my beloved, my husband. I go only to find him. What else could you possibly think?" And before Brandir, standing amazed, could respond, she sped away from him into the trees. He called desperately after her, "Wait, Niniel, do not go alone. You cannot know what awaits you there." "I will come with you." Yet she did not listen, moving now as if her blood, once cold, was aflame. And though he followed as best he could, she soon vanished from his sight. Then he damned his own fate and frailty, but he would not abandon his pursuit. The moon rose white and nearly full into the sky, and as Niniel descended from the high ground toward the riverlands, a sense of recognition and dread washed over her. She had reached the crossings of Teiglin, and there before her stood Hord en Eleth, pale under the moonlight, with a long black shadow stretching across it. A profound terror emanated from the mound itself. With a cry, she turned and fled southward along the river, casting aside her cloak as she ran, as if shedding a clinging darkness. Beneath it, she was robed entirely in white, and she shone like a wraith among the trees as the moon caught her fleeting form. From the hillside above, Brandir saw this and changed his own path, hoping to intercept her. By chance he found the narrow, steep trail Turambar had used, a path that branched from the main road and descended sharply south toward the river. And he closed the distance behind her once more. Though he called out, she gave no sign of hearing, and soon she was ahead of him again. So they drew near to the woods by Cabeden Arras and the place of Glaurung's final torment. The moon now rode high and clear in the southern sky, casting a cold, sharp light, reaching the edge of the devastation wrought by the dragon. Niniel saw his vast form lying there, his belly grey in the moonlight, and beside him lay the shape of a man. All fear forgotten, she ran through the smouldering wreckage and came to Turambar. He had fallen on his side, his sword pinned beneath him, his face as pale as death in the stark light. She threw herself down beside him, weeping, and kissed his cold brow. It seemed to her she detected the faintest breath, but she dismissed it as a trick of desperate hope, for he was cold and utterly still, giving no answer to her touch. As she caressed his hand, she found it blackened as if burned. She washed it with her tears, and tearing a strip from her garment, bound it gently. Still he did not stir. She kissed him again and cried out, "Turambar, Turambar, return to me, hear my voice." "Awaken, it is Niniel. The dragon is dead, he is slain, and I am here alone with you." But he gave no reply. Her cry reached Brandir, who had just come to the border of the ruin, but as he stepped forward toward Niniel, he froze, rooted to the spot. For at Niniel's cry, Glaurung stirred one last time. A tremor passed through his massive frame. He opened his malevolent eyes, a mere slit, the moon gleaming coldly within them, and with a gasping breath he spoke, "Hail, Ninor, daughter of Húrin. We meet once more before the end. I give you joy that you have found your brother at last. Now you shall know him for what he is, a stabber in the dark, treacherous to his foes, faithless to his friends, a living curse upon his kin, Turin son of Hurin. But the very worst of his deeds you shall feel within your own flesh. Nienor sat as one turned to stone. Then Glaurung died. With his death, the veil of his malice was torn from her mind, and all her memories returned in a searing flood, day by day, with not a single moment forgotten from the time she had lain upon Hord-en-Eleth. Her entire body convulsed with horror and anguish. Brandir, who had heard everything, was stricken dumb and slumped against a tree. Suddenly Nienor sprang to her feet. She stood pale as a moon-wraith, looking down upon Turin. "Farewell," she cried, "O twice beloved! A Turin Turambar Turun Ambartanen, master of doom by doom mastered. How happy you are to be dead." Then, distraught with woe and the horror that had engulfed her, she fled wildly from that place. Brandir stumbled after her, shouting, "Wait, wait, Nienhiel!" For one moment she paused, looking back with wide, unseeing eyes. "Wait!" she screamed. "Wait? That was always your counsel. If only I had listened! But now it was too late. She would wait no longer upon Middle-earth. She raced ahead, swift as a shadow, until she reached the edge of Cabed-en-Aras. There she stood, gazing upon the roaring water, and she cried out, "Water! Water! Take now Nienor, daughter of Hurin! Take Morning, daughter of Morwen! Bear me away to the sea!" With that, she threw herself over the brink, a flash of white swallowed by the dark chasm, a final cry lost in the river's thunder. The waters of the Teiglin flowed on, but Cabed-en-Aras was no more. Men would name it Cabed-Neramath thereafter, for no deer would ever leap there again. All living things shunned it, and no man would walk its shores. The last of men to peer into its darkness was Brandir, son of Handir. He turned away in horror, his heart failing him, and though he now despised his own life, he could not bring himself to seek the death he desired in that accursed place. His thoughts then turned to Turin Turambar, and he cried aloud, "Do I hate you, or do I pity you? You are dead. I owe you no thanks, you who took all I had or ever hoped to have, yet my people owe you a debt. It is fitting they learn of it from me." He began to limp back toward Nen Girith, shuddering as he avoided the place where the dragon fell. As he climbed the steep path once more, he came upon a man peering through the trees, who drew back at the sight of him, but Brandir had glimpsed his face in the fading moonlight. "Ha! Dorlus," he called, "what news do you bring? How did you escape with your life? And what of my kinsman?" "I know nothing," Dorlus answered sullenly. "That is strange indeed," said Brandir. "If you must know," Dorlus retorted, "the black sword would have had us ford the raging Teiglin in the dark. Am I a goat to leap such waters? I am a man of the axe, not a creature of the cliffs." So they went on without you to face the dragon. Brandir pressed. "But when it crossed over, you must have stayed near. You would have seen what happened." Dorlus gave no answer, only staring at Brandir with hatred in his eyes. Then Brandir understood. This man had deserted his companions and, unmanned by shame, had hidden in the woods. "Shame on you, Dorlus," he declared. "You are the author of our sorrows. You urged on the black sword. You brought the dragon upon us. You mocked my counsel. You led Hunthor to his death, and then you fled to skulk among the trees." As he spoke, a darker thought struck him, and he said in rising anger, "Why did you not bring us word? That was the least penance you could offer. Had you done so, the Lady Nienhiel would not have gone seeking news herself. She need never have seen the dragon. She might have lived." "Dorlus, I hate you." "Keep your hate," snarled Dorlus. "It is as weak as all your advice. If not for me, the orcs would have come and strung you up like a scarecrow in your own garden. Call me skulker? Look to yourself." And with that, made fierce by his own shame, he swung a great fist at Brandir. But it was Dorlus who met his end, for Brandir drew his sword and struck him down. For a moment Brandir stood trembling. Sickened by the blood, he cast his sword aside and turned, bowed upon his crutch, to continue his journey. As Brandir approached Nen Girith, the pale moon had set and the night was fading. Morning opened in the east. People huddled by the bridge saw him come like a grey shadow in the dawn, and some called out in wonder, "Where have you been? Have you seen her? For the Lady Niall is gone?" "Yes, she is gone," he said. "Gone, gone, never to return. But I have come to bring you tidings, here now, people of Brethil, and say, if ever there was a tale like the one I bear, the dragon is dead, but dead also is Turambar at his side, and these are good tidings. Yes, both are good indeed." The people murmured, bewildered by his words, and some whispered that he was mad. But Brandir cried out, "Hear me to the end. Niniel is also gone. Niniel the beautiful, whom you cherished and whom I held most dear. She cast herself from the edge of the Deer's Leap, and the waters of Teiglin have claimed her. She has departed, turning away from the light of day. This truth she discovered before she fled. They were both children of Húrin, brother and sister. He was known as the Mormegil, yet he called himself Turambar, concealing his lineage, Turin, son of Húrin. We named her Niniel, unaware of her past. She was Ninor, daughter of Húrin. To Brethil they carried the shadow of their grim fate. Here their doom has been fulfilled, and from sorrow this land shall never be released. Name it not Brethil, nor the land of the Halathrim, but Sarchnia, Hin, Húrin, the grave of the children of Húrin. Though they did not yet grasp how this tragedy had unfolded, the people wept where they stood, and some declared, "A grave lies in Teiglin for beloved Niniel, and a grave shall be made for Turambar, the bravest of men. Our Saviour will not be left beneath the open sky. Let us go to him, the death of Turin." Just as Niniel fled, Turin stirred from the depths of his unconsciousness. He thought he heard her voice calling to him from a great distance. As Glaurung perished, the heavy darkness lifted from him. He drew a deep breath, sighed, and fell into an exhausted slumber. Yet before dawn, a bitter cold crept in. He turned in his sleep, and the hilt of Gurthang pressed sharply into his side, jolting him awake. Night was fading. A hint of morning touched the air. He rose to his feet, recalling his victory and the dragon's burning venom on his hand. He lifted it and looked in wonder, for it was wrapped in a strip of damp white cloth, and felt at ease. He thought to himself, "Who would tend to me so, yet leave me here in the cold, amid the wreckage and the stench of the dragon? What strange events have occurred?" He called out, but no answer came. All around him was dark and desolate, heavy with the smell of death. He bent and lifted his sword. It was whole, its edges gleaming undimmed. "Foul was Glaurung's venom," he said, "but you are stronger than I, Gurthang. You will drink all blood. The victory is yours, but come, I must seek aid. My body is weary, and a chill has settled in my bones." He turned his back on Glaurung, leaving the corpse to decay. Yet with each step away his feet grew heavier. He thought, "Perhaps at Nen Girith I will find one of the scouts waiting for me. How I wish to be soon in my own house, to feel Niniel's gentle hands and the good skill of Brandir." And so, walking wearily, leaning on Gurthang in the grey light of early day, he came to Nen Girith. Just as men were preparing to search for his body, he stood before the people. They drew back in terror, believing it was his restless spirit. The women wailed and covered their eyes, but he said, "No, do not weep, but rejoice. Look, do I not live? And have I not slain the dragon you feared?" Then they turned on Brandir, crying, "Fool, with your false tales claiming he lay dead. Did we not say you were mad?" Brandir was horrified, staring at Turin with fear in his eyes, unable to speak. But Turin said to him, "So it was you who were there, and tended my hand. I thank you. But your skill is failing if you cannot tell a swoon from death." Then he addressed the people, "Do not speak to him so, all of you fools. Which of you would have done better? At least he had the courage to come down to the place of battle, while you sit here wailing. But now, son of Handir, come. There is more I would learn. Why are you here, and all these people whom I left at the Ifel? If I may face death for your sakes, may I not be obeyed in my absence? And where is Niniel at the very least? I pray you did not bring her here, but left her where I placed her, in my own home, guarded by loyal men." When no one replied, he demanded, "Tell me, where is Niniel? She is the first I wish to see, and to her I will first recount the deeds of this night." They averted their eyes, and at last Brandir spoke. Niniel is not with us. Good, Turin replied, a weary relief in his voice. Then I will return home. Is there a horse to carry me? Perhaps a litter would be better. I am spent from my labours. No, you cannot, Brandir cried out in torment. Your house stands empty. Niniel is not there. She is gone from this world. But then a woman's sharp voice cut through Dorlus's wife, who held little love for Brandir. Do not listen to him, my lord. He is mad. He came wailing that you were dead, and called it glad news, yet you live. Why should we believe his tale of Niniel, that she is dead, and something worse besides? Turin turned on Brandir, his voice rising. My death was glad news to you. I always knew you begrudged her to me. Now you claim she is dead, and something worse. What foul falsehood has your malice concocted, clubfoot? Would you murder us with poisoned words, since you can wield no honest blade? Pity fled from Brandir's heart, replaced by a bitter anger. Mad! It is you who are mad! Black sword of dark fate, and all these foolish people with you. I do not lie. Niniel is dead, dead, dead. Go seek her in the waters of Teiglin. Turin grew very still, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. How can you know this? What part did you play in it? I know, because I watched her leap, Brandir answered. But the design was yours. She fled from you, Turin son of Hurin, and at Cabed en Arras she threw herself in, so she might never lay eyes on you again. Ninel? Do not call her that. She was Ninor, daughter of Hurin. Turin seized him, shaking him violently in those words. He heard the final steps of his doom, yet in horror and rage his heart refused them, like a dying beast that seeks to wound all around it. Yes, I am Turin, son of Hurin, he shouted. You guessed that long ago. But you know nothing of my sister Nianor. Nothing. She remains safe in the hidden kingdom. This is a lie from your own foul mind, meant to drive my wife to madness, and now to break me. You limping poison, have you dogged us both to our graves? Brandir pushed him away. Do not touch me, he said. Cease your ravings. The one you call your wife came to you and cared for you, and you gave her no answer, but another answered for you. Glorung the dragon, who I believe ensnared you both for his sport. These were his last words. Nianor, daughter of Hurin, here is your brother, false to his enemies, faithless to his friends, a curse upon his kin, Turin, son of Hurin. Suddenly a wild, desperate laughter took hold of Brandir. They say men speak truth as they die, he cackled. It seems even a dragon can do the same. Turin, son of Hurin, a curse upon your house and all who give you shelter. Turin's hand went to Gurthang, and a terrible light shone in his eyes. And what shall be said of you, Clubfoot? He asked, each word slow and measured. Who whispered my true name to her behind my back? Who led her into the dragon's malice? Who stood by and let her perish? Who rushed here to spread this horror at the first chance? Who now seeks to gloat over me? If men speak truth before death, then speak it now, and quickly. Seeing his death in Turin's face, Brandir did not flinch, though he held only his crutch. All that has happened is a long tale, and I am weary of you. But you slander me, son of Hurin. Did Glaurung slander you? If you kill me, all will see that he did not. Yet I do not fear to die, for then I may go to seek Niniel, whom I loved, and perhaps I will find her once more beyond the great sea. Seek Niniel, Turin roared. No, you will find Glaurung, and you can weave your lies together. You will sleep with the worm, your soul's true match, and rot in a shared darkness. Then he raised Gurthang and struck Brandir down, slaying him where he stood. The people could not bear to look upon his deed, and as he turned away from Nengirith, they scattered before him in fear. Turin wandered then through the wild forests like a man unhinged, one moment cursing the very earth and the fate of men, the next crying out for Niniel. When the first storm of his grief finally subsided, he sat in the quiet of the woods and turned over all his actions in his mind. He heard his own voice, as if from a distance, insisting, "She is safe within the hidden kingdom," and he knew then that despite the ruin of his life, he must go there, for every lie of Glaurung had ever steered him wrong. So he rose and made for the crossings of Teiglin, and as he passed the mound of Hord and Eleth, he called out, "A bitter price I have paid, or Findulas, for listening to the dragon." Send me guidance now." Even as he spoke, he saw a company of 12 well-armed huntsmen crossing the river, and they were elves. Drawing near, he recognized their leader. It was Mablung, chief huntsman of King Thingol. Mablung hailed him, saying, "Turin, we meet at last. I have been searching for you, and it gladdens me to see you alive, though the years have left their mark." "Their mark?" Turin replied. "Yes, as heavy as the tread of Morgoth himself. But if you are glad to see me living, you are the last soul in Middle-earth who would be." "Why is that?" "Because you were held in high honor among us," Mablung answered. "And though you have escaped many dangers, I feared for you at the end. I witnessed Glorung's emergence, believing he had accomplished his evil purpose and was returning to his master. Yet he turned toward Brethil, and at the same time I heard from wanderers that the black sword of Nargothrond had reappeared there, and orcs now avoided its borders as they would death. Dread filled me then, and I said, 'Alas, Glorung goes where his orcs will not, to seek out Turin.' So I came here with all speed to warn you and to offer aid." "Swift, but not swift enough," said Turin. "Glaurung is dead." The elves stared at him in astonishment. "You have slain the great worm. Your name shall be praised forever among both elves and men." "I care nothing for praise," Turin said. "My own heart lies slain as well. But since you come from Doriath, give me news of my family." "I was told in Dor Loman they had fled to the hidden kingdom." The elves were silent until at last Mablung spoke. "They did so in the year before the dragon came. But they are not there now, alas." Turin felt his heart freeze, hearing the footsteps of a doom that would chase him to the end. "Go on," he shouted. "Be quick." "They went out into the wilderness searching for you," Mablung said. "It was against all counsel, but they would go to Nargothrond once it was known you were the Black Sword. Glaurung came forth, and their guard was scattered. None have seen Morwen since that day." But Ninor, a spell of dumbness was upon her. She fled north into the woods like a startled deer, and was lost. Then, to the amazement of the elves, Turin let out a sharp, brittle laugh. "Is that not a fine jest?" he cried. "O fair Nienor!" So she ran from Doriath to the dragon, and from the dragon straight to me. What a sweet turn of fortune! She was brown as a nut, her hair was dark. She was small and slender as an elf child. No one could mistake her. Mablung stared in confusion. "Some error is here. That was not your sister. She was tall, with eyes of blue and hair of fine gold, the very image of her father Hurin in womanly form. You cannot have seen her." "Cannot I? Cannot I, Mablung?" Turin shouted. "But why? Of course not. For see, I am blind. Did you not know blind? Groping since childhood in the dark fog of Morgoth. Now leave me. Go, return to Doriath, and may winter wither it, a curse upon Menegroth, and a curse on your errand." This was the only thing left wanting. Now the night comes. Then he fled from them with the speed of the wind, leaving them full of wonder and dread. But Mablung said, "Some strange and terrible thing has happened here that we do not understand. Let us follow him and help him if we can. For now he is driven by a fateful madness and has lost his wits." Yet Turin raced far ahead of them, reaching the gorge of Cabed and Aras, where he halted. The roar of the river filled the air, and he saw the trees all around, near and distant, standing leafless and dead. Their dry leaves fell in a sorrowful rain, as if winter had stolen into the heart of summer. "Cabed and Aras, Cabed Neramath," he shouted. "I will not stain your waters where Niniel was found, for all my deeds have been cursed, and the last is the most terrible." He drew his sword then, and spoke to it. "Hail, Gurthang, iron of death, you are the only thing left to me now. But what lord or loyalty do you know except the hand that holds you? You have never shrunk from any blood. Will you take Turin Turambar? Will you kill me quickly?" A cold voice answered from the blade. "Yes, I will drink your blood, so I may forget the blood of Beleg, my master, and the blood of Brandir, slain without justice. I will kill you swiftly." So Turin planted the sword's hilt upon the earth and threw himself upon its point. The dark blade took his life. When Mablung arrived, he saw the awful corpse of Glaurung lying dead. And then he saw Turin and was filled with sorrow, remembering Hurin as he had seen him in the battle of unnumbered tears, and the terrible fate of his family. As the elves stood by, men came down from Nen Girith to gaze upon the dragon. Seeing the final end of Turin Turambar's life, they wept. The elves, finally understanding the meaning behind Turin's earlier words to them, were horrified. Mablung then said with bitterness, I too have been caught in the doom of the children of Hurin. With my own words, I have slain one I held dear. They lifted Turin and saw that his sword had shattered into pieces, so passed everything he had ever owned. With the labor of many hands they gathered wood, built a great pyre, and burned the dragon's body until it was nothing but black ash, and its bones were pounded to dust. The place of that burning remained bare and lifeless ever after. But Turin they laid in a high mound where he fell, placing the broken shards of Gurthang beside him. When all was finished, and the minstrels of both elves and men had sung their laments, telling of Turambar's courage and Ninil's beauty, a great grey stone was brought and set upon the mound. Upon it the elves carved in the runes of Doriath, Turin, Turambar, Dagnir, Glorunga, and beneath that they also wrote Nianor Neil, but she was not there, and none ever learned where the cold waters of the river Teiglin had carried her. Thus ends the tale of the children of Hurin, the longest of all the lays of Beleriand. In an introductory note, which exists in several forms, it is said that although composed in Elvish speech and drawing deeply on Elvish lore, particularly that of Doriath, the Narn Ihin Hurin was the work of a mannish poet named Dirhavel. He lived at the havens of Sirion in the days of Eärendil, gathering all the accounts he could find concerning the house of Hador from both men and elves, from the scattered survivors and refugees of Dor Lomin, Nargothrond, Gondolin, and Doriath. One version of this note states that Dirhavel himself was descended from the house of Hador. This lay, the longest of all the lays of Beleriand, was his only work, yet it was treasured by the Eldar, for Dirhavel wrote in the grey elven tongue, in which he had great mastery. He used that form of elvish verse called Minlemid Thentestant, which was of old the proper mode for a Narn, a tale told in verse but meant to be spoken, not sung. Dirhavel was killed in the assault by the sons of Feanor upon the havens of Sirion. At this point in the text of the Narn, there is a passage describing the stay of Hurin and Hor in the hidden city of Gondolin. This section follows very closely the story told in one of the foundational texts of the Silmarillion. So closely it is essentially a variant, and it is not repeated here. The story can be read in the Silmarillion on pages 158-159. Within the text of the Narn, a section detailing the Nirnath Arnoediad has been omitted for reasons consistent with those outlined in a prior note. Readers may consult the relevant pages of the Silmarillion. Another version of the text clarifies that Morwen did indeed have contact with the Eldar, who maintained hidden dwellings in the mountains near her home. However, they could provide her with no information. None had witnessed Hurin's fall. They told her he was not alongside Fingon. He was driven southward with Turgon, and if any of his people survived, it was within the retreating host of Gondolin. Yet who can say for certain? The orcs have heaped all the slain together, making any search futile, even if one dared approach the Horde en Nernaeth. The description of the helm of Hador can be compared to the great masks hideous to look upon worn by the dwarves of Belegost during the Nernaeth Arnoediad, which served them well against the dragons, as noted in the Silmarillion. Later, Turin himself would wear a dwarf mask into battle when he marched from Nargothrond and his enemies fled before his face. For further discussion, see the appendix to the Narn. The orc raid into East Beleriand, during which Maedhros saved Azaghal, is not mentioned elsewhere in the records. It has been observed elsewhere that the speech used in Doriath, whether by the king or others, remained more archaic even in Turin's time than that of other regions. Additionally, it is noted that Meme perceived, though existing writings about Meme do not mention this detail, that one thing Turin never lost, despite his bitterness toward Doriath, was the manner of speech he acquired during his fostering there. A marginal note in one manuscript adds a poignant detail. Always he searched in the faces of women for the face of Lalaith. In variant texts concerning this part of the story, Seiros is described as either a kinsman or the brother of Diron. The version presented here is likely the latest. The term woodwoes refers to a wild man of the woods, as explained in a later note. One variant narrative states that Turin, at this juncture, revealed his true name to the outlaws. He asserted that as the rightful lord and judge of the people of Hador, he had justly slain Forweg, who was a man of Dor Lomin. Then Algund, an old outlaw who had fled down Sirion from the Nirnith, spoke up, saying Turin's eyes had long reminded him of someone he could not place, and now he recognized him as the son of Húrin. But your father was a smaller man, slight for his kin, though filled with a fierce spirit, and his hair was gold red. You are dark and tall. I see your mother in you now that I look closer. She was of the people of Beor. I wonder what fate befell her. I do not know, Turin replied. No word comes from the north. In this version, it was the knowledge that Nithan was Turin's son of Húrin that led those outlaws originally from Dor Lomin to accept him as their leader. The most recently written versions of this section agree that when Turin became the captain of the outlaw band, he led them away from the homes of the woodmen in the forest south of Teiglin, and that Beleg arrived there shortly after their departure. The geography, however, is unclear, and accounts of the outlaws' movements are conflicting. To align with the subsequent narrative, it seems necessary to assume they remained in the Vale of Sirion, likely not far from their previous haunts at the time of the orc raid on the woodmen's homes. One tentative version suggests they travelled southward, reaching the lands above the Aelin Ewell and the fens of Sirion. Yet, finding discontent in that harbourless land, Turin was persuaded to lead them back to the woodlands south of Teiglin, where he first encountered them. This sequence would satisfy the requirements of the overall story in the Silmarillion. The narrative continues on the pages indicated in the summer. Turin departed from Doriath, spending the autumn and winter among a band of outlaws. By the following spring he had slain their leader, Forweg, and taken command. The events that followed unfolded in the summer after that. The plant known as Aeglos, or snowthorn, resembled gorse, but was larger, bearing white flowers. This name was also given to the spear of Gil-galad. Another plant, Seregon, meaning blood of stone, was a type of stone crop with deep red blooms. Similarly, in Ithilien, Frodo, Sam, and Gollum encountered yellow gorse bushes that were sparse and leggy at the base, but dense overhead, allowing them to walk upright through long, dry aisles where the flowers glimmered faintly in the gloom, emitting a subtle, sweet fragrance. The Sindarin name for the petty dwarves appears elsewhere as Noegith Nebin or Nebin Nogrim. The high moorlands situated between the vales of Sirion and Narog, northeast of Nagathrond, are repeatedly called the moors of the Nibin Noig. The tall cliff through which Mim guided them via a cleft he named the Gate of the Garth formed the northern edge of the shelf, with the eastern and western sides being far steeper. Androg's curse is also noted in another form: may he lack a bow at need ere his end. As fate would have it, Mim later met his death from Húrin's sword before the doors of Nargothrond. The contents of Mim's sack remain a mystery, with only a hastily scribbled note suggesting it contained gold ingots disguised as roots, hinting at old dwarf treasures near some flat stones, likely the same great tumbled stones mentioned where Mim was captured. Yet the role this treasure was meant to play in the tale of Beren Damwed is never clarified. It is noted that the pass over Amon Darthir's shoulder was the only route between Serech and the far west where Dor Lomin bordered Nevrast. In another version of the story, Brandir's sense of foreboding came after hearing news from Dorlus, apparently once he learnt the man on the bier was the Black Sword of Nargothrond, rumoured to be Húrin's son. References exist to Orodreth exchanging messages with Thingol through secret channels. High Feroth, or Taurin Feroth, are described as great wooded highlands, though here called brown and bare, possibly due to leafless trees in early spring. One might assume the shuddering fit and the renaming of Dim Rost to Nen Girith were only understood in hindsight after Turin and Nianor's deaths, yet the legend uses Nen Girith throughout. Had Glorung truly intended to return to Angband, he might have taken the old road to the crossings of Teiglin, a path not vastly different from the one that brought him to Kabed and Arras. Perhaps the assumption was he would retrace his southward journey to Nargothrond, travelling up the Narog toward Ivrin. This aligns with Mablung's observation that he watched Glorung emerge, thinking the dragon was heading back to his master. Turambar's hope that Glaurung would take a direct path rather than veer off was rooted in strategy. If the dragon followed the Teiglin River up to the crossings, he could enter Brethil without confronting the treacherous gorge, a place where he would be exposed. This tactical thinking was echoed in his earlier words to the men at Nen Girith. While no detailed map exists to perfectly capture the landscape as my father envisioned it, a rough sketch aligns with the descriptions found in the narrative. The language suggesting a frantic flight from one location to the ravine's edge implies a significant gap between where Turin rested by Glaurung's body and the chasm itself. It's possible the dragon's final convulsive leap carried him a considerable distance past the far brink. Later, before his own end, Turin would name this site Cabed Naramath. It is likely from the tradition of his final despairing words that this later name was born. An apparent contradiction arises, though Brandir is noted both here and in the Silmarillion. As the last man to gaze upon Cabed en Arus, Turin soon arrived there himself, followed by the elves and all who built his burial mound. This might be reconciled by interpreting the Narn's statement about Brandir quite literally. He was the last to peer directly down into its shadowy depths. There was, in fact, an unrealized intention to revise the narrative so that Turin took his own life, not at Cabed en Arus, but upon the mound of Findulus near the crossings of Teiglin, though this change never reached a finished written form. This context suggests the Deer's Leap was the original name for the location, which is indeed the meaning of Cabed en Arus. Appendix, following Turin and his band's occupation of the ancient petty dwarf dwelling on Amon Root. There is no continuous detailed narrative until the Narn resumes with Turin's journey north after Nargothrond's fall. However, from numerous exploratory notes and outlines, we can glimpse events beyond the more condensed account in the Silmarillion, including some brief passages of connected storytelling. One such fragment depicts the daily rhythm of the outlaws' life on Amon Root after their settlement, offering more insight into Beren and Danwedd. For an extended period, the outlaws found their new existence thoroughly agreeable. Provisions were plentiful, and their shelter was exceptional, secure, weatherproof, and far more spacious than needed, as the caves could easily accommodate over 100 souls. Beyond the main hall lay a smaller, inner chamber. This room featured a hearth along one wall, its smoke vent ingeniously channeled through the rock to a concealed opening on the hillside, sharing a flue with the main hall's fireplace. Numerous other rooms branched off from the halls or the connecting passageway, serving as living quarters, workshops, or storage. In matters of preservation, Mime possessed skills beyond the men, curating an array of ancient-looking stone and wooden vessels and chests. Yet most chambers stood barren. Armories held only rust-covered axes and dusty gear, shelves were empty, and the forges were silent. The sole exception was a small workshop leading from the inner hall, where Mime would sometimes labour in private, forbidding anyone else to enter. They undertook no major raids for the remainder of that year, venturing out only in small, discreet groups to hunt or forage. Interestingly, despite their frequent travels, most of the men struggled to reliably find their way back to the hidden lair. Aside from Turin himself, only about 6 ever mastered the path. This persistent difficulty, coupled with the realization that skilled trackers might still locate them without Mime's guidance, led them to post a constant guard, day and night, near the cleft in the northern cliff face. Their vigilance was tempered by a newfound, almost domestic routine, a sharp contrast to their previous rootlessness, though the ever-present watch was a silent reminder that their peace was borrowed. From the southern slopes, they anticipated no threat, nor did they believe any foe could scale Amon Rut from that direction. Still, a sentry was often posted atop the stony crown by day, scanning the horizons. Though the crown's sides were sheer, the summit could be reached. East of the cave entrance, rough steps had been cut, leading to slopes where a determined climber could ascend without aid. So the seasons turned peaceful and undisturbed. But as days shortened and autumn faded, the pool turning leaden and cold, the birches shedding their last leaves, and relentless rains setting in, they were driven to spend more hours under stone. The constant gloom of the caverns or the dim half-light of the halls began to wear on their spirits. To most of the men, it felt as though life would be lighter if they did not have to share it with Mime. Too often the old dwarf would emerge from some shadowed alcove or passage when they believed him far off, and whenever he was near, their conversations grew strained and hushed. They took to whispering among themselves, as if the very walls might carry tales. Yet, curiously, Turin's disposition shifted differently. He grew increasingly companionable with the aged dwarf, lending ever more weight to his advice. Through the long winter, Turin would sit with Mime for hours, listening to his stories and the lore of earlier days. Nor did he chide him when Mime spoke ill of the elves. Mime, for his part, seemed gratified, and showed Turin singular favour, at times permitting him alone into his small forge, where they would converse in low tones. The men, however, watched with unease, and Androge observed it all with a jealous, simmering resentment. The account that follows offers little detail on how Bleg eventually found his way into Beren and Lúthien. He simply appeared suddenly among them on a dim winter evening. In other outlines of the tale, the outlaws' poor planning led to dwindling supplies as winter deepened, and Mim grew resentful when they sought roots from his private stores. Early in the new year, they ventured out from the stronghold on a hunting expedition. Beleg, approaching Amon Rút, came upon their trail, either tracking them to a makeshift camp they were forced to establish during a sudden snow squall, or following their return to Beren and Lúthien and slipping inside behind them. During this period, Androge, while searching stealthily for Mime's hidden food stores, lost his way in the winding tunnels and discovered a concealed stair that led out onto the flat summit of the hill. It was by this very stair that some of the outlaws later escaped when orcs assailed the dwelling. On that same foray, or perhaps another soon after, Androge, having defiantly taken up bow and arrow again, despite Mime's earlier curse, was struck by a poisoned shaft. In one telling, it was specifically an orc arrow that wounded him. Beleg tended to Androge and healed the injury, yet the man's dislike for the elf did not soften. If anything, it hardened further. And Mim's hatred for Beleg burned all the fiercer, for the elf had effectively undone his curse upon Androge. "It will bite again," Mim muttered darkly. A bitter thought took root in Mim's mind. If he could but taste the lembas of Melian, he might regain youth and vigour. Unable to steal it, he pretended grave illness and begged it of his enemy. When Beleg refused him, the last seal was set on Mim's hatred, made all the more bitter by Turin's clear affection for the elf. It is worth noting here that when Beleg first drew out the lembas from his pack, Turin would not accept it. The silver leaves glinted red in the firelight, and seeing the seal, Turin's expression darkened. "What is that you hold?" he asked. "The greatest gift one who loves you still can offer," Beleg answered. "This is lembas, the waybread of the Eldar, which no man has yet tasted. The helm of my fathers I took back from your keeping, and I thank you for it," Turin replied. "But I will not accept gifts out of Doriath." "Then send back your sword and all your arms as well," said Beleg, his tone turning sharp with frustration. "Send back, too, all the teaching and care you knew in your youth, and let your men starve in the wilderness, if it suits your pride. The waybread was given to me, not you, and I may choose its use. Refuse it if pride chokes you, but others here may hunger more and judge less." Then Turin felt shame, and in that moment his pride was humbled. Further glimpses exist of Dor Curothol, the land of bow and helm, where Beleg and Turin, from their fortress on Amon Rút, commanded a growing force across the lands south of the river Teglin. Turin welcomed all who sought him, yet by Beleg's counsel he allowed no new arrivals to learn the hidden path to their refuge upon Amon Rút, now called Ekad Isedrin, the camp of the faithful. That secret was kept by the old company alone. Outposts and guarded camps were set in the eastern woods, the high hills, and the southern marshes, from Methyd Englad, the wood's end, to Bar Erib leagues to the south. From these stations, men watched the summit of Amon Rút, receiving signals and orders. By summer's end, Turin's following had become a formidable army pushing back the power of the north. News of this reached even Nargothrond, stirring unrest among its people, who murmured that if an outlaw could wound the enemy, so what might the lord of Narog achieve? Yet Orodreth held to his cautious ways. heeding King Thingol's counsel through secret messengers. He was a lord of practical wisdom, one who weighed the safety of his own folk above all, seeking to preserve their lives and treasures from the North's hunger. He forbade any of his people to join Turin, sending word that in all his warfare Turin must not tread in the land of Nargothrond, nor drive orcs toward it. Yet he offered aid other than arms to the two captains should they have need, a gesture believed inspired by Thingol and Melian. It is often noted that Beleg remained uneasy with Turin's grand ambitions even as he stood by him. The dragon helm, it seemed to Beleg, had changed Turin in ways he had not wished, and he watched the coming days with a heavy heart. Fragments of their conversation survive. Once, within the stronghold of Ecad Isedrin, Turin turned to him and asked, "Why this gloom and silence? Does not all go well since your return? Has my plan not shown its worth? All is well for now," Beleg replied. "Our foes are still shaken and fearful. Good days remain before us for a time, and then winter. Then another year for those who live to see it. And after that, the full wrath of Angband. We have merely singed the fingertips of the Black Hand. No more it will not pull back." "But is the wrath of Angband not our very aim and triumph?" said Turin. "What else would you have me do?" "You know the answer well," said Beleg, "yet you have barred me from that path. But hear me, a captain of a great host needs many things, a secure refuge, wealth, and many hands not devoted to war. With numbers comes a hunger for food beyond what the wild can provide, and secrecy slips away. Amon Rud is a fine lair for a few. It has eyes and ears, but it stands alone, visible for miles. No great force is needed to surround it. Still, I will command my own host," Turin declared. "And if I fall, then I fall. Here I plant myself in Morgoth's path, and while I stand, he shall not use the southward road." For this, some gratitude was owed to Nargothrond, and perhaps even aid with necessary supplies. In a later, brief exchange, Turin responded to Beleg's cautions about the limits of his current strength. He declared, "I seek to rule a realm, but not this one. Here, my purpose is solely to build my power. My heart is set on my father's lands in Dor-Lomin, and I will return there when I am able." It is further noted that Morgoth, for a time, held back his full force, launching only probing attacks. His strategy was to let easy victories breed an overconfidence in the rebels, a plan which, in the end, succeeded all too well. Undrog reappears in a sketch of the assault on Amon Rut. It was during this attack that he finally disclosed the hidden inner stair to Turin, and was among those who used it to reach the summit. There he is said to have fought with more courage than any other, yet he finally fell, mortally wounded by an arrow, thus fulfilling the curse of Mimmet. To the account of Beleg's journey in pursuit of Turin, his encounter with Gwyndor in Tower Nufuin, the rescue, and Beleg's tragic death at Turin's hand, there is little of substance to add. Regarding Gwyndor's possession of one of the blue-glowing Fëanorian lamps and its role in an earlier version of the tale, one may consult the earlier note. It should be mentioned that my father intended to extend the history of the dragon helm of Dor-Lomin into the period of Turin's stay in Nargothrond and beyond, though this was never woven into the main narratives. In the texts we have, the helm vanishes with the fall of Dor Cuathol and the destruction of the outlaws' fortress on Amon Rud. Yet by some means it was to find its way back to Turin in Nargothrond. The only plausible route was for it to have been taken by the orcs who captured Turin and bore him toward Angband. Its recovery during the rescue by Beleg and Gwyndor would have required an expansion of that part of the story. A separate fragment of writing states that in Nargothrond, Turin refused to wear the helm again, lest it reveal his identity. However, he did don it when he rode to the Battle of Tumhalad. This note continues, "The terror inspired by that helm caused all foes to shun him, and so it was that he emerged unscathed from that fatal field. It was in this manner that he returned to Nargothrond wearing the dragon helm, Glorung, wishing to strip Turin of its aid and protection, for the dragon himself feared it, mocked him, suggesting that Turin must claim to be his vassal, since he bore his master's likeness upon his crest. But Turin retorted, 'You lie, and know it. This image was fashioned in scorn of you, and so long as one bears it, doubt will ever gnaw at you, lest that bearer be the one to deal your doom. Then it must await a master of another name, Glaurung replied. For Turin, son of Hurin, I do not fear. The truth is otherwise. He lacks the fortitude to look me in the face openly. And indeed, the dragon's terror was so profound that Turin had not dared to meet his gaze directly. He had kept his visor lowered, shielding his face, and throughout their exchange had looked no higher than Glaurung's feet. But stung by this taunt, and in a surge of pride and recklessness, he threw back the visor and stared straight into the dragon's eye. Elsewhere, a note mentions that it was when Morwen, dwelling in Doriath, heard tidings of the dragon helm seen at Tumhullad that she knew the rumours were true. The Mormiggle was indeed her son Turin. Finally, there is a suggestion that Turin was meant to wear the helm when he slew Glaurung, and would throw the dragon's own words about a master of another name back at him in his final moments. Yet there is no clue as to how the tale was to be shaped to achieve this. A record exists detailing the nature and substance of Gwyndor's resistance to Turin's strategies in Nargothrond, a matter only briefly touched upon elsewhere. This account, while not fully shaped into a flowing narrative, conveys the essence of their debate. Gwyndor consistently voiced his opposition to Turin in the king's council, reminding all that he had endured Angband and understood a measure of Morgoth's power and his intentions. These minor triumphs will ultimately prove worthless, he argued. They merely teach Morgoth where his boldest foes are gathered, allowing him to muster strength enough to crush them. The combined might of elves and men was only ever sufficient to contain him. To win a besieged peace, long, yes, but only lasting until Morgoth chose to shatter that siege. Such an alliance can never be remade. Our sole hope now lies in secrecy until the Valar intervene. The Valar, Turin retorted. They have abandoned you. They hold men in contempt. What good is it to gaze endlessly westward across the ocean? There is only one Valar we must deal with, and that is Morgoth. If we cannot defeat him in the end, we can at least wound and hinder him. A victory is a victory, however small, and its worth is not solely in what follows. But it is also practical. If we do nothing to stop him, all of Beleriand will fall under his shadow within years. Then, one by one, he will smoke you out of your holes. What then? A pitiful remnant will flee south and west to cower on the shores, trapped between Morgoth and the raging sea. Better then to seize a time of glory, however brief, for the end will be no worse. You speak of secrecy as the only hope. But even if you ambushed every last scout and spy, so none returned to Angband, from their silence alone, he would learn you live, and guess where, and I say this also. Though mortal men live briefly compared to elves, they would rather spend that life in battle than in flight or submission. The defiance of Hurin the Steadfast was a mighty deed. Though Morgoth slay the doer, he cannot unwrite the deed. Even the lords of the West will honour it, for is it not now part of Arda's history which neither Morgoth nor Manwë can erase? You speak of lofty matters, Gwyndor answered, and clearly you have lived among the Eldar. Yet a shadow lies upon you if you equate Morgoth with Manwë, or name the Valar as foes to elves or men. The Valar scorn nothing, least of all the children of Ilúvatar, nor do you know all our hopes. Prophecy lives among us that one day a messenger from these lands will pass through the shadows to Valinor. Manwë will listen, and Mandos will show pity. Should we not strive to preserve the seed of the Noldor and of men for that time? Círdan now dwells in the south, building ships. But what do you know of ships, or of the sea? You think of your own renown, and bid each of us do the same, but we must think of others. Not all can fight and fall. Those we must shield from war and ruin while we are able. Then send them to your ships while there is still time, said Turin, a flicker of impatience in his eyes as he glanced toward a narrow window where the first evening star seemed to defy the gathering gloom. They will not be parted from us, Gwyndor replied. Even if Círdan could sustain them, we must endure together as long as possible and not recklessly seek death. All this I have answered, Turin concluded, his tone shifting from earnest argument to one of blunt, almost weary practicality. A valiant defence of our borders and fierce strikes before the enemy can mass. In that path lies the best hope of your long endurance together. And do those you speak of truly love skulkers in the woods, hunting always like wolves more than one who dons his helm and embossed shield to drive off the foe, even if they outnumber him? At the very least, the women of men do not. They did not restrain their warriors from the battle known as the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Gwyndor replied, yet they endured a sorrow far deeper than if that conflict had never been waged. The relationship between Finduilas and Turin would also be explored more deeply. Finduilas, the daughter of Orodreth, possessed the golden hair characteristic of Finarfin's lineage, and Turin found himself increasingly drawn to her presence. She brought to mind his own family and the women of Dor Lomin from his father's halls. Initially, their meetings only occurred when Gwyndor was present, but soon she began to seek him out, and they would sometimes encounter each other alone, as if by accident. She would ask him about the Edain, a people she had rarely encountered, and about his homeland and his kint. Turin spoke openly with her on these matters, though he carefully avoided naming his birthplace or any relatives. On one occasion he told her, "I once had a sister named Lalaith, or so I called her, and you remind me of her. But Lalaith was a child like a yellow blossom in the spring grass. Had she lived, sorrow might have dimmed her light. You, however, are queenly, like a golden tree. I wish I had a sister, so fair. You are kingly," she responded, "like the lords of Fingolfin's people. I wish I had a brother so brave, and I do not believe Agawain is your true name, nor does it suit you, Adanedel. I shall call you Thurin the Secret." Turin was startled, but answered, "That is not my name, and I am no king, for our kings are of the Eldar, which I am not." Turin began to notice a cooling in Gwyndor's friendship toward him. He also observed that, after an initial lifting of the shadow and horror of Angband from his spirit, he was slipping back into worry and grief. He thought perhaps Gwyndor was distressed because he had opposed his advice and prevailed in counsel. He wished it were not so, for he loved Gwyndor as his guide and healer and felt profound pity for him. During this time, the brightness of Finduilas also seemed to fade. Her steps grew slower and her face more solemn. Turin guessed that Gwyndor's words had planted a fear in her heart of what might yet come to pass. In truth, Finduilas was torn. She honored Gwyndor and pitied him, wishing not to add a single tear to his suffering, yet against her will. Her love for Turin grew each day. She thought of Beren and Lúthien, though Turin was not like Beren. He did not scorn her and took joy in her company, but she knew he did not return the love she desired. His mind and heart were elsewhere, lost by rivers in springs long vanished. Turin spoke to her, saying, "Do not let Gwyndor's words frighten you. He has suffered greatly in the darkness of Angband. It is hard for one so valiant to be so wounded and held back against his will. He needs all comfort and more time to heal." "I know it well," she said, "but we will win that time for him," declared Turin. Nargothrond shall endure. Morgoth the coward will never again emerge from Angband. All his power now rests in his servants. So says Melian of Doriath, they are but the fingers of his hands. We will strike them and cut them off until he draws back his claws. Nargothrond shall stand. Perhaps, Finduilas replied. It will stand if you can make it so. But take care, Adanidel. My heart grows heavy whenever you ride out to battle, fearing that Nargothrond might be left bereft. Later, Turin sought out Gwyndor and said to him, "Gwyndor, my dear friend, you are falling back into sadness. Do not. Your healing will be found among your kin, and in the light of Finduilas." Gwyndor stared at Turin but said nothing, his expression clouded and dark. "Why do you look at me that way?" asked Turin. "Lately, your eyes have often held a strange gaze. How have I grieved you? I have opposed your counsel, but a man must speak as he sees and not hide the truth he believes for any private reason. I wish we could be of one mind, for I owe you a great debt, and I will not forget it." Gwyndor replied, "Will you not? Yet your actions and your advice have altered my home and my family. Your shadow falls upon them. Why should I rejoice when I have lost everything to you?" Turin did not grasp the meaning behind these words, merely suspecting that Gwyndor resented his standing in the king's heart and council. In a subsequent exchange, Gwyndor cautioned Finduilas against her affection for Turin, revealing his true identity, closely following the account found elsewhere. However, Finduilas responded to him more extensively in this version. Your sight has grown clouded, Gwyndor, she said. You fail to perceive or comprehend what has unfolded here. Must I now bear a double shame by unveiling the truth to you? I hold love for you, Gwyndor, and I am ashamed that it is not greater, for I have been claimed by a love even more powerful, one I cannot evade. I did not seek it, and for a long time I set it aside. But if you have compassion for your wounds, show some for mine. Turin does not love me, nor will he ever, you say this, Gwyndor answered, to remove blame from the one you love. Why does he seek your company, sit with you for hours, and always depart in brighter spirits? Because he too requires comfort, Finduilas explained, and is bereft of his family. You both have your needs. But what of Finduilas? Is it not enough that I must confess to you that I am unloved, without you accusing me of speaking deceptively? No, a woman is not easily fooled in such matters, Gwyndor said, nor will you find many who would deny they are loved. If it were true, if any of us three has been unfaithful, it is I, though not by intention. But what of your fate and the whispers from the north? What of death and ruin? The elf-man is mighty in the tale of this world, and his stature may one day reach even to the Dark Lord in some distant time. He is proud, stated Gwyndor, but he is also merciful. Finduilas countered. He is not yet fully awakened, yet pity can always pierce his heart, and he will never refuse it. Pity may forever be the only way in. But he does not pity me. He regards me with awe, as if I were both his mother and a queen. Perhaps Finduilas spoke truth, seeing with the sharp vision of the elves. Now Turin, unaware of what had passed between Gwyndor and Finduilas, grew ever more gentle toward her, as she appeared increasingly sorrowful. On one occasion Finduilas said to him, "Thurin, elfman, why did you conceal your name from me? Had I known who you were, I would not have honoured you less, but I would have better understood your sorrow." "What do you mean?" he asked. "Who do you believe me to be?" "Turin, son of Hurin, the Steadfast, captain of the North." Turin then chastised Gwyndor for disclosing his true name, as recorded elsewhere. Another section of this narrative exists in a more detailed form than in other accounts. In the spring, two elves arrived, naming themselves Gelmir and Arminus of Finarfin's people, stating they had a message for the Lord of Nargothrond. They were presented before Turin, but Gelmir said, "It is to Orodreth, Finarfin's son, that we wish to speak." When Orodreth came, Gelmir addressed him, "My lord, we were of Angrod's people, and we have journeyed far since the great battle. But recently we have lived among Círdan's folk near the mouths of Sirion. One day he summoned us and instructed us to come to you, for Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, had appeared to him with a warning of a grave danger, now approaching Nargothrond." Yet Orodreth was cautious in his reply. "What brings you here from the north?" he inquired. "Or do you carry other purposes as well?" Arminus answered. "My lord, since the time of the great battle I have searched for the hidden realm of Turgon without success. I fear this quest has caused us to delay our journey to you far too long. Círdan sent us by ship along the coast for secrecy and speed, landing us at Drengist. Among the mariners were some who had journeyed south in earlier years as messengers from Turgon. From their careful words, I gathered that Turgon might yet dwell in the north, contrary to common belief. Still, we have found no trace or whisper of what we sought." "Why do you seek Turgon?" asked Orodreth. "Because it is said his kingdom will endure longest against Morgoth," Arminus replied. These words struck Orodreth as ill-omened, and his displeasure was clear. "Then do not linger here in Nargothrond," he said. "You will hear no news of Turgon within these halls. And I require no one to instruct me that Nargothrond faces peril." "Do not be angered, lord," said Gelmir. "If we answer your questions truthfully, our wandering from the direct path here was not without purpose, for we have travelled beyond the reach of your farthest scouts. We crossed Dorlomin and all the lands beneath the shadow of the Mountains of Shadow, and we explored the pass of Sirion, observing the movements of the enemy. A great host of orcs and vile creatures is gathering in those lands, mustering around the Isle of Sauron." "I am aware of this," Turin stated. "Your news is old. If Círdan's message held any worth, it should have reached us sooner." "At the very least, lord, you shall hear the message now," Gelmir said to Orodreth. Hear then the words of the Lord of Waters. Thus he spoke to Círdan the shipwright. The evil from the north has poisoned the springs of Sirion, and my power recedes from the streams. But a worse thing is yet to emerge. Say therefore to the Lord of Nargothrond, shut the doors of your stronghold and venture not forth. Cast the stones of your pride into the roaring river, so that the creeping evil may not find your gate. These words seemed obscure and troubling to Orodreth, and as was his habit, he turned to Turin for counsel. But Turin distrusted the messengers and spoke with scorn. What does Círdan know of our wars, living so close to the enemy? Let the shipwright tend to his vessels. If the Lord of Waters truly wish to counsel us, let him speak plainly. Otherwise it seems wiser for us to gather our strength and meet our foes boldly before they draw too near. Gelmir then bowed before Orodreth. I have spoken as I was commanded, Lord, he said, and turned to depart, but Arminas addressed Turin. Are you truly of the house of Hador, as I have heard rumoured? Here I am called Agawayan, the black sword of Nargothrond, Turin replied. You seem fond of veiled speech, friend Arminas. It is fortunate Turgon's secret remains hidden from you, or it would soon be known in Angband. A man's name is his own, and should the son of Húrin learn you betrayed him when he wishes to remain concealed, then may Morgoth seize you and burn out your tongue. Arminas was taken aback by Turin's fierce anger. But Gelmir interjected, He will not be betrayed by us, Agawain. Are we not in a private council behind closed doors, where speech may be more direct? Arminas asked this, I believe, because it is known to all who dwell by the sea that Ulmo holds great love for the house of Hador. Some even say that Húrin and his brother Hór once entered the hidden realm. If that were true, Turin answered, he would speak of it to no one, neither high nor low, and least of all to his son in childhood. I do not believe Arminas posed his question to me with any genuine desire for knowledge concerning Turgon. I am wary of such envoys who often bring trouble in their wake. Set aside your suspicion, Arminas retorted, his temper flaring. Gelmir misunderstands my purpose. I ask because I question the belief held here. For you bear little resemblance to the line of Hador, whatever name you claim. And what knowledge do you have of them? Turin demanded. I have laid eyes upon Húrin himself, Arminas answered, and upon his forefathers. Moreover, in the desolate lands of Dolomin, I encountered Tuor, son of Hór, who is brother to Húrin. He carries the likeness of his ancestors, which you do not. That may be so, Turin replied, a flicker of curiosity about this unknown cousin crossing his mind before he buried it. Though I have heard no tidings of Tuor until this hour, if my hair is dark and not of gold, I feel no shame for it. I am not the first son to favour his mother. My lineage comes also through Morwen Eledwen of the house of Beor, from the kindred of Beren Camlost. I did not speak of the contrast between black and gold, said Arminas. Yet others of Hador's house conduct themselves differently, Tuor among them. They show courtesy and heed wise counsel, holding the lords of the West in reverence. You, it appears, will confer only with your own judgment or with your blade. Your words are proud. And I tell you, Agawen Mormegil, if you continue thus, your fate shall not be one that the houses of Hador or Beor would recognize. My doom has ever been set apart, Turin answered, the old bitterness rising like a tide. And if I must bear Morgoth's hatred for my father's courage, must I also suffer the gibes and ill omens of a wanderer, though he claims kinship with kings? My counsel to you is this: return to the safe shores of the sea. Then Gelmir and Arminas took their leave, turning southward. Despite Turin's scorn, they would have willingly stood in battle beside their kin. They departed only because Círdan, acting under Ulmo's command, had charged them to bring back word of Nargothrond and the progress of their errand. Orodreth was deeply troubled by the messenger's words, yet Turin's mood grew only darker and more resolute. He refused utterly to heed their counsel, and most of all, he would not allow the great bridge to be dismantled, for at least that much of Ulmo's warning was correctly understood. It remains unexplained why, on an urgent mission to Nargothrond, Círdan sent Gelmir and Arminas the entire length of the coast to the Firth of Drengist. Arminas claimed it was for speed and secrecy, though a journey northward along the Nerog from the south might have offered greater concealment. One might guess Círdan acted in obedience to Ulmo's design, ensuring the messengers would meet Tuor in Dor Lomin and guide him to the gate of the Noldor, but this is never stated outright. Part 2. The Second Age. A description of the island of Númenor. The following account of the island of Númenor is drawn from descriptions and simple maps long kept in the archives of the kings of Gondor. These represent only a fragment of what was once recorded, for the learned men of Númenor at its zenith composed numerous natural histories and geographies. Nearly all such works, along with most of the arts and sciences of that lofty time, were lost in the downfall. Even those documents preserved in Gondor or in Imladris, where Elrond safeguarded the surviving treasures of the northern Númenorian kings, suffered loss and damage through neglect. Though the survivors in Middle-earth yearned for Akallabeth, the Downfallen, and forever after considered themselves in some measure exiles, once it became clear that the Land of Gift was removed and Númenor gone forever, most regarded the study of its fragmented history as futile, a pursuit that bred only fruitless sorrow. In later ages, the tale of Ar-Pharazôn and his blasphemous fleet was all that remained widely known. The island kingdom of Númenor was shaped like a vast five-pointed star, from its central heartland, which stretched roughly 250 miles in every direction. 5 great peninsulas reached out into the sea. These were known as distinct realms: the Northlands, the Westlands, the Southwestlands, the Southeastlands, and the Eastlands. The interior was called the Inlands, a raised plateau of grasslands and gentle hills, largely devoid of trees, which had no coastline save for the area around the great port of Ravenna. A portion of this central region was set apart as the Kingsland, home to the capital city of Armanelos, the port, and the most sacred site in all the land, the Menel Tarma, the Pillar of the Heavens. This towering mountain, sacred to Eru Ilúvatar, dominated the inlands. Its lower slopes were soft and green, but they rose into sheer, unclimbable cliffs near the top. A single spiraling road was carved into its side, winding up from the southern base to end just below the northern rim of the summit. The peak itself was a broad, shallow bowl, never marred by any structure or altar throughout Númenor's long history. It was a temple made only of earth and sky. No tool or weapon was ever carried there, and no one was permitted to speak, save the king himself, and he only 3 times a year during solemn ceremonies of prayer, praise, and thanksgiving. During these rites, the king would climb the silent path, followed by a vast, hushed procession of people dressed in white. At all other times, individuals could make the pilgrimage, but the silence upon the summit was so profound and heavy that it was said to strike even a complete outsider with a sense of awe, rendering them speechless. The only regular visitors were a trio of great eagles, the witnesses of Manwë, who would perch on western crags whenever someone approached. Though during the great prayers they circled overhead, watching from the mountain's base. 5 long, low ridges extended like roots toward each of the Star Point peninsulas. The climbing road ran along the crest of the southwestern ridge, and between it and the southeastern ridge lay the shallow valley of the tombs, where the rock was carved into the final resting places for Númenor's rulers. The rest of the inlands was given over to rolling pastures, particularly in the southwest, where the shepherds tended their flocks in a region known as Emerere. In stark contrast, the northern peninsula was the least hospitable, a stony, barren place where only a few stands of fir and larch clung to the western slopes. As the land climbed toward the North Cape, it gave way to stark, rocky heights. There the great peak of Sorontil erupted from the ocean in formidable cliffs, a realm ruled by countless eagles. It was upon these wind-swept heights that Tarmaneldor, called Ilentirmo, raised a lofty tower to study the wanderings of the stars. The Andustar region, too, was rugged in the north, where dense firwoods stood sentinel along the coast. Along its western flank, 3 small bays carved into the highlands. Here, the cliffs often stood back from the water's edge, leaving a gentle, sloping shore at their base. The northernmost of these was the Bay of Andúni, named for the great port city of Andúni, or Sunset, which sprawled beside the harbour with homes climbing the steep hills behind it. Yet much of the southern Andostar was rich and fertile, home to vast woodlands of birch and beech on the high ground, and in the sheltered vales below, ancient oaks and elms. Between the peninsulas of the Andostar and the Hyannistar lay the great Bay of Eldana, so named for its orientation toward the distant Isle of Orisay. Sheltered from northern winds and open to the mild western seas, these lands were the warmest and wettest in all Númenor. At the very heart of this bay was Elderlonde the Green, the fairest of all havens, where in earlier times the swift white ships of the elves from Irisea would most often arrive. All across the seaward slopes and far inland grew the evergreen. Fragrant trees brought from the west, thriving so abundantly that the elves themselves said it nearly rivaled the beauty of their own homeland. These trees were the joy of Númenor, celebrated in song long after they vanished from the world, for they seldom bloomed east of the land of gift. The Oiler, Lerellos, Nesemelda, Vardariana, Taniquelas, and the Yavanamir with its orbs of scarlet fruit. Their flowers, leaves, and bark exuded sweet perfumes, filling the entire country with a blended fragrance that earned it the name Nisimoldar, the land of fragrant trees. While many of these species were planted elsewhere in Númenor, they grew less vigorously. Only here, in this sheltered region, did the mighty golden Malinorni tree reach its full glory, attaining after 5 centuries a height nearly equal to those in Eresia. Its bark was smooth and silver, its boughs sweeping upward like a beech, yet it always grew with a single stately trunk. Its leaves, larger than a beech's, were pale green above and silver beneath, glistening in the sun. They did not fall in autumn, but turned to a soft, pale gold. Come spring, it bore clusters of golden blossoms like a cherry tree, which bloomed throughout the summer. Remarkably, as the flowers opened, the old leaves would fall, so that for all of spring and summer, a grove of Malinorni was roofed and carpeted in gold, supported by pillars of grey silver. Its fruit was a nut encased in a silver shell. Tar Aldarion, the 6th king, once gifted some of these nuts to King Gil-galad of Lindon. They did not sprout in that land, but Gil-galad passed them to his kinswoman Galadriel. Under her care they grew and flourished in the protected realm of Lothlorien beside the river Anduin, though they never matched the majestic height or girth of the great groves of their origin. The river Nundwinna emptied into the sea at Elderlonde, first forming the small lake Nisinen, named for the profusion of sweet-scented shrubs and flowers along its banks. The Hiarna in its western reaches, was a mountainous land with sheer cliffs along the western and southern coasts, but to the east lay a warm and fertile country of sprawling vineyards. The promontories of the Hiarna and the Hyara stretched far apart, and along these extended shores the sea met the land in a gentle, welcoming embrace, a softness found nowhere else on the island. The great river Cyril was the heart of Númenor's waters, a patient giant compared to the frantic, short-lived streams that tumbled down to the coast from all sides save for the western Nunduini. Its journey began in the sacred springs beneath the Meneltama, within the quiet valley of Nuarinan, and it carved its way south across the wide plains of the Mitalmar. As it neared the sea, its pace slackened into a lazy, meandering flow, finally spilling into the ocean through a vast, ever-shifting delta of marshes, reeds, and sandbars. For miles along this coast stretched pale beaches and shores of grey pebbles, home to communities of fisherfolk who built their villages on the solid ground between the wetlands and the meres, with Nindamos being the greatest of these settlements. In the southeastern region of Hyarostar, forests thrived with a stunning variety of trees. Among them was the beloved Loring Cui, prized solely for the beauty of its long, cascading clusters of golden flowers. Some Númenorians, having heard the Eldar speak of Laurelin, the legendary golden tree of Valinor, fancied a connection. Dreaming these trees grew from seeds carried by the elves. This was a charming myth, of course, but the truth was simpler. The practical value of Hyarostar's woods was immense. From the reign of Tar Aldarion onward, vast plantations there fed the island's growing shipbuilding industry. To the north, the region of Orostar offered a cooler climate, shielded from harsh northeastern winds by rising highlands. Its inland fields became a breadbasket, yielding abundant grain, particularly in areas close to the royal farmlands of Arandor. The entire island seemed sculpted by a mighty hand, thrust up from the sea only to tilt gently south and east. This left most of its coastline, except the southern shores, framed by dramatic sea cliffs. The air and waters around Númenor teemed with bird life beyond number. Sailors claimed that even a blind man would know he was nearing the island by the incredible roar of coastal birds. Approaching ships were greeted by immense flocks, taking to the skies in a swirling, joyous welcome, for no bird was ever harmed by intent. Some even grew so bold as to follow vessels on long voyages to Middle-earth. Inland, the variety was just as staggering, from the tiny scarlet Carinki, no larger than a wren, with a song almost too high for human ears, to the great eagles, sacred to Manwë and left unmolested until darker days dawned, for 2 millennia. A royal pair of these eagles made their home in an eyrie atop the king's palace in Armanelos, living under the sovereign's protection. Travel across the land was almost exclusively done on horseback, a passion shared by Númenorian men and women alike. They held their horses in the highest honor, providing them with splendid stables and treating them as noble companions. The bond between rider and steed could become so profound that tales tell of beloved horses answering a silent summons of thought in times of great need. Consequently, the island's roads were largely unpaved tracks, designed for riding rather than wagons. Heavy freight moved by sea, and carriages were rare in earlier ages. The primary paved road, an ancient artery suitable for wheels, connected the great eastern port of Ravenna to the royal city of Armanelos, continuing on to the Valley of the Tombs and the Holy Mountain. It was later stretched north to Ondosto in the stony Forostar and west to the noble haven of Anduni. This road bore the wealth of the land, prized building stone from the quarries of the north and rich timber from the western forests. The Edain arrived in Númenor with a wealth of knowledge in many crafts. Their artisans, having learned much from the Eldar while also preserving their own lore and traditions, they could carry few raw materials, however, bringing mostly their tools, which made all metals precious in the land for a long age. Treasures of gold, silver, and gems they brought from over the sea, for such things were not found in their new home. They cherished these items for their beauty, yet this very admiration would later twist into a possessive greed when the shadow fell upon them, fostering pride and unjust dealings with the lesser peoples of Middle-earth. During the days of friendship, the elves of Tol Eressëa would occasionally gift them gold, silver, and jewels, treasures that remained rare and deeply valued for centuries until the kings extended their power to the eastern coasts. In Númenor itself, they discovered some metals, and as their skill in mining, smelting, and smithcraft rapidly advanced, items of iron and copper became commonplace. Among their craftsmen were weaponsmiths who, taught by the Noldor, achieved great mastery in forging swords, axe blades, spearheads, and knives. The Guild of Weaponsmiths continued to craft swords to preserve the art, though the bulk of their labor was devoted to creating peaceful tools. The king and the great lords kept swords as ancestral heirlooms, and on occasion would still present one as a gift to an heir. A new sword was always forged for the king's heir, to be given on the day he received that title. Yet no man went about wearing a sword in Númenor, and for many long years few weapons of warlike intent were made in the land. They possessed axes, spears and bows, and archery. Both on foot and from horseback became a primary sport and pastime. In later wars upon Middle-earth, it was the bows of the Númenorians that were most dreaded, the men of the sea. It was said, send before them a great cloud like a rain turned to serpents, or a black hail tipped with steel. In that era, the great cohorts of the king's archers wielded bows of hollow steel, launching black feathered arrows a full yard long. For a long time, however, the crews of the great Númenorian ships came unarmed among the men of Middle-earth. Though they carried axes and bows aboard for felling timber or hunting on wild, unclaimed shores, they did not bear these when seeking out the people of the lands. It became a bitter grievance for them when, as the shadow crept along the coasts and men they had befriended grew fearful or hostile, iron was turned against them by those to whom they had first revealed its use. Above all other pursuits, the strong men of Númenor delighted in the sea, in swimming, diving, and in small craft, for contests of speed in rowing or sailing. The hardiest of their people were the fisher folk. Fish teemed around the coasts and were always a chief source of food, which is why every major town was set upon the shore. From these fisher folk were mostly drawn the mariners, who grew vastly in importance and esteem as the years passed. It is said that when the Edaean first sailed the Great Sea following the star to Númenor, each elvish ship that bore them was steered and captained by one of the Eldar sent by Círdan. After these elvish steersmen departed, taking most of their ships with them, it was long before the Númenorians dared to venture far out to sea. But they had shipwrights among them who had been instructed by the Eldar, and through their own study and invention they refined their art until they courageously sailed ever farther into the deep waters. 6 centuries into the Second Age, Captain Viantur, who commanded the royal fleet for King Tar-Ilendil, accomplished the first successful voyage from Númenor to the shores of Middle-earth. His vessel, the Entulesi, a name meaning return, made port at the Grey Havens, carried by the favourable spring winds from the west. He remained through the seasons and sailed back to Númenor in the autumn of the next year. This journey ignited a passion for exploration, making seafaring the premier pursuit for the boldest and most resilient men of the island kingdom. Eldarion, the son of King Meneldor and husband to Viantor's own daughter, would later channel this spirit by founding the Guild of Venturers, an organization that united all of Númenor's most seasoned and courageous mariners. Their story is recounted in the narrative that follows. Meneldor, son of Tar-Ilendil, the fourth ruler of Númenor, was the king's third child, having 2 elder sisters named Silmarion and Isilme. Silmarion married Elatan of Andúnie, and their son Valandil founded the line of the Lords of Andúnie, from whom would descend, many generations later, the royal houses of Arnor and Gondor in Middle-earth. Meneldor himself was a contemplative and humble man, more inclined to scholarship and deep thought than to physical feats or displays of power. He cherished the land of Númenor profoundly, yet he was curiously indifferent to the encompassing sea. His gaze was fixed higher, utterly captivated by the stars and the mysteries of the heavens. He devoted himself to studying all the astronomical lore he could gather from both elves and men, and his greatest joy was in celestial observation. To this end, he constructed a tall tower in the northern region of Forostar, where the skies were most clear, and would spend his nights there charting the movements of the stars and planets. Upon ascending to the throne and receiving the scepter, Meneldor relocated, as tradition demanded, from his remote tower to the grand royal palace in Armenelos. He ruled with wisdom and benevolence, though a part of him always longed for the quiet nights of stargazing. His wife, Almarion, was renowned for her beauty. She was the daughter of the famed mariner Viantur, and while she did not share her father's singular passion for the sea, their son seemed to inherit the sailor's spirit far more than the king's scholarly temperament. This son, named Anadil, but later known to history as Tar-Aldarion, would become one of Númenor's most celebrated kings. He had 2 younger sisters, Eilínel and Olmiel. Eilínel married Orkildor, a friend of the king's and a descendant of the noble house of Hador. Their son was Soronto, whose own role in the coming tale is significant. It was a quiet irony not lost at court that the stargazing king fathered the greatest seafarer Númenor would ever know, a man who would forever look to the horizon while his father looked to the cosmos. Eldarion, as he is remembered in every story, quickly grew into a man of impressive height and strength, both in body and in spirit. He inherited his mother's golden hair and her capacity for laughter and generosity, yet he carried a pride surpassing his father's and a will that was singularly his own. From his earliest days the sea called to him, and his thoughts were consumed by the art of building ships. He found little joy in the northern landscapes, instead pleading for every moment his father would allow by the coast, particularly near Romena, home to Númenor's principal harbour, its most extensive shipyards, and its most gifted craftsmen. For many years his father raised little objection, pleased to see the young man's vigour channeled into demanding labour for both mind and hands. Eldarion was dearly beloved by his maternal grandfather Ventur, and he spent long periods living in Ventur's house on the southern banks of the Firth at Romena. This residence had its own private dock, always lined with small craft, for Ventur preferred any journey by water to one by land. Here, as a boy, Eldarion learned to handle oars and later sails. He was commanding vessels with full crews, sailing from port to port long before he reached his majority. It happened one day that Ventur addressed his grandson, and Anardilia, spring approaches, and with it the day of your coming of age, he said, for that April would mark Uldarian's 25th year. I have conceived a fitting celebration. My own years are now many, and I doubt my spirit will often wish to depart from my fair home and these blessed shores again. Yet once more, at least, I desire to ride the great sea and challenge the north and east winds. This year you shall accompany me. We will sail to Mithland and gaze upon the towering blue mountains of Middle-earth and the verdant lands of the Eldar that lie beneath them. You will receive a warm welcome from Círdan the shipwright and from King Gil-galad. Speak of this to your father. When Aldarion presented this plan, seeking permission to depart with the first favourable winds of spring, Meneldor felt a profound reluctance. A cold dread settled in him, as if his heart sensed consequences his mind could not yet grasp. But beholding his son's eager face, he showed no sign of his foreboding. "Follow where your heart leads, my son," he said. "I will miss you deeply, yet with Ventur as your captain, and under the protection of the Valar, I will hope steadfastly for your safe return. Only do not let your heart become captive to the great lands, you who must one day be king and father of this island." And so, on a morning of brilliant sun and a brisk wind, in the bright spring of the 725th year of the Second Age, the son of the king's heir of Númenor set sail. Before that day ended, he watched his homeland diminish into a shimmer on the sea, the very last sight, the peak of Meneltama, a stark finger of shadow against the dying light. Accounts suggest Eldarion kept detailed logs of all his voyages to Middle-earth, records long safeguarded in Ravenna before their eventual loss of this first journey. Little is certain save that he forged lasting friendships with Círdan and Gil-galad, travelled extensively through Lindon and western Eriador, and was filled with wonder at all he beheld. His return was delayed for over 2 years, to Meneldor's great anxiety. This tardiness, it is said, stemmed from Aldarion's insatiable desire to learn everything Círdan could teach, not merely the crafting and sailing of ships, but also the engineering of sea-walls to defy the ocean's relentless appetite. There was celebration in Ravenna and Armenelos when the great ship Numaramar, her name meaning West Wings, was sighted returning from the sea, her golden sails stained crimson by the sunset. Summer was waning, and the festival of Erohantal drew near. To Meneldor, welcoming his son in Ventur's house, Aldarion seemed to have grown even taller, his eyes brighter, yet their gaze was fixed on some distant horizon. "What did you see, my son, on your long travels that now lives most vividly in your memory?" But Aldarion, his eyes turned eastward toward the gathering night, offered no reply. At last he spoke, his voice low and inward, as if to himself alone. "The fair folk of the elves, the green shores, the mountains veiled in cloud, those realms of mist and shadow beyond all knowing, I cannot say." He fell silent, and Meneldor understood that his son had not spoken all that was in his heart, for Aldarion had fallen deeply in love with the great sea itself, and with the image of a solitary ship upon its vastness, driven by the winds with white foam at its prow, toward shores and harbours yet unknown. That passion and yearning never left him for all his days. Viantor made no more voyages from Númenor, and he gifted the great ship Numaramar to Aldarion. Within 3 years, Aldarion sought permission to sail once more, setting his course for Lindon. He was gone for 3 years, and not long after he embarked on another journey that stretched to 4, for he grew restless, merely sailing to Mithlond. He began to explore the southern coasts, past the mouths of the Barandwin and Gwathlo and Angren rivers. He rounded the dark headland of Ras Morthil and beheld for the first time the sweeping expanse of the Bay of Belfalas, gazing upon the mountains of the land of Amroth, where the Nandor elves still made their home. In his 39th year, Aldarion returned to Númenor, bearing gifts from Gil-galad for his father. The following year, as long planned, Tar Elendil relinquished the sceptre to his son, and Tar Meneldor became king. For a time, Aldarion restrained his own desires, remaining at home to comfort his father. During this period, he put to use the shipcraft knowledge gained from Círdan, devising many new techniques of his own invention. He also set men to work improving the harbours and quays, for he was ever eager to build larger vessels, but the sea longing seized him anew, and he departed from Númenor again and yet again. His mind now turned to ventures too grand for a single ship's crew. Thus he founded the Guild of Venturers, which would later become renowned. To this brotherhood came all the hardiest and most eager mariners, and young men even from the inland regions of Númenor sought admission. They named Aldarion the Great Captain, having no wish to dwell on land in Armanelos. He had a great ship built to serve as his dwelling, naming it Eambar. He would sometimes sail it from haven to haven of Númenor, but mostly it lay at anchor off Tol Unan, a small isle in the Bay of Ravenna that was said to have been set there by Unan, the Lady of the Seas. Upon Eambar was the guild house of the Venturers, and there were kept the records of their great voyages. Eldor, however, looked with cold disapproval upon his son's enterprises, and did not care to hear the tales of his journeys, believing he sowed seeds of restlessness and a dangerous desire for distant lands to possess. In that time, Aldarion became estranged from his father, and ceased to speak openly of his designs. But Queen Almarion supported her son in all he did, and Eldor, perhaps with a sigh of resignation, let matters take their course. The venturers grew in number and in the esteem of the people, who called them the Uinendili, the lovers of Unen, and their captain became ever harder to rebuke or restrain. The ships of the Númenorians grew ever larger and of deeper draught, capable of long voyages carrying many men and great cargoes, and Aldarion was often gone from Númenor for years. Eldor continued to oppose his son, even placing restrictions on the felling of trees in Númenor for shipbuilding. It therefore entered Aldarion's mind to seek timber in Middle-earth, and to establish a haven there for the repair of his ships. On his voyages down the coasts, he had looked with wonder upon the immense ancient forests. At the mouth of the river, the Númenorians called Gwathir, the River of Shadow. He established Vignalonde, the new haven. As the Second Age approached its 800th year, King Eldor ordered his son to remain in Númenor and suspend his voyages eastward. The king wished to formally proclaim Aldarion as the royal heir, a tradition upheld by his predecessors. This decree brought a temporary peace between father and son, and amidst great celebration in the 100th year of his life, Aldarion was named heir. He also received from his father the authority of lord of the ships and havens. To the festivities in Armanelos came Beren from the western reaches of the isle, accompanied by his daughter, Erendis. Queen Almarion noted the young woman's uncommon beauty, for Beren traced his lineage to the ancient house of Beor, though not to the royal line of Elros. Erendis possessed dark hair, a slender grace, and the clear grey eyes of her people. During the procession, Erendis watched Aldarion as he rode by, captivated by his noble bearing and splendor, scarcely noticing anything else. She soon entered the queen's household, gaining favor with both sovereigns, yet she saw little of the heir. Aldarion was preoccupied with managing the royal forests, driven by a concern that future generations might lack timber. Meanwhile, the mariners of the Guild of Venturers grew restless, dissatisfied with shorter, infrequent voyages under lesser captains. After 6 years, Aldarion resolved to sail again for Middle-earth. He secured his father's reluctant permission, having refused the king's urging to remain and seek a wife, and set sail in the spring. When bidding his mother farewell, he noticed Erendis among the queen's attendants. Observing her beauty, he sensed a hidden strength within her. Queen Almarion asked him, "Must you leave again, my son? Is there nothing in the fairest of mortal lands to hold you here?" "Not yet," he replied. "Though there are fairer things in Armanelos than a man might find elsewhere, even in the lands of the Eldar. But a mariner's heart is divided, and the sea's call still claims me." Erendis believed these words were meant for her to hear, and from that moment her heart was entirely given to Aldarion, though without hope. In that age, no law or custom required the royal house to wed only among the descendants of Elros Tar-Miniator, yet Erendis considered Aldarion too far above her station. She thereafter dismissed every suitor, giving no other man her favor. 7 years passed before Aldarion returned, bearing silver and gold ore. He spoke to his father of his voyages and deeds, but Meneldor responded with a weary sigh. "I would rather have had you here beside me than any news or treasure from the Darklands. This is the work of merchants and explorers, not the king's heir. What need have we of more gold, save for prideful display? The true need of the king's house is for a man who knows and loves this land and its people, whom he will one day rule. Do I not study men all my days? Countered Aldarion. I can lead and govern them as I choose. Some men, perhaps, those of a mind like your own, the king answered, but there are also women in Númenor, nearly as many as men. Aside from your mother, whom you can indeed lead as you will, what do you truly know of them? Yet the day will come when you must take a wife. One day, said Aldarion, his tone shifting to one of defiant resolve, but not before I must, and certainly not sooner if others try to push me toward it. I have more urgent matters that command my attention, for my mind is set upon them. The life of a sailor's wife is a lonely one, and the sailor whose heart belongs only to the sea will travel farther and learn its ways more deeply. Meneldor replied, Farther, perhaps, but not with greater reward, and you do not learn the sea's ways, my son, Aldarion. Have you forgotten that we dwell here by the grace of the lords of the West? Unen shows us kindness, and Os's power is held in check. Our vessels are protected by hands other than our own. Do not let pride blind you, lest that grace diminish, and do not assume it will stretch to cover those who chase needless danger upon foreign rocks or in the lands of shadowed men. Aldarion answered, Then what is the purpose of blessing our ships, if they are to sail to no new shore and seek nothing beyond the known horizon? He spoke no further of this to his father, choosing instead to spend his days aboard the Embar with the venturers, consumed by the construction of a vessel larger than any before, the ship he named Palaran, the Far Wanderer. Yet during this time he often met with Erendis, a circumstance arranged by the queen. The king, learning of these encounters, felt a twinge of unease, though not displeasure. It would be a greater kindness to settle Aldarion's restless spirit, he remarked, before he captures any woman's heart. The queen responded, And how else will you settle him, if not through love? Meneldor noted. Erendis is still young, but Almerion said her family does not share the long years granted to the line of Elros. And her heart, I fear, is already given. When the great ship Palaran was finally ready, Aldarion prepared to depart once more. This stirred the king's anger, though the queen's persuasion kept him from using royal authority to forbid the voyage. It was then the custom in Númenor that when a ship set sail across the great sea to Middle-earth, a woman, usually of the captain's family, would place upon the prow the green bough of return. This bough was cut from the Oiler, the ever-summer tree, a gift from the Eldar signifying friendship with Orsi and Eni. Its leaves were evergreen, glossy and sweetly scented, thriving on the salt air, but Meneldor forbade the queen and Aldarion's sisters from carrying the bough to the haven of Ravenna where the Palaran waited, declaring he withheld his blessing from a son who defied his will. Hearing this, Aldarion said bitterly, If I must leave without blessing or bow, then so I will. The queen was sorrowful, but Erendis came to her. My lady, if you will cut the bough, I will carry it to the harbour with your permission. The king forbade it not to me. The crew saw it as an ill omen for their captain to depart in such a manner. Yet, as final preparations were made and the anchor was weighed, Erendis arrived, though she had little love for the clamour of the great port and the shrieking gulls. Aldarion greeted her with stunned joy. She said, I have brought you the bow of return, my lord, from the queen. From the queen? Aldarion asked, his tone shifting. Yes, my lord, she replied, but I begged her leave to bring it. There are those beyond your own kin who will rejoice at your return. And soon, in that moment, Aldarion looked upon Erendis and saw her truly with love. He stood long at the stern, watching the shore until the Palaran met the open sea. They say he hastened his journey, returning sooner than planned. He brought gifts for the queen and her household, but the richest, a diamond of great beauty, was for Erendis. The king welcomed his son with a cold reserve, rebuking him, saying such a gift was unfit for the heir unless it was a pledge of betrothal, and he demanded Aldarion declare his intentions. I brought it in thanks, he said, for a warm heart in a world that often feels cold. Meneldor replied that cold hearts seldom inspire warmth in others, no matter how they come and go. He pressed Aldarion once more to consider marriage, though he avoided mentioning Erendis by name. Yet Aldarion resisted all the more when pushed, his nature turning stubborn under pressure. His manner toward Erendis grew distant, and he resolved to depart Númenor and advance his plans in Vinilandi. Life ashore chafed at him aboard his vessel. He answered to no one, and the venturers who sailed with him held only deep loyalty and admiration for their captain. But Meneldur now forbade the journey. Defying the king, Eldarion set sail with a fleet of 7 ships, and most of the venturers before winter had fully loosened its grip. The queen, fearing Meneldur's anger, did not openly protest. Yet under cover of night, a cloaked woman came to the harbour bearing a branch. She placed it in Eldarion's hands, whispering, "This is from the Lady of the Westlands," for so Erendis was known before vanishing into the shadows. Enraged by this open rebellion, the king stripped Aldarion of his title as Lord of the Ships and Havens. He ordered the guildhouse of the venturers on Embar sealed, the shipyards at Romena closed, and a halt to all tree felling for shipbuilding. 5 years later, Aldarion returned with 9 vessels, 2 newly built in Vignalonde, laden with rich timber from Middle-earth's coastal forests. Furious at what he found, he confronted his father. "If I am given no welcome here, no work for my hands, and my ships cannot be repaired in these havens, then I will sail again soon. The winds have been fierce, and my fleet needs refitting. Should a king's son have nothing better to do than study women's faces in search of a wife? I took up the work of forestry, and I have managed it wisely. There will be more timber in Númenor by my life's end than stands under your sceptre." True to his word, Aldarion departed again that same year with 3 ships and his hardiest venturers, receiving neither blessing nor farewell branch. Meneldur had forbidden all women of his house and the venturers from seeing them off, posting guards around Romena. That voyage stretched so long that people began to fear for Aldarion's life. Even Meneldur grew uneasy, despite the long-held grace of the valor that had always shielded Númenor's ships. After 10 years with no word, Erendis finally lost hope. Convinced Aldarion had either perished or chosen to dwell in Middle-earth, and weary, too, of persistent suitors, she sought the queen's leave and left Armenelos to return to her family in the Westlands. But 4 years later, Aldarion at last sailed home. His ships battered and worn by the sea, he had first made for Vignalonde, then embarked on a great coastal journey southward, reaching farther than any Númenorian ship had yet ventured. On his return north, however, he met fierce headwinds and violent storms, narrowly escaping shipwreck near the Harad. He found Vignalonde ruined by towering waves and looted by hostile men. 3 times he was driven back from crossing the Great Sea by powerful westerly gales. His own ship was struck by lightning and lost its mast. Only through relentless effort in deep, treacherous waters did he finally reach Númenor's shores. Meneldur was greatly relieved at his son's return, yet he reproached him sharply for rebelling against both king and father. By forsaking the guardianship of the Valar, Aldarion had not only risked his own life, but had drawn his devoted crew into peril, daring the wrath of Ossir himself. Aldarion returned to Númenor with a humbled spirit, and King Meneldur not only forgave him, but restored his command over the ships and harbours, granting him the new title of Master of the Forests. Though he was saddened to learn Erendis had left the capital, his pride kept him from seeking her out. As doing so would imply a proposal he was not yet ready to make, he threw himself into the work neglected during his near 20-year absence, overseeing major harbour expansions, particularly at Romena. Surveying the kingdom, he discovered the forests had been recklessly harvested with little replanting. While riding through the western woods one afternoon, he spotted a figure with flowing dark hair and a green cloak fastened by a gleaming brooch. For a moment he thought her one of the elven folk who sometimes visited those shores, but as she drew near, he recognized Erendis and saw she wore the jewel he had given her. In that instant he understood the depth of his love for her and felt the hollow ache of his own life. Erendis paled at the sight of him and made to ride away, but Aldarion was quicker. "I have earned your flight, for I have fled so often and so far," he said, "but please forgive me and stay." They rode together to her father Bregar's home, where Aldarion openly asked for her hand in betrothal. Yet now Erendis hesitated. Her love was undiminished, and her reluctance was not a game. She feared in her heart that in the silent war between herself and the sea for Aldarion's soul she would not prevail. She would accept nothing less than complete victory, resenting every tree felled for a ship's hull. and she resolved to either utterly defeat the sea or be utterly defeated by it. Nevertheless, Uldarion courted her with a steadfast focus he had never shown before. He neglected the shipyards and the guild of venturers, planting trees instead of cutting them, and found in those days a peace he would only recognize in his old age. In an effort to bridge their worlds, he persuaded a reluctant Erendis to join him on a coastal voyage aboard the Aimbar, marking the centennial of the guild's founding. They sailed from Ravenna to Anduni in the west, where Lord Valandil, a kinsman of Aldarion, held a great feast. There, Valandil toasted Erendis as Uineniel, daughter of the sea maiden Oenen. Seated beside Valandil's wife, Erendis replied sharply, "Do not call me that. I am no daughter of Uinen. She is my rival." After their return, doubt crept back into Erendis's heart as Aldarion's attention returned to his harbour works, constructing massive seawalls and raising the tall lighthouse of Calmindon on Tol Uenen. When the projects were finished, Aldarion came to her once more, pleading for her promise. Still she delayed. "I have travelled with you upon the sea, my lord," she said. "Before I give my answer, will you not journey with me by land to the places that I hold dear? You understand too little of this country for one who will one day rule it." So they journeyed onward, arriving at Emeria, a land of wide, grassy hills that served as the heart of Númenor's sheep pastures. They observed the white homes of the herders and farmers and listened to the constant sound of the flocks. There Erendis turned to Uldarion and declared, "Here I could find peace. As the wife of the king's heir, you may live wherever you wish," Uldarion replied, "and as queen in as many fine houses as you could want." "When you are king, I will be old," said Erendis. "Where shall the king's heir live until then?" "With his wife," answered Uldarion, "whenever his duties permit, if she cannot join him in them." "I will not share my husband with the Lady Oinen," Erendis stated flatly. Uldarion frowned. "That is a crooked thing to say. I might as well claim I will not share my wife with the Lord Orome of the forests, simply because she loves wild-growing trees. You most certainly would not share me," Erendis countered, a sharp edge to her voice, "for you would chop down any forest as an offering to Uinen if it suited your purpose. Name any tree you cherish, and it will stand until its life ends," he promised. "I love every tree that grows on this isle," she said. They rode on for a long time without another word, and after that day they went their separate ways, with Erendis returning to her father's house. She said nothing to him of the matter, but to her mother, Núneth, she recounted every word exchanged with Uldarion. "All or nothing, Erendis." Núneth sighed. "You were just the same as a child, but you love this man, and he is a great man, to say nothing of his station. You will not tear that love from your heart so easily, nor without causing yourself deep pain. A wife must share her husband's love with his work and the fire in his spirit, or she will turn him into someone unworthy of love. But I fear you will never heed such advice. Still, it grieves me, for it is well past time you were wed. Having borne a fair child, I had hoped to see fair grandchildren, nor would it displease me if their cradle rested in the king's own house." This counsel did not truly sway Erendis's mind, yet she discovered her heart would not obey her will, and her days felt hollow, more empty than during all the years Eldarion had been away at sea, for he remained in Númenor, and yet the days slipped by without him returning to the western lands. Now, Queen Almerion, learning from Núneth what had transpired, and fearing Aldarion might seek comfort in another voyage after so long ashore, sent a message to Erendis requesting her return to Armenelos. Pressed by both her mother and her own conflicted heart, Erendis obeyed. There she was reconciled with Aldarion. When spring arrived and the time for the Arukiame ceremony came, they climbed among the king's retinue to the peak of the Meneltama, the sacred mountain of the Númenorians. After all others had descended, Aldarion and Erendis lingered behind. They gazed out, seeing the whole Isle of Westerness spread like a green tapestry below them in the spring light. They saw the distant glimmer in the west, where Avalon lay, and the shadows stretching eastward across the great sea, with the blue vault of the sky above. They did not speak, for no one, save the king, uttered words on the high summit of Meneltama. Yet, as they began their descent, Erendis paused, looking toward Emeria and beyond, to the woods of her homeland. "Do you not love the land of gift?" she asked. I love it deeply, he answered, though I sense you doubt it, for I also consider what it may become in the years ahead, and the hope and the glory of its people. I believe a gift should not sit idle, locked away in a hoard. But Erendis rejected his words, saying, Gifts that come from the Valar, and through them from the One, are to be loved for themselves, in this moment and in every moment. They are not given for trade, for something more or something better. The Edain are mortal, Eldarion, no matter how noble they may be. We cannot live in a future that has not yet arrived, or we risk losing the present for a phantom of our own making. Then, taking the jewel from her neck, she asked him, Would you have me trade this for other treasures I might desire? Never, he replied. Yet you do not lock it away. Still, I believe you value it too highly, for its light is dimmed by the brightness of your own eyes. He kissed her then, and in that moment she cast aside her fears and accepted him. Their pledge was made on the steep slopes of the Meneltama. Returning to Armenelos, Aldarion presented Erendis to King Tar-Meneldor as his chosen bride, and the king rejoiced. Celebrations spread throughout the city and across the island. As a betrothal gift, Meneldor granted Erendis a beautiful tract of land in Emerie, where he had a white house built for her. But Aldarion told her, I have other jewels in my keeping, gifts from kings in distant lands where the ships of Númenor have offered aid. I possess gems as green as sunlight filtering through the leaves of the trees you love. No, Erendis answered, I have already received my betrothal gift, though it came early. It is the only jewel I wish to own, and I will honor it still more. He then saw that she had the white gem set as a star within a silver band. At her request, he fastened it upon her forehead. She wore it so for many years until sorrow came, and thus she became known far and wide as Tar Elistern, the Lady of the Starbrow. For a time there was peace and joy in the king's house in Armenelos, and across the isle ancient records tell of a golden summer that year, abundant in fruitfulness, in the 858th year of the Second Age. Yet, alone among the people, the mariners of the Guild of Venturers were discontent. For 15 years Eldarion had remained in Númenor, leading no expeditions abroad. Those skilled captains he had trained still sailed without the wealth and authority of the king's son. Their voyages grew fewer, shorter, and seldom ventured beyond the lands of Gil-galad. Timber grew scarce in the shipyards, for Eldarion had neglected the forests. The venturers pleaded with him to return to that work. Heeding their call, Eldarion did so. At first Erendis accompanied him among the woods, but the sight of trees felled in their prime, then hewn and sawn, saddened her. Soon Aldarion went alone, and they spent less time together. The year arrived when all expected the marriage of the king's heir, for betrothals seldom lasted much beyond 3 years. One spring morning Aldarion rode up from the harbour of Undunia, taking the road to the house of Beriga, where he was to be a guest. Erendis had gone before him, travelling from Armenelos by land, reaching the top of the great bluff that sheltered the harbour from the north winds. He turned and looked back over the sea. A west wind was blowing, beloved by those who wished to sail to Middle-earth, and white-crested waves marched toward the shore. Suddenly the longing for the sea gripped him like a great hand at his throat. His heart hammered and his breath caught. He fought for control and at last turned his back to continue his journey. By design, he took his way through the wood where he had once seen Erendis riding like one of the Eldar. 15 years past. He almost hoped to see her there again, but she was not a desire to see her face hastened his steps, and he reached Beriga's house before evening. There she welcomed him gladly, and he was merry, yet he said nothing of their wedding, though everyone had believed that was the purpose of his visit to the Westlands. As time went on, Erendis noticed a change in Eldarion. In gatherings where others were light-hearted, he would grow quiet. His thoughts turned inward. When she caught his gaze unexpectedly, she found his eyes fixed upon her. Her heart trembled at the sight. The blue eyes she once knew now seemed to her a distant stormy grey, yet within them burned a restless hunger. She recognized that look all too well, and it filled her with a cold dread for what it might foretell. She kept her silence, however, and Núneth, who observed everything, was pleased by her restraint, believing as she did that words could often deepen a wound. Before long, Aldarion and Erendis departed, riding back toward Armenelos. The further they travelled from the coast, the more his spirits appeared to lift, though the shadow of his inner conflict never fully left him. He remained torn and uncertain, and so he spoke to her of neither his turmoil nor their future. The year wore on, and Aldarion avoided all talk of the sea or of marriage, yet he was frequently away in Ravenna, spending long hours in the company of the venturers. When the new year arrived, the king summoned his son to his private chambers. There the warmth between them had returned, their old affection no longer strained by silence. "My son," said Tarmeneldor, "when will you grant me the daughter I have long hoped for? More than 3 years have passed, a considerable delay. I am surprised you have endured it so patiently." Aldarion was quiet for a time before he replied, "The longing has taken hold of me again, father. 18 years is a terribly long fast. I can find no peace in a soft bed, no steadiness on a horse, and even the solid stone of the ground feels hostile beneath my feet." Menelder felt a pang of sorrow and pity for his son, though he could not truly comprehend such a yearning, for the sea had never called to him. "That is a heavy burden," he said, "but you are pledged to another by the laws of our people and the customs of the Eldar and Edan. A man cannot take 2 wives. You cannot marry the sea, Aldarion, for you are already promised to Arendis." At these words, Aldarion's heart turned cold. They reminded him sharply of his tense conversation with Arendis as they journeyed through Emeria, and a bitter suspicion, though an unfounded one, took root that she had conspired with his father. It was ever his nature to resist any path he felt others were pushing him toward. A smith may still forge, a horseman may still ride, a miner may still delve, even when he is betrothed, he countered. Why, then, should a mariner be forbidden to sail? If a smith spent 5 years uninterruptedly at his anvil, he would find few willing to be his wife, the king replied. The wives of sailors are few, and they endure their loneliness out of necessity, for it is their livelihood. But you are the king's heir. The sea is not your trade, nor are you driven by such need. There are needs of the spirit that run deeper than livelihood, Aldarion argued, a stubborn edge to his voice, and there are still many years ahead of us. No, you mistake the matter, Menelder said gently. You assume time is a luxury granted to all. Arendis does not have your span of years. She is not of the line of Elros, and she has loved you faithfully for a very long time. She withheld her answer for nearly 12 years when I was eager, Aldarion retorted. I do not ask for even a third of that time now. She was not then betrothed to you, his father reminded him, but now neither of you is free. If she hesitated then, I believe it was from fear of precisely what now threatens to occur. You must have eased that fear in some way, and though you may have given no direct promise, you are honor-bound as I see it. Eldarion's anger finally broke through. It would be better for me to speak with my betrothed directly, he said sharply, rather than negotiate through an intermediary. With that, he left his father's presence. Not long after, he sought out Erendis and confessed his burning desire to voyage again upon the great waters, telling her he was robbed of all peace and rest. She listened, pale and utterly silent. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. I had thought you came to speak of our wedding. I will, Aldarion insisted. It shall be as soon as I return, if you will wait for me. But seeing the profound grief etched upon her face, he was deeply moved, and a sudden, impulsive thought came to him. It shall be now, he declared. We will marry before this year is done, and then I will build a ship such as the venturers have never seen, a veritable queen's house upon the water. You shall sail with me, Arendis, under the blessing of the Valar, of Yavanna, and of Oroma, whom you hold dear. We will journey to lands where I can show you forests beyond any you have known, where the songs of the Eldar still linger, or to wild woods vaster than all of Númenor, untouched since the world began, where you might yet hear the distant call of Oroma's great horn. Yet Arendis wept. No, Eldarion, she said. It gladdens my heart that such wonders exist in the world, but I will never behold them. I do not wish to. My heart belongs to the woods of our own land, and if I sailed for love of you, I would not come back. The journey is beyond my strength to bear. I would perish once the shore was lost from view. The sea holds no love for me, and now it takes its revenge because I kept you from it and still fled from you. Go, my lord, yet show me mercy, do not take as many years as I lost waiting before." Her words, spoken from love, left Aldarion chastened, much as his own heedless anger had once shamed him before his father. He did not set sail that year, but found little peace or joy in staying. "She will die out of sight of land," he thought, "and I shall soon die if I must look upon this shore much longer. If we are to have any years together, I must go alone, and I must go soon." So he made his final preparations to depart with the spring, and the venturers rejoiced, though few others in the isle who knew of these matters shared their gladness. 3 ships were readied, and in the month of Viracy they departed. Erendis herself placed the green bough of Oilera upon the prow of the Palaran, hiding her tears until the vessel passed beyond the great new harbour walls. 6 years and more slipped by before Aldarion saw Númenor again. He returned to find even Queen Almerion's welcome cooled, and the venturers fallen from favour, for many believed he had treated Erendis poorly. In truth, his journey lasted longer than he had intended. He discovered the haven of Vignalonde now completely ruined, his labours to restore it all undone by the pounding of great waves. Men along the coasts had grown fearful of the Númenorians or were openly hostile. Aldarion even heard whispers of some lord in Middle-earth who bore a deep hatred for the men of the ships. When at last he turned for home, a mighty wind rose from the south, driving his vessels far to the north. He lingered a while at Mithlond, but when his ships ventured to sea once more, they were again swept northward, driven into perilous icy wastes where they suffered terribly from the cold. Finally, the sea and wind relented as Eldarion gazed from the prow of the Palaran, his eyes longing for the distant shape of the Meneltarma. His glance fell upon the green bough, and he saw it was withered and dead. Dismay filled him, for such a thing had never befallen a bough of Iolair so long as it was washed by the sea spray. "It was frosted, Captain," said a mariner beside him. "The cold was too great, but I am glad indeed to see the pillar once more." When Aldarion sought out Erendis, she looked at him keenly, but did not step forward to greet him. He stood for a time, uncharacteristically at a loss for words. "Sit, my lord," said Erendis. "First, tell me of all your deeds. You must have seen and done a great deal in these long years." So Aldarion began haltingly, and she sat in silence, listening as he recounted every trial and delay. When he finished, she said, "I thank the Valar by whose grace you have returned at last. But I thank them also that I did not sail with you, for I would have withered sooner than any green bough." "Your green bough did not choose to face the bitter cold," he answered. "But dismiss me now, if that is your will. I think no one would blame you, yet dare I hope that your love might prove stronger to endure than even the fair Oilera." "So it does prove indeed," said Erendis. "It is not yet chilled to death, Aldarion. Alas, how can I dismiss you when I look upon you again, returning as fair as the sun after a long winter?" "Then let our spring and summer now begin," he said, "and let not winter return," Erendis replied. The following spring brought the long-awaited wedding of the king's heir, to the great delight of Meneldor and Almerion. In the year 870 of the Second Age, Aldarion and Erendis were married in Armenelos, a celebration that filled every home with music and every street with the songs of the people. After the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a leisurely journey across the island, arriving at Andunier by midsummer. There, Lord Valandil hosted a final, magnificent feast, with the entire Westlands gathering in pride and affection for Erendis, honoured that a future queen of Númenor hailed from their shores. On the morning of the feast, Aldarion stood at their bedchamber window, which overlooked the western sea. "Look, Erendis!" he exclaimed. "A ship approaches the harbour, and it is not of Númenorian make. It is a vessel such as you and I shall never board, even if we wished." Erendis joined him and beheld a tall white ship, its sails shimmering like silver, surrounded by white birds wheeling in the sunlight. It was a ship of the Eldar, who had come to honour the wedding out of friendship for the people of the Westlands. The vessel was laden with flowers to adorn the feast, so that by evening every guest was crowned with Ilenor and Lyswin, blossoms whose fragrance brought profound peace. The elves also brought minstrels, singers, who recalled ancient songs from the lost realms of Nargothrond and Gondolin, and many of the fair folk sat among men at the tables. The people of Andunier, gazing upon the joyous assembly, declared that none shone more brightly than Erendis herself. her eyes as luminous as those of Morwen Eladwin of legend, or even as the far-off lights of Avaloni. The Eldar bestowed many gifts. To Aldarion they presented a sapling with snow-white bark, its stem straight and supple as tempered steel, though it was not yet in leaf. "My thanks," said Aldarion. "The timber of such a tree must be exceedingly valuable." "Perhaps," replied the elves. "None has ever been cut. We cherish it because it bears cool leaves in summer and flowers in winter." To Erendis they gave a pair of grey birds with golden beaks and feet. The two sang to one another in an intricate, ever-changing duet, but if separated they would immediately fly back together, refusing to sing apart. "How should I care for them?" asked Erendis. "Let them fly free," was the answer. "We have spoken to them and named you. They will remain wherever you live. They mate for life, which is long. Perhaps many such birds will one day sing in the gardens of your children." That night Erendis awoke to a sweet scent drifting through the lattice. The full moon cast a silver light over the sleeping land, and she saw the two birds perched together on her window-sill. After the festivities concluded, Aldarion and Erendis spent a time at her family home, where the birds again came to her window. Eventually they bid farewell to Berega and Núneth and returned to Armanelos, where, by the king's wish, a house awaited them within a garden of trees. There the elven tree was planted, and the elven birds sang from its branches. 2 years later Erendis conceived, and the following spring she bore Aldarion a daughter. The child was fair from birth and grew in surpassing beauty, said to be the most beautiful woman born in the line of Elros, save only for Zimrafel, the last queen. At her first naming, they called her Ankalim. In her heart, Erendis felt a quiet gladness, believing that Aldarion would now wish for a son to carry on his legacy, and that he might stay with her for many years to come. Secretly, she still dreaded the sea and its pull on his spirit. Though she tried to conceal her worry, even speaking with him about his past voyages and future plans, she watched with a jealous eye whenever he visited his house ship or spent too much time among the venturers. Once Aldarion invited her to come aboard the Aembar, but catching the reluctance in her gaze, he never asked her again. Her fear was not without foundation. After 5 years on land, Aldarion grew busy once more with his duties as master of forests, often spending days away from home. While Númenor now had ample timber, largely thanks to his foresight, the growing population constantly needed wood for construction and countless other crafts. In those ancient days, though the people were skilled with stone and metal, having learned much from the Noldor, the Númenorians held a deep affection for objects made of wood, whether for everyday use or for the beauty of their carvings. During this period, Aldarion focused intently on the future, planting new trees wherever others were cut down and establishing fresh woodlands in open, suitable lands. It was then that he became widely known as Aldarion, the name by which he is remembered among Númenor's rulers. Yet to Erendis and many others, it seemed he held little genuine love for the trees themselves, valuing them more as timber to serve his grand designs. His relationship with the sea was not so different. Long ago her mother Núneth had observed to Erendis, "He may love ships, my daughter, for those are shaped by the minds and hands of men. But I doubt it is the winds or the great waters that fire his heart, nor even the sight of strange shores. It is some restless heat in his mind, some persistent dream." Perhaps she came close to the truth, for Aldarion was a man of far-reaching vision. He looked ahead to a time when their people would require more space and greater wealth, and whether he fully understood it or not, he dreamed of Númenor's glory and the expanding power of its kings, seeking footholds from which they could step into wider dominion. So it was that, before long, his attention shifted again from forestry to shipbuilding. A vision came to him of a mighty vessel, like a floating castle with towering masts and vast sails like clouds, capable of carrying enough men and supplies for a small town. Soon, the shipyards of Ravenna echoed with the sounds of saws and hammers, and among many smaller crafts a great ribbed hull began to take shape, a sight that left onlookers in awe. They called it Turufanto, the wooden whale, though that was not its true name. Erendis learned of these developments, though Aldarion had not discussed them with her, and she grew uneasy. One day she said to him with a light tone and a smile, "What is all this busyness with ships, Lord of the Havens? Do we not have enough? How many fair trees have been cut short of their lives this year?" He replied in an equally casual manner, avoiding her eyes, "A man must have work to do on land, even with a fair wife. Trees spring up and trees fall. I plant more than are felled." They did not speak of it again. But when their daughter Ankelim was nearly 4 years old, Eldarion finally told Erendis openly of his wish to sail from Númenor once more. She sat in silence, for he said nothing she did not already know, and words felt useless. He waited until Ankelim's birthday, making the day special for her. The little girl laughed and was merry, though others in the house were not. As she was put to bed, she asked her father, "Where will you take me this summer, Titania?" "I should like to see the white house in the sheepland that Mamil tells of." Aldarion gave no answer. The next day he left the house and was gone for several days, a quiet departure that hung heavily in the air. When everything was prepared, he came back to bid Erendis goodbye. Against her own will, tears welled in her eyes. They saddened him, yet also irritated him, for his decision was firm and his heart had grown stern. "Come now, Erendis," he said. "I have lingered here 8 years. You cannot keep the king's son, a descendant of Tuor and Erendil, forever wrapped in gentle chains. I am not riding to my death. I will return before long." "Before long," she replied, "but the years show no mercy, and you will not bring them back with you. Mine are shorter than yours. My youth is slipping away. Where are my children? Where is your heir? Too often lately my bed has grown cold. Lately I have often thought you preferred it that way," answered Eldarion. "But let us not quarrel, even if we see things differently. Look in your mirror, Erendis. You are still beautiful, with no trace of age, yet you have time enough to spare for my great need. Only 2 years, that is all I ask." Yet Erendis responded, "You might as well say, I will take 2 years whether you agree or not. Take your 2 years then, but no more. A king's son of Erendil's line ought to be a man who keeps his word." The next morning Aldarion departed in haste. He lifted little Ankelima and kissed her. Though she clung to him, he put her down swiftly and rode away. Not long after, his great vessel set sail from Romena. He had named it Hirilonda, the haven finder, but it left Númenor without Tarman Eldor's blessing. Erendis did not come to the harbour to set the green bow of return, nor did she send one. Aldarion's expression was shadowed and troubled as he stood at the prow of Hirilonde, where the captain's wife had placed a large branch of Oiler. He did not look back until the Meneltama was a distant shape in the fading light. All that day Erendis remained alone in her room. Sorrowing, yet deeper in her heart stirred a fresh, cold ache of anger, and her love for Aldarion was wounded to its core. She hated the sea. Now even the trees she once adored became unwelcome, for they reminded her of the masts of tall ships. So before much time passed, she left Armenelos and went to Emeria, in the heart of the island, where the bleating of sheep carried on the wind near and far. "That sound is sweeter to my ears than the crying of gulls," she said, standing at the door of her white house, a gift from the king. It stood on a west-facing down, surrounded by broad lawns that melted into open pastures without wall or hedge. There she brought Ankelime, and the two of them were all the company either one possessed. Erendis would have only servants in her household, and all were women. She strove continually to shape her daughter to her own thinking, feeding the girl the same bitterness toward men that she herself nursed. And Calimere hardly ever saw any men, for Erendis kept no formal state, and the few farmhands and shepherds lived in a distant homestead. Other men rarely visited, save an occasional messenger from the king who would soon ride off, for men felt a chill in that house that drove them away, and while there they spoke almost in whispers. One morning, not long after arriving in Emeriere, Erendis woke to birdsong. There on her windowsill were the elven birds that had long lived in her garden in Armenelos, creatures she had left behind and forgotten. "Sweet fools, fly away," she told them. "This is no place for the joy you carry." Their song stopped at once. They rose above the trees, circled 3 times over the roofs, and then flew westward. That evening they alighted on the windowsill of the room in her father's house, where she had lain with Aldarion on their journey back from the feast in Ondunia. The next morning Núneth and Berengar found them there. But when Núneth stretched out her hands to them, they soared up sharply and fled. She watched until they were mere specks in the sunlight, speeding toward the sea, back to the land from which they had come. "He has gone again, then, and left her," said Núneth. Berengar's voice held a restless edge. "If all is well, why has she sent no word? Why does she not return to us? She has sent word enough," Núneth replied, her tone weary. "By dismissing the elven birds, she has spoken plainly, and it was a grievous choice. It foretells nothing good. Ah, my daughter, did you not foresee what would follow?" She sighed, turning to Berengar. "Leave her be wherever she may wander. This place can no longer heal her. He will return, and when he does, may the Valar grant her wisdom, or at the very least, a little cunning." As the second year since Eldarien's departure began, the king requested that the house in Armanelos be prepared and set in order. Arendis gave the command, yet she herself made no move to go back to the king. She replied, "I will come if you bid me, my lord father, but is there any duty left that requires haste? Will it not be soon enough when his sail at last breaks the eastern horizon?" In private, her thoughts were sharper. "Does the king expect me to wait upon the docks like some common sailor's sweetheart? Would that I still were, but that role is finished. I have played it out to the last scene, yet that year ended with no sail, and the next drew on toward autumn. Slowly, Arendis turned cold and withdrawn. She ordered the house in Armanelos closed, and seldom ventured more than a few hours from her own estate in Emeria. What warmth remained in her she poured into her daughter, keeping Ankhalime always near, unwilling to let her visit even Núneth and her kin in the Westlands. All the girl's teaching came from her mother. She learnt to read and write with skill, and to speak the elven tongue as the high families of Númenor did, for in the Westlands it was daily speech in houses like Berengar's. Arendis herself rarely used the Númenorian tongue, which Eldarion had always preferred. And Khalim also absorbed much lore of Númenor and elder days from such books and scrolls in the house as she could grasp. Other knowledge of the land and its folk she caught in fragments from the household women, though Arendis knew nothing of these talks. Those women, however, spoke cautiously to the child, wary of their mistress, and there was little laughter for Ankhalim within the white walls of Emeria. The house lay quiet, stripped of music, as if in mourning, for in those days in Númenor it was men who played instruments, and the only music Ankhalima heard as a child was the singing of women at work outdoors, well away from the hearing of the White Lady. Now Ankhalima was 7, and whenever she could gain permission, she would escape the house and roam the wide downs, running free. Sometimes she joined a shepherdess, helping tend the flocks and eating her meals under the open sky. One summer day, a boy somewhat older than herself arrived on an errand from a distant farm. Ankhalim found him in the farmyard behind the house, contentedly munching bread and drinking milk. He glanced up at her without ceremony and took another swallow before setting his mug down. "Stare all you like. Big eyes," he said. "You're a pretty thing, but too skinny. Want some food?" He pulled a loaf from his bag. "Be off with you, I bawl," cried an old woman emerging from the dairy door. "And hurry those long legs, or you'll forget the message I gave you for your mother before you ever reach home." "No need for a watchdog where you're standing, Mother Zamin," the boy shot back with a playful bark and a shout. He vaulted over the gate and sprinted down the hill. Zamin was an outspoken countrywoman, not easily intimidated, not even by the White Lady. "What was that noisy creature?" Ankhalim asked. "A boy," Zamin said, "if you know what that is, but how could you? They're mostly breakers and eaters, that lot. This one eats constantly, but it's not for nothing. His father will find a fine lad when he returns, though if he delays much longer he'll hardly recognize him. I could say the same of others." "Does that boy have a father too?" Ankhalima inquired. "Of course he does," Zamin answered. "Ulbar was a shepherd in service to a powerful lord from the southern lands, whom we know as the Sheep Lord, a relative of the king." Ankhalima then asked why the boy's father was not at home. Zamin replied, "Because he learned of those venturers and joined them, departing with your own father, Lord Aldarion. Only the Valar know where he went or why." That evening, Ankhalima turned to her mother and asked abruptly, "Is my father also called Lord Aldarion?" "He was," Arendis answered. her voice calm and distant, though inwardly she was unsettled. No word about Aldarion had ever passed between them before, and Khalim did not explain her question, but instead asked, "When will he return?" "Do not ask me," Erendis said sharply. "I do not know. Perhaps never. But do not trouble yourself. You have a mother, and she will not leave you so long as you love her." And Khalim never spoke of her father again. The seasons turned, 1 year fading into the next. By that spring, and Khalim had reached her 9th year. Lambs were born and grew, shearing came and went. A scorching summer parched the grasslands. Autumn brought relentless rain. Then, upon a wind from the east, Hirilonde returned across the leaden seas, carrying Aldarion into Romana. Word was sent to Emeria, but Erendis kept silent. No one waited for Aldarion on the docks. He rode through the downpour to Armanelos, only to find his own house barred and empty. Disheartened but unwilling to seek news from others, he resolved first to see the king, believing he had much to discuss. The welcome he received was as cool as he expected. Meneldor addressed him not as a son, but as a king reprimanding an errant captain. "You have been gone too long," Meneldor said coldly. "It is now more than 3 years past the date you promised for your return." "Alas," Aldarion replied, "even I have grown weary of the sea, and my heart has long yearned for home, yet I was detained against my will. There is much to be done, and in my absence all things seem to fall into disorder." "I do not doubt it," said Meneldor. "You will find the same true here in your own land, I fear. That I hope to mend," Aldarion answered. "But the world shifts once more. Nearly 1,000 years have passed since the lords of the West challenged Angband to the men of Middle-earth. Those days are forgotten or shrouded in legend. Now fear stirs among them again. I wish to counsel with you, to give account of my deeds and my thoughts on what must follow." "You shall," Meneldor said. "I expect nothing less. Yet there are matters I judge more pressing. Let a king first rule his own house well before he corrects others, as the saying goes, and it holds true for all men. Hear my counsel, son of Meneldor. You have a life apart from the sea. A half of yourself you have long neglected. I tell you now, go home." Eldarion went very still, his expression hardening. "If you know, tell me plainly," he said. "Where is my home? Where your wife is?" Meneldor answered. "You broke your word to her, whether by necessity or choice. She lives now in Emeria, in her own house, far from the sea. You must go to her at once. Had any message been left for me, I would have gone straight from the harbour," Aldarion replied. "At least now I need not ask strangers for tidings." He turned to leave, then paused. Captain Aldarion has forgotten something that belongs to his other half, something his stubborn heart also deems urgent. He carries a letter meant for the king in Armanelos. He presented the letter, bowed, and left the chamber. Within the hour, though night was falling, he took horse and rode out with only 2 companions from his ship, Hendich of the Westlands and Ulbar, who hailed from Emeria. They rode hard through the damp countryside, reaching Emeria at dusk the following day, weary men on weary horses. In the last gleam of sunset beneath heavy clouds, the house on the hill stood pale and cold. As soon as he saw it from a distance, Aldarion raised a horn to his lips and sounded a clear, longing call. He dismounted quickly in the courtyard and saw Erendis waiting. She was dressed in white, standing tall on the stone steps that led up to the pillared doorway. Her posture was proud, yet as he approached, Aldarion noticed her pallor and the unnatural brightness in her eyes. "You arrive at an unexpected hour, my lord," she said. "I had given up expecting you." "I regret the welcome is not what I once prepared for your appointed time. A seafarer learns not to be particular," he replied. "That is fortunate," she answered, turning away to enter the house without another word. 2 serving women came forward then, along with an old servant who descended the steps. As Aldarion moved to go inside, the old woman called out loudly enough for him to hear, "There is no place here for your men. Send them down to the farmstead at the bottom of the hill." "Not I, Zmin," said Ulbar. "With the Lord Aldarion's permission, I am for my own home. Is all well there?" "Well enough," she snapped. "Your son has likely forgotten your face by now. Go on then, and see for yourself. You'll find a warmer hearth there than your captain will here." Erendis did not join him for the late supper that was brought. Aldarion ate alone in a separate room, attended only by silent women. Before he had finished, she entered and spoke in their hearing. "You must be weary, my lord, after such a hurried journey. A guest chamber is prepared whenever you wish to retire. My women will attend you. Call for a fire if you feel the chill." Aldarion offered no reply. He went early to the bedchamber and, overcome by fatigue, fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. Yet he woke at first light, restless, and filled with a simmering anger. Rising quickly, he meant to slip from the house without disturbance. He would find his man Hendich and the horses, and ride to his kinsman Halaton, the sheep lord of Hierostoni. Later, he decided he would command Erendis to bring their daughter to Armenelos. He would not parley with her again on ground she controlled, but as he moved toward the doors, Erendis stepped forward. She had not slept that night, and now barred his way on the threshold. "You depart with more haste than you arrived, my lord," she said. "I hope a house full of women has not already grown tiresome to a mariner, that you would leave before your errand is complete. Tell me what business brought you here in the first place. May I know it before you go?" "In Armenelos I was told my wife was here and had brought my daughter with her," he answered coldly. "Concerning the wife, I appear to be mistaken, but do I not still have a daughter?" "You had one some years past," she replied. "My daughter, however, is not yet awake." "Then have her wakened while I fetch my horse," said Aldarion. Erendis wished to keep Ankalime from him then, but she feared losing the king's goodwill entirely. The council had long expressed displeasure at the child being raised so far from court. So when Aldarion returned, riding back with Hendich beside him, Ankalime stood beside her mother at the door. She held herself as stiffly as Erendis and offered no curtsy as he dismounted and climbed the steps toward her. "Who are you?" she asked, "and why do you order me to rise so early, before the household is awake?" Aldarion studied her closely. Though his expression remained stern, inwardly he smiled, for in her he saw a child of his own nature, despite all of Erendis's training. "You knew me once, Lady Ankalime," he said, "but no matter. Today I come only as a messenger from Armenelos to remind you that you are the daughter of the king's heir, and as far as I can now foresee, you shall be heir in your own turn one day. You will not live here forever, but return to your bed until your maid wakes, if you wish. I am in haste to see the king. Farewell." He kissed Ankalima's hand, descended the steps, mounted his horse, and rode off with a casual wave. Erendis, watching alone from a window, saw him take the road toward Hierostoni and not the direct path to Armenelos. Then she wept from sorrow, but even more from a scolding, defiant rage. She had hoped to see some remorse, something that would allow her to offer forgiveness after a deserved scolding. Instead, he had treated her as if she were the one at fault, dismissing her in front of their own daughter. Only now did the long-ago warnings of Númenor return to her, and she saw Aldarion for what he was, a force too vast to be controlled, guided by a relentless will that grew more dangerous when it turned cold. She stood and moved away from the window, her thoughts circling her grievances. "Perilous, is he?" she whispered, to the empty room. "I am tempered steel, not easily shattered. He would learn that truth even if he wore the crown of all Númenor." Aldarion continued his ride to Hierostoni, the estate of his cousin Halaton, intending to pause there and gather his thoughts. As he approached, the sound of lively music reached him. The shepherds were celebrating the return of Ulbar, who was regaling them with incredible tales and distributing gifts. Ulbar's wife, crowned with a garland, was dancing with him to the tune of shepherds' pipes. For a moment Aldarion went unnoticed, watching from his saddle with a faint, wistful smile. Then Ulbar spotted him and shouted, "The great captain, Ulbar's son, Ebal," darted forward to grasp Aldarion's stirrup. "Lord Captain!" the boy exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "What is it? I have little time," Aldarion replied, his earlier melancholy now soured into a sudden biting irritation. "I only wish to ask." The boy pressed on, undeterred. "How old must a man be to sail over the sea in a ship like my father did?" "Old as the mountains, and with nothing left to lose," Aldarion said, his tone turning sardonic. "Or whenever he pleases. But what of your mother, son of Ulbar? Will she not offer a greeting? When Ulbar's wife came forward, Aldarion took her hand. "Will you accept this from me?" he asked. "It is a poor return for the 6 years of a good man's service which you lent to me." From a pouch beneath his tunic, he drew a jewel that glowed like captured fire, set upon a band of gold, and pressed it into her palm. "It came from the Elven King," he told her, "and I believe he will approve of its new home when I tell him of it." With that, Aldarion bid a quick farewell to the gathered folk and rode off. His desire for rest at High Storny utterly vanished. Hallerton would later hear of this abrupt visit and departure with puzzlement until further news began to spread across the land. Aldarion had ridden only a short distance from the estate when he reined in his horse and turned to his companion. "Hendurch, whatever welcome awaits you in the west, my friend, I will not delay you. Ride home now with my gratitude. I wish to travel alone." "It is not proper, Lord Captain," Hendurch objected. "No, it is not," Aldarion agreed flatly. "But it is what I will do. Farewell." He then rode on alone to Armenellos and never again returned to Emeria. After Aldarion had left his chamber, Menelder looked at the letter his son had delivered. His curiosity stirred. He recognized it as coming from King Gil-galad in Lindon, sealed with the device of white stars on a blue circle. Upon the outer fold was written, "Given at the Grey Havens to the hand of the Lord Aldaria, heir to the throne of Númenor, to be delivered to the High King at Armenellos in person." Meneldor broke the seal and read, "Erennion Gil-galad, son of Fingon, to Tar Meneldor of the line of Eärendil. Greetings. May the Valar protect you, and may no shadow fall upon the Isle of Kings. Long have I owed you thanks, for you have many times sent to me your son Anadil Aldarion, the greatest friend to the elves now living among men, as I believe. At this time I ask your pardon if I have kept him too long in my service, for I had great need of the knowledge of men and their languages that he alone possesses. He has faced many dangers to bring me counsel. Of my need he will speak to you, yet he does not grasp its full measure, being young and still full of hope. Therefore I write this for the eyes of the King of Númenor alone. A new shadow is rising in the east. It is not merely the tyranny of wicked men, as your son believes, but a servant of the ancient enemy is stirring, and evil things are awakening once more. With each passing year its strength grows, for too many men are ripe to serve its ends. The day is not far off, I fear, when it will become too great for the elves to withstand alone. Whenever I see a tall ship of the kings of men, my heart finds comfort. I now dare to ask for your aid. If you have any strength of men to spare, I beg you to lend it to me. Your son will explain our reasons, if you permit. In short, his counsel, and it is ever wise, is that when the assault comes, as it surely will, we should strive to hold the westlands where the Eldar still dwell, and men of your lineage whose hearts remain unshadowed. At the very least, we must defend Eriador along the long rivers west of the mountains we call the Misty Mountains, our primary bulwark. Yet in that mountain wall there lies a great gap to the south, in the land of Calenardon, and through that pass any invasion from the east must come. Already hostility creeps along the coast toward it. It could be defended, and any assault hindered if we held a stronghold upon the nearer shore. This is what Lord Aldarion has long foreseen at Vignalonde by the mouth of the Guaflo River. He has laboured for years to establish such a haven, secure against both sea and land, but his mighty efforts have been in vain. He possesses great skill in these matters, having learned much from Círdan, and he understands the needs of your great ships better than any. Yet he has never had sufficient men, while Círdan has no craftsmen or masons to spare. The king will know his own needs, but if he listens favourably to Lord Eldarion and supports him as he can, then hope will grow stronger in the world. The memories of the First Age are fading, and all things in Middle-earth grow colder. Let not the ancient friendship between Eldar and Dúnedain fade as well. Look now, the darkness that approaches is filled with hatred for us, but it hates you no less. The great sea will not be wide enough for its wings if it is allowed to reach its full strength. May Manwë keep you under the one, and send fair winds to your sails. Menelder let the parchment fall into his lap. Great clouds, driven by a wind from the east, brought an early darkness, and the tall candles beside him seemed to shrink in the gloom filling his chamber. "May Eru call me before such a time arrives," he cried aloud. Then to himself he muttered, "Alas!" that his pride and my distance have kept our minds estranged for so long. But sooner than I had planned, it will be wise to pass the sceptre to him. For these matters are beyond my grasp. When the Valar granted us the land of gift, they did not appoint us as their deputies. We were given the kingdom of Númenor, not dominion over the world. They are the lords. Here we were to set aside hatred and war, for war had ended, and Morgoth was cast out from Arda. So I believed, and so I was taught. Yet if the world darkens once more, the lords must be aware, and they have sent me no sign. Unless this is the sign, what then? Our fathers were rewarded for the aid they gave in defeating the Great Shadow. Should their sons stand aside if evil finds a new head? I am too full of doubt to rule, to prepare or to let things be, to prepare for war, which is still only suspected, to train craftsmen and farmers in the midst of peace for bloodshed and battle, to put iron in the hands of ambitious captains who will crave only conquest and tally the slain as their glory. Will they say to Eru, at least your enemies were among them? Or to fold my hands while friends perish unjustly, to let people live in blind peace until the destroyer is at the gate? What then will they do? Pit bare hands against iron and die in vain, or flee, leaving the cries of women behind? Will they say to Eru, at least I spilled no blood? When both paths may lead to evil, what value has choice? Let the Valar rule under Eru. I will resign the sceptre to Aldarion. Yet that too is a choice, for I know well which road he will take, unless Erendis. Then Meneldor's thoughts turned uneasily to Erendis in Emeria. But there is little hope there. If it can even be called hope, he will not yield in such grave matters. I know her choice, even if she were to listen long enough to understand. Her heart remained bound to Númenor, with no understanding of the price to be paid. Should her choice lead to an early death, she would meet it with courage. Yet what would she do with the life granted to her and with the wills of others? Even the Valar, like myself, must wait to see. Aldarion arrived back in Ravenna 4 days after the Hirilonde had made port, travel-worn and exhausted. He went directly to Iambar, where he now planned to make his home. To his bitter frustration, he discovered that gossip was already spreading through the city. The following day, he gathered a crew in Ravenna and led them to Armenelos. There, he ordered most of the trees in his garden cut down, all except one, and sent to the shipyards. He commanded the rest to tear his house to its foundations. Only the white elven tree was spared. After the woodcutters had left, he stood looking at it, solitary amid the ruin, and for the first time truly saw its beauty. Growing with the slow patience of the elves, it stood just 12 feet tall, straight and slender in its youth, its uplifted branches tipped with winter blossoms against the sky. It reminded him of his daughter, and he said softly, I will name you Ankalim as well. May you and she both stand tall through long years, unbent by wind or will, and never cut down. 3 days after returning from Emeria, Aldarion went before the king. Tar Meneldor remained seated, waiting silently. Looking at his son, he felt a pang of fear. Aldarion was altered, his face grown ashen, cold, and hostile, like the sea when the sun vanishes behind a bank of thick cloud, standing before his father. Aldarion spoke slowly, his tone dripping with contempt more than anger. What part you have played in this you know best, he said, but a king should consider how much a man can endure, even if that man is his own son. If you mean to chain me to this island, you have chosen your bonds poorly. I have neither wife nor love for this land left to me. I will leave this bewitched isle of daydreams, where women in their pride expect men to grovel. I will spend my days to some purpose elsewhere, where I am valued and met with honor. You may find another heir better suited to be a household servant. Of my inheritance I ask only this. The ship, Hirilonde, and as many men as she can carry. I would take my daughter, were she older. Instead, I entrust her to my mother. Unless you have developed a fondness for sheep, you will not stand in my way, nor allow the child to be stunted. Raised among silent women in cold arrogance and scorn for her own kin, she is of the line of Elros, and you will have no other descendant through your son. I have said what I came to say. I go now to attend to more worthwhile matters until that point. Menelder had sat patiently, eyes lowered, giving no response, but now he sighed and looked up. Darian, my son, he said sorrowfully, the king might say that you too display cold arrogance and scorn for your kin, and that you condemn others without hearing them. But your father, who loves you and grieves for you, will let that pass. The fault is not mine alone, that I did not sooner understand your aims, yet concerning what you have endured, a matter, alas, now on too many tongues, I am blameless. I have held Erendis in affection, and because our hearts inclined the same way, I believed she bore much that was difficult. Your purposes are clear to me now, though. If you were in the mood to hear anything but praise, I would say your own pleasure once guided you as well, and perhaps things might have been different had you spoken more openly long ago. The king may have grievances, Aldarion retorted, his anger rising, but not the one you name. To her, at least, I spoke long and often into cold, uncomprehending ears. It was like a boy dreaming of climbing trees, trying to explain himself to a nurse worried only about torn clothes and mealtimes. I love her, or I would care less. The past I will keep in my heart. The future is dead. She does not love me, nor anything else. She adores the idea of Númenor as her private sanctuary, and me as some docile house dog content to nap by the fire until she decides to stroll through her personal gardens. But since a mere hound is apparently too crude a companion now, she would prefer to have Ankalima chirp away like a caged songbird. But let us speak no more of this. Do I have the king's permission to leave, or does he have some instruction for me? The king, replied Tarman Eldor, has given these matters considerable thought during what have felt like very long days since your last visit to Armanellos. He has studied Gil-galad's letter, which carries a solemn and urgent tone. It grieves me to say it, but in response to his plea and to your own desires, the king of Númenor must refuse. He sees no other path, given his assessment of the dangers inherent in both choices, to ready ourselves for conflict or to remain unprepared. Aldarion gave a slight shrug and moved as if to depart. Yet Meneldor raised a hand demanding his attention and went on. However, the king, despite having guided the land of Númenor for 142 years, possesses no absolute certainty that his judgment is adequate for a fair ruling on affairs of such tremendous weight and risk. He paused, lifting a parchment written in his own hand, and read from it in a clear tone. Therefore, firstly, for the honour of his dearly loved son, and secondly, for the improved governance of the realm in directions his son comprehends more fully, the king has determined that he will immediately relinquish the sceptre to his son, who shall henceforth be known as Tar Aldarion, the king. This, stated Menelder, once proclaimed, will reveal my contemplation on our current predicament to all. It will lift you above mockery, and it will unleash your abilities so that other disappointments may feel lighter to bear. The letter from Gil-galad. Once you are king, you shall answer as seems fitting to the one who holds the sceptre. For a moment, Aldarion stood motionless in astonishment. He had steeled himself to confront the king's wrath, which he had deliberately tried to provoke. Now he was utterly bewildered. Then, as if knocked off balance by a sudden gust of wind from an unforeseen direction, he dropped to his knees before his father, but after a brief pause he lifted his lowered head and laughed, a reaction he always had when hearing of any profoundly generous act, for it delighted his spirit. "Father," he said, "please ask the king to overlook my disrespect toward him, for he is a great king, and his humility places him far above my own arrogance. I am defeated. I yield completely. That such a king would surrender the sceptre while still in his strength, and wisdom is almost beyond belief." "Yet it is decided," answered Menelder. "The council will be summoned without delay." When the council assembled 7 days later, Tarmanelder informed them of his decision, and presented the scroll. All were astounded, not yet understanding the specific policies the king referenced, and all objected, pleading with him to postpone his decree, with the sole exception of Halatan of High-Ristorni, for he had long respected his kinsman Aldarion, though his own lifestyle and preferences were quite different, and he deemed the king's action to be noble and shrewdly timed, if it had to be done. But to the others who raised various arguments against his resolve, Meneldor responded, "I did not reach this conclusion without reflection, and in my thoughts I have weighed all the prudent points you now raise, the present moment, and no later is the most suitable time for my will to be made known, for reasons which, though unspoken here, everyone must suspect. Let this decree be proclaimed immediately. Yet, if you wish, it shall not take effect until the Erucia May in the spring. Until then I will retain the scepter." When word of the proclaimed decree reached Emeria, Arendis was filled with dismay, for she interpreted it as a reprimand from the king in whose goodwill she had placed her trust. In this perception she was correct, but she failed to grasp that anything of greater significance lay behind it. Not long after, a communication arrived from Tarmaneldor, a command in truth, though phrased with courtesy. She was summoned to Armanelos and instructed to bring the young lady Ankalime to remain there at least until the Erucia May and the proclamation of the new king. "He moves quickly," she reflected. "I should have anticipated this. He intends to strip me of everything, yet my own will he shall not command, not even through the voice of his father." In her reply to Tarmanelda, she wrote, "My king and father, if you command it, my daughter Ankalime must indeed come. I ask only that you consider her youth and ensure she is housed in a place of tranquillity. As for myself, I must beg your pardon. I understand my house in Armanelos is no longer standing. I would not now wish to be a guest, least of all upon a vessel crowded with sailors. Therefore allow me to remain here in my solitude, unless it is also the king's will to reclaim this house." Tarmaneldor read this letter with unease, yet its intended sting did not pierce his heart. He showed it to Aldarion, to whom the message seemed chiefly directed. After Aldarion read it, the king, observing his son's expression, said, "You are doubtless grieved, yet what else did you expect?" "Not this, certainly," Aldarion replied. "It falls far beneath my hope for her. She has diminished, and if I have caused this, then my blame is dark indeed. But do the great shrink in adversity? This was not the way, not even in hatred or revenge. She should have demanded a mansion, be prepared for her, called for a queen's escort, and returned to Armanelos with her beauty arrayed royally, the star upon her brow. Then she might have bewitched nearly all of Númenor to her side, making me appear a madman and a boor. By the Valar, I would have preferred it so, a radiant queen to oppose and scorn me, rather than this freedom to rule while the Lady of the Star falls dim into her own gathering dusk." With a bitter laugh, he returned the letter. "So be it," he said. "But if one may express a distaste for dwelling on a ship among mariners, another may be excused a dislike for a sheep farm among serving women. Yet I will not have my daughter schooled in such bitterness. She shall, at the very least, choose from a place of knowledge." He then rose and asked leave to depart.